Hey, welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and welcome. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Oh my God, give me 1 second. I totally forgot something. Sorry, guys. I forgot. I have tissues over here. My allergies are going nuts. They've been nuts since a couple days ago, and now it's raining again. Yay, rain. Just kidding. That's right, Jennifer. That's right. Let's do that. I gotta fix my bubbles. I hate when they do that. StreamYard, get your crap together and let me just set the bubble the way I want it. Hey, Lisa. You know, I've thought about it. We talked about this yesterday. I don't want to contribute to making that place a circus the way it is. And, the O'Keefes know that we support them. The Alberts know that we support them. We don't have to be outside making noise for them to know that we support them. And all of the people that go down there don't seem to think about the way that they're hurting a family that's still grieving and dealing with a circus. It's pretty sad if you ask me. They all know that if they need anything, they can reach out at any time. I think what pisses me off the most is everyone wants to make a 5 minutes of fame, on a news station to go down there. It's like, is your 5 minutes of fame worth the pain that family has to feel? In the meantime, just asking. Just asking. Because I don't think that it is. It's not, this is not anything they ever wanted. These people just want to live their lives. They just want to get justice and try to heal. And they can't even heal because they're not left alone. Most of us know what that's like because that's what the cult does, right? I mean, you know what that's like, Ash. You know what it's like, Lisa. These people don't have normal thinking of a normal person. Is like, wait a second, if I do this, is it going to hurt someone else? If I spread this misinformation, is it going to hurt someone else? Most of us don't use narcissism like the sewer turtle and his entourage. Any woman by now would have left that dude catching him how many times talking to other women, yet she still stays. I wonder why. Is she threatened into staying, or is she just that crazy? I want to get people to go down there on a Sunday. I have not been able to get enough people that have been available to go down there on a Sunday. That's the funny part, though, Lisa. We know it's not the whole state. We know that it's just loud people. And some of these people that went down there are from here, took a day off of work to go all the way down there to do what? To sit in front of the courthouse when a verdict is read? You can't do that from home? If you went down there yesterday to meet Turtle Boy or to meet Karen Reed, do you understand how pathetic you look? They're just people. When people meet me in public, they don't fangirl me, which I appreciate because I'm just a person. They usually tap me on the shoulder and they're like, "Hey, I was just watching your show. Good job. Keep going." And I say thank you, and I'll have a conversation as long as I need to. It's just insane to me that people take a day off of work, go down to the courthouse, and think that this is what they need to do. Like, it's so exciting to go down to the courthouse during the Karen Reed trial to meet Turtle Boy, right? And that's the other thing. They're not even just people as in like decent people. They're horrible people. If you're still fangirling over the sewer turtle, After all you know about him at this point, you're just as fucked up as him, in my opinion. If you need a pat on the back from that guy that can't even give himself a pat on the back because that's how insecure he is, I don't know what to tell you. The man himself isn't happy with himself. If you need a pat on the back from someone like that, then you need to seek some deeper help. You need to woosah yourself a little, maybe do some like meditation and find yourself. Because there are better people on planet Earth than the ones that you're seeking currently. Morning, Leah. You know, it's amazing to me the shit that these people are willing to do. Good morning, Benny. Like Jay's right. They're horrible people. They're not even good people. You know, they're horrible people. Could be today. Could be today. Today would be a good sign, you know? It's just weird. I'm not going to be anybody's second choice, second, third, fourth, fifth. I don't know why anybody would stay in that situation. Well, you know, I met John last year when I was down there doing the counter protest for the family, and they targeted him then too. So he knows what he's dealing with. He's strong. He can do this. You know, it's the same targeted harassment that I receive on a daily basis from these people. They say whatever, they do whatever, and they don't care if it's true. They don't care if it hurts someone. They don't give a shit. They don't care. You know, they don't care. As long as they get what they want, it's fine with them. You know? Oh no, no chance. We're past that whole not guilty phase. We're past that. we are past the not guilty phase in my opinion. We are way past that at this point. Exactly. I would expect something like manslaughter or vehicular homicide instead of murder too, but not there. We're past the phase of not guilty. Good for him. Good for John. I haven't run into him one-on-one, the sewer turtle. And he should be glad that we haven't. He thinks he's the only person on planet Earth that can like yell stupid shit at someone. Oh, I can't. You know, you guys have to remember that a lot of these polls. Now, if I do a poll right now, it's going to say mostly guilty. That's the bottom line. That's what it's going to say. Why? Because most of my viewers are people who watch who are either on the fence or think she's guilty. So you have to remember that the polls that are coming from, you know, Court TV and Law and Crime, those are going to be skewed, obviously, for obvious reasons. I mean, MCI Framingham is the place that Karen's going to be. She didn't. She didn't learn a couple things the first time, although she did learn not to change the verdict form again. At least she learned that lesson. When she ever said, Mr. Jackson said he's not going to, and I'm going to trust him on that, I was like, what? She didn't just say that. Did she just say that? She did. She said that, right? You know? Exactly, Leah. If they took that kind of time to do those things. So I remember over this Christmas break, I spent half of my Christmas Eve helping out. I got a phone call. I was asked to come down to the shelter and help. I said, sure, no problem. And my job was to help the other staff. We had a list of the kids' ages for the families and, you know, which kids, like, so say there was 2 kids in a family, a boy and a girl, it would say boy, girl, age, you know, 8, 13, whatever. And that would be one family. So my job was to try to help, you know, this entity had just started working in Massachusetts. So they had no long-term contract with anybody like Toys for Tots or anything like that. And so our job was to reach out on social media, see if we can have people donate for these families. We did. People came, thankfully. And the staff met them, picked the things up, brought it to a room. And so my job with the staff was to sort through all the things, put the stuff in age groups, like, you know, baby toys here, you know, 5 to 7-year-old girl toys here. You know what I mean? And then find a certain amount of toys for each kid and family and then bag them up and get them ready for the families. So I was there until 3:30, 4 o'clock ish. And one of the people from the social media page that we use had come out and said, "Hey, can we take a picture? We were really proud of our community." I said, "Sure, no problem." So I'm in the picture. Do you know what FKR did with that picture? You guys are going to love this. This is great. Now, the person who ultimately got the picture knows because it's with a post that says what it is, right? Yet they gave it to someone else, and this was the claim that these people put out. Mind you, I'm in it's like a hotel room, but they use it as an office. So you could see the, 2 computers, and they had 2 tables. Makeshift office is what they use it as. It says that all that stuff was mine. This is the best part. And I was thrown out because I'm a scammer. That was their whole shtick, which is so funny because you can literally see the lady standing off to the side of me with her badge on. When I texted her this, she was like, "You're fucking kidding me." I'm like, "No, I'm not kidding you." She's like, "Dude, I called you to come down and help us, and we appreciate your help." So it's like the things that these people will spin is effing amazing to me. How do you make something so kind and beautiful and trying to help others into something ugly? How do you do that? It's very clear that not all of that stuff is mine. And it's very clear that there's nowhere to be kicked out of. I was called in to help because of the resources that I have and the experience I have as being a volunteer advocate for 18 goddamn years. That's why I was called in to help. I've been called in to help them many times after that. I've also been sent many people from their entity to help. They've called me and said, "Hey, can we give this person your number? We know you can help them." And I said, "Of course." But how do you do that? So the person who got the picture knows what the post said. The community came out, helped. These are volunteers. They know what it says. So that means that the person who got the picture ultimately took the post off, lied, and then handed it over to someone else. How psychologically fucked up do you have to be to do something like that? To knowingly make up some bullshit lie, and you didn't even take 10 seconds to look at the picture to know that it could be debunked in about 3 seconds. It's just sad to me. It's just really sad the way these people are willing to just lie. It's sad, and they need some help. "Hey, how are you? Thank you." That's because they know it bothers them, so they're going to keep doing it. That's why. Well, exactly. Good. That's a good point right there. Look how well those polls age, Get off the fence, your pants will rip. I know. I've been up since 6:15. I don't know why. I don't know why. These people are just sad, Exactly. It's just they're just sad. I didn't think I hit him. Yeah, I don't think I hit him, but I screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She should have pled guilty, or she should have taken the 18 months. On the record, for the record, look at the record show. I only watched Julie Rant too, Lisa. Me too. Damn, you did the autopsy. You can describe what a brain feels like. I would assume she knows because she did the autopsy and touched the brain. SMH, shaking my head. Duty Ron followers and very intelligent. Well, they're being fed bullshit, so they're just regurgitating the bullshit that they've been fed. Remember that, That's essentially what's happening. There are great things to volunteer your time to. I one time volunteered to a place down the street when I had a car that would deliver Thanksgiving dinners and Christmas gifts to people, low-income people in the area. And I even got my husband in on that, and he helped me. And that, there are plenty of things that you can volunteer your time to outside of standing outside of a courthouse that could actually do some good. Just saying. I've been doing it for almost 20 years. They are going to come and stir up. Oh, of course they are. Well, they're just going to get bounced, so it's kind of stupid. They're just going to get bounced. I have no patience. I have 0 fucks left for the nonsensical bullshit, so they'll just get bounced, and I implore all of my mods to just bounce them. To just bounce them. Because they think it's going to do something, I guess. Thank you, Ashley. You're a rock star. She gifted 1 membership. Who got it? Let me see. I gotta look on this side to see who got it. Captain Ganja got it. Congratulations, Captain Ganja. You can thank Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate you, my friend. We appreciate you, my friend. I feel pretty confident there'll be a guilty verdict. I just don't know on which charge or which charges, you know? Oh, she'll be here any minute now. Anna's usually around 9-ish. She shall be here. But I'm glad you're feeling more confident. I'm not even answering that. I mean, come on. Exactly. Exactly. They are. They don't realize. They're all Jen McCabe. They're all the Alberts. Literally. No. Karen will only just care about Karen. Forever and always. Forever and always. We're past the not guilty phase. We are long past that, in my opinion. No anxiety. Woosah, my friend. Woosah. Hey, listen, I feel like I'm in like pre-menopause, so don't feel bad. I'm getting the hot and cold flashes, and I have ovarian cysts too, so those are a little painful. And so, you know how that, if anybody has me, you know how it works. Yeah, I don't really understand why the judge does it the way she does it. It is the same one she always uses, but usually it's 1 page. It's 1 page with like a gap. I think they made it 3 pages to make it clear that these were 3 separate charges. But I think there was a better way of making it clear, like, I don't know, making the top part, the fact that it's one of the charges she's charged with bold. That would have done the trick. You know? Oh, I know. That's literally it. That's literally it. That's why it's easy to find the sock accounts. Because there's only like 3 people that are that obsessed with me to make sock accounts to talk shit. All middle-aged psychos. Now listen, I'm middle-aged, but I'm not a psycho. All the women that are just objectively, psychopathically stalking me online have nothing better to do with their lives. They don't even know me in real life. That's the kicker. That's the kicker. Their loss, my opinion. Their loss. That's up to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, EK, but they have said that they would. The last time they said that they would, no matter how many times. But I think the world record we saw yesterday was the six times. It was the Curtis Flowers case, and that's not the country record, not world, but the United States was six retrials. Me too, Trisha. Yeah, no, just beep. Just boop. See you later. Bye-bye. I used to mod for a channel that would get a lot of trolls. I don't usually get them that much. It's once in a blue moon. But when they come, they all come like at once. I think the way the judge did it is a little obnoxious. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little obnoxious, but I don't know. That's the one she always uses, though. So that's the thing. They wanted a not guilty next to every single thing, which she obliged them with last time. So she was not going to oblige them again today. Yeah. Who's the someone else who runs a podcast that was on with Julie? Was it the prosecutor's podcast by any chance? Oh, that would be great. It must be the prosecutor's podcast. Brett? Was it Brett? I think, well, it's not the entire state because every judge does it a little bit differently, but almost the same. And I was even confused on like, what in the hell is she doing with this? 15 to 20. I'd be okay with 10. 10 to 15 would be okay with me. You're just like my daughter. If she could save every animal on planet Earth, she would. She would. She absolutely freaking would. She would save them all. She thinks she can. My oldest. you know? They do have unlimited tax dollars, but that's up to them if they keep trying. It's very unhinged, but these are very unhinged individuals. Well, that's 5 to 6. You give them too much credit, my darling. Most of them have a dozen or more connected to them. Oh, Phelps? Matt Phelps? M. William Phelps? I got it. Makes sense. He's good. He's a good guy. Matt Phelps is. You know, he dealt with a lot of BS. And remember, he had to spend time with the sewer turtle, guys. Ew. Ew. I have to get a coffee. I did not do that yet this morning. I did not do that. I did not have time. My daughter's bus comes a little late because the kindergartners are no longer in school. So they're coming a little bit later now than they have been because they don't have to pick up the kindergartners. So otherwise the kids would be sitting outside the school in the bus for too long. Oh, a dozen, and some of them 2-3 dozen, depending on who you're talking about. Ask Lisa if she's still here. I kid you not. I kid you not. He does go on Vinny's show sometimes. I do. She's amazing. That kid could teach anybody anything. I'm telling you. You know, she lost a lot of the things that she loved to do. A, when she went blind, and B, when her hand started curling over. Like, she used to crochet, and so she can't do that anymore. And she still loved to read, which she can't do anymore. She wants Audible, though. She wants... No, they don't. They do and they don't. So there's... Okay, let me try to answer this. So there's a standard slip, but there's... every judge does it a little bit different. There's a recommended way to do it. There's a recommended way. With... like judge, but it's standardly almost the same, but it's different between district court and superior court. Remember that those are two different
having anything
entities.
to do before the Honorable Beverly Giannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Karen, of course, does not deserve.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Juris. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right,
Jimmy. Let's see if she says anything after that. I highly doubt it. Get the timer going in a second.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either, so.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's into recess to exit court.
Well, she's got however many other lawyers there. I don't think she really... Oh, I said that some of these people have dozens of sock accounts. I said, ask Lisa, of the same, like the same person having more than 12 or more, some dozens of sock accounts. Yes, exactly. Well, she sends a note in at 4 to ask them if they want to stay. That's what she's doing, is sending in a note saying, hey, do you guys want to stay any longer? So that if they're, you know, close to a answer and they might need like another hour, half hour, whatever, that they can stay. So that's why she sends the note in at 4. I think she should be asking them at the beginning of the day, or telling them in the beginning of the day, hey, if you would like to stay longer, can you just send a note out and let us know, you know? But there's reasons why they don't do that, appealable reasons. So I get it. But at the same time, it's kind of obnoxious. Let the jury stay past 4, or have them stay past 4. It's, you know, come on. Like, come on now. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. That's what they say. She makes weird faces all the time. It's like stuck to her face, I feel like, at this point. I'm surprised that Court TV, is it going to go back to Julie Grant, I wonder? I wonder if it does. I only have 17. I love you. It is silly. Yeah, he doesn't need to be there. She has 100 other lawyers. There's no reason for him to, like, okay, he was held downstairs. So what? Her other lawyers were there, you know? Okay, Anna. No problem, my friend. Well, they should. They should. Oh, I'm allergic to those. Jeez. Oh, that snake must have got its new
Maybe
skin.
so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either. So.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Why is it replaying audio? Okay. Is it going back to
So
Julie
we've got
Grant?
day 3 of deliberations now officially underway in Dedham, Massachusetts. There's that famous ceiling fan. We keep saying everybody recognizes it because of the high-profile nature of this case. So we're going to pop up the verdict clock and show you the time counting. We know that up until this point, they've done over 9 hours of deliberation work,
13 minutes
starting on
is fine.
Friday, going into yesterday, and now today is day 3. Let's go outside of the courthouse together now. Get you a live update from Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who is outside gauging the mood of what's going on. Matt, good morning to you.
I love Julie.
Yeah, good morning, Julie. So in real time, just a few minutes ago, this defendant, Karen Reed, walked down the steps of the courthouse here behind me in Dedham Square. She made her way to her vehicle and she exited. It didn't appear that she answered any questions of the media. This is one of 2 of the times of the day where Friday, she usually does address questions and gives some answers. But it appears that she did not today, which could be a change. But we had our Grace Wong, who is our senior producer over there, so we'll find out that answer very shortly. But it appears that there is no issue with this jury. They're back deliberating. Yesterday, they ended the day 2. That was their first full day of deliberations at 9 hours and 9 minutes. The verdict clock is back on your screen.
Mine's at 9:14.
The first day, they only had about 2 hours worth of deliberations, and they have so much to go over. You have to consider this was 8 weeks of testimony, nearly 50 witnesses that had taken the stand, and that lengthy verdict form. But the crowd out here in front of the courthouse, it appears to be a little bit smaller than it was yesterday, but still much larger than it was during the course of this trial, Julie.
Right, Matt. We're looking at some video. This was shot just a short time ago. The defendant and her lawyers walking into the courthouse. Matt, is it much quieter this time around than it was last year at this time, hearkening back to when you were on the ground for trial 1?
Yeah, well, the rules are different, and we've been talking about that quite a bit, right? We have the supporters that are out here, including yesterday, where we had hundreds of supporters that were lining up the streets here. And they were all just giving a peace symbol or a love symbol in sign language. At least that's what they told us. And they are being encouraged not to shout or scream or use blowhorns or have signs in this restricted buffer zone. But the rules are a little bit more relaxed so that they can be here and assemble quietly. So that's the big difference, I would say, Julie. This morning it is a little bit more of a quiet tone than it was yesterday even, because there are just fewer people that I've seen. Yesterday a lot of people took time off. They traveled this way to this tiny community that remains still divided.
Figure this problem out.
Sure.
Baby burns in a vine.
Matt, if we could focus on the verdict slip for a moment, I would love that. For anybody who might have missed it, the defense team, we understand, made a motion to try to amend it. You were there for that. Could you explain to us what exactly they were wanting to do with it?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, this was a last-minute motion that was filed yesterday on day 2 of our verdict watch here in Dedham. And the defense team had filed a motion, much like we had seen prior to deliberations and also last year, very similar. They were asking for more not guilties to be put on the slip because they say that it appears to be confusing for the deliberating jury, which was some of the reports coming out of some of the jury members that alleged that they had reached a not guilty on 2 of the charges last year, but they didn't quite know how to fill out the form, and then they were never pulled at the end. We all know that we've covered it, and that challenge was taken all the way up to the high courts in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and it was upheld. Beverly Cannoni, the judge in this case, as she was the last one, denied that motion. We just put it on your screen right there. She says that this slip follows with Massachusetts state law and the way that the state legislature has laid out the charges.
So Matt, just so
here's reaction from Karen Reed on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I wanted to play that reaction from Karen Reed on that moment yesterday.
It was denied, Matt.
Yeah, there's no response to the judge denying.
Right, because it is.
For the weekend, now that you don't have to prepare anymore.
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
Oh, well. Boxes added to that verdict.
Yes. Lots of things are denied without a hearing.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves found it confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again. Apparently, we'll just move forward and.
About the way that
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well. I feel strong, and the jury will do the right thing.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So this is the third or fourth attempt overall that the defense team has asked for an amended verdict form. But again, Judge Beverly Cannoni is just following the guidelines of the law with anyone that would have been charged with these similar charges.
Right. That's important to note, Matt. Thank you for that. That this is a standard form. It's standard in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, no matter what district you're in. Every defendant is going to have this kind of form if it's this kind of case. So important to note. And just for clarity, so Judge Cannoni did the same thing at trial 1 that she did just yesterday in trial 2 in denying that request to make any special amendments.
Yes, that's correct, because prior, I think it was during deliberations, is when the defense team brought it up last year that they felt like the verdict form was too complicated. They were concerned about it. They brought up those concerns. Judge Cannoni took it under advisement. No changes were made.
Yeah, that's
and
a good
then
idea.
This year they brought it up again before deliberations. And then yesterday was that last-minute motion that was filed, which was denied without any sort of arguments about it.
Gotcha. Okay, so at least we can see the judge has been consistent, doing the same thing each time, and as you noted, ended up ultimately prevailing with all the appeals and the questioning that was done with her decision last time. Matt, in terms of anything from this jury, have we heard a peep from them, even a question?
Right, and it's just so admirable that we have this jury that has been a part of this process for nearly 12 weeks for some of them, because remember, jury selection, we were standing here for it all, that took a 3-week process, and then we had 18 selected, 9 men, 9 women, and then they used a lottery system to select those 6 alternates. So that leaves us with, out of the 12, 7 women and 5 men that are the deliberating jury here in Dedham. And we have not heard any sort of questions or anything being presented to the judge, any concerns, which might be a good way, no matter which way you're thinking that this jury might be leaning. But last year we had several questions, including, can we go to lunch? Can we go home for the day? And then the more serious ones where, we are deadlocked and we don't know how to resolve this. What should we do, Judge? And that was 2 or 3 of those.
So we'll see if we get any of that today. Matt Johnson, thank you so much for the live update. Be safe, my friend. We'll talk a little bit later this morning.
Yeah, Julie, get him off.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit our first break of the hours. The clock continues ticking. We're at 9 hours.
All right. Thank you, Julie. We appreciate you, my friend. I'd call the wildlife sanctuary because you're right. If you touch them, the birds might not come back. They don't, especially babies, you can't touch them, as far as I understand. You're not supposed to touch them with your hands because then they have the human smell on them. So that's the family, obviously. It's Renee. Wrong form. Yeah, well, that's the other thing is, oh, we submitted the wrong form. It was wrong. Which makes no sense to me. That's what they do, That's what they do. I know, I just shut it off. Because they think that they can, and because the judge is kind of a pushover, they think they can just keep pushing. That's why. Sounds like you're trolling, because we have very intelligent people here. Sorry you don't like the opinion. Time to go then. I have no patience for trolls who just come here to troll and talk shit. Bye. Go back to a different channel. Yeah, they won't. They won't come back. That's fine. So definitely call the wildlife. Any random wildlife refuge near you, you can call. That will help. Anybody want to call the wildlife refuge for the? Oh, you want these? Wait. Sorry, guys. I wanted to see if my hubby could get me coffee before work. This is going in late today, and I would really like some coffee. I would appreciate some coffee. Right? Then just say yes, because we'll be here until the cows come home. Yeah, there was no not guilties on anything. We wouldn't be here. Double jeopardy would have attached. I would love to be a fly on the wall in there, That's what they do. It's what they do. It's what they do. I tell people not even to send me. Don't, if they post about me, just report it. Just report it. Don't send it to me. I don't care. I don't give a shit. They do it constantly. They're obsessed with me. None of them actually even know me. It's kind of amazing, but I don't give a shit. I don't care to care. Yep, B Tim should have the link for this morning if he has a chance to pop in, he will. Well, that's the thing. In my opinion, she's already gotten special treatment. They all looked a little pissed off, and I would be too, because that's a closing window of acquittal. It's a closing window. That's gone at the end of that day. They know that. They know that there is like a 1% chance that they could be acquitted after yesterday's done. We have smart a lot. Not just me, but all of you. And I have no patience for people that come in here and try to say otherwise because they just popped in and they don't like our opinion. Bye then. Find one of the channels that you follow with the cult. There's plenty of them. Go do that. Damn it. I think he already left. Oh, they're so cute. They do via DoorDash, but it gets expensive to just get a coffee and maybe a sandwich. It gets expensive. Yeah, I mean, she probably did. Well, they're probably tired, you know? They're probably tired. The jurors, I would be like in that room 8 hours, 7 hours. Have my clock going. We're at 9:25, 9, sorry, now just turned to 26. 9 hours and 26 minutes. I don't know what that means. I did not actually. Is it from today, Casey, or is it from yesterday? That's John's friend. That's John's friend, Brandon.
He was unbelievably loyal. Again, as John Jackson had mentioned, once you're in Johnny's orbit,
yeah,
you were there permanently.
He also was taking, one of his fellow police officers to cancer treatment, and no one ever knew. No one ever knew. He just never would do things for his friends and never ask for anything in return, and that is just really who he was.
But at the end of the day, Johnny's not here with us anymore. For those closest to him and for many others, we're going to miss him tremendously.
It's great to hear from John O'Keefe's loved ones. He is missed, and he is not forgotten. There's been a lot of noise with this trial.
Right, Julie.
A lot of debate. But let's not forget the life that was lost. We know that John is deeply missed and deeply loved by his family and his friends, 46 years old at the time that he was killed. And this trial is about him. Make no mistake about it. It's not about the protesting going on outside. It's not about the defendant.
Julie.
It's about the victim. That is why these charges were brought, because there was a death. Let's take a live look inside the courtroom right now. The judge has sent the jury to the deliberation room, and we see the fans spinning on the ceiling. So our cameras are positioned there ready to go if we hear any questions or if a verdict happens to be arrived at. We're going to bring it to you live immediately here on Court TV. In the meantime, we're going back through some of the most key testimony that members of the jury might be mulling over right now. I want to show you some testimony from John O'Keefe's dear friend, who became a witness in this case because Karen Reed involved her in it when she woke her up in the middle of the night, back when that blizzard was happening on January 29th, 2022.
I was looking on both sides of the road in case he was walking home.
Did you see Miss McCabes searching?
Yes, she was looking out as well.
Julie's not fond of him.
A little detail about what you saw Miss McCabes doing.
Not fond of him.
She was looking out the window as we were driving. So was I, as I was driving.
And where was the defendant during that time?
She was in the back seat.
Was there any conversation, comments, statements?
Well, she would be in the back seat, and then she would be in between Jen and I, in the back seat, and then in between Jen and I. She was just very frantic.
Okay. Was she saying anything?
Specifically, I mean, there was conversation on the way there.
Okay. Was she looking as well? Did you see her looking out the windows like you and Jen?
I don't know if she was, because she was in the back seat.
Okay. As you drove to Meadows, what was the visibility? The same or better or worse?
No, it was poor.
Did you make your way towards Meadows?
I did.
As you finally got to Meadows, was the house on your left side, your side, or
Because
on
it's
the
Julie
other side?
Grant's show.
Are you
not
talking about
Vinny's
Fairview or Meadows?
someone else?
I'm sorry, Fairview.
Okay. The Fairview house came up on the left-hand side.
Before you got to the house, is there a tree line between that house and the house before it?
Yes.
Exactly, Alicia.
There's a cluster of trees and bushes.
All right, take us back. I want to talk about that morning. As you're driving and approaching Fairview, tell us what you hear, what you see, what's happening.
Jen's giving directions, and it was really bad driving. I was white-knuckling because it was getting slippery. Karen wouldn't put on her seatbelt, so because she was in between us again the whole ride, and then sitting back. But she was worried.
Well, then I did,
because we weren't finding John.
You having words?
Yes.
Tell us.
I said to Jen, where are we heading? And she said, my sister lives on Fairview. And I said, where is that? She said, off of Chapman. I said, oh, okay, near Spring Lane. At some point, Bella's mom came up.
Tell me what that means.
I didn't know who it was, but it was It was one of Kaylee's friend, Bella's mom. Well, the directions, at some point Karen was talking about Bella's mom to Jen, saying she never liked me. I didn't know who this woman was that they were talking about. But apparently Bella's mom lived near where Jen's sister lived on Fairview.
Did you learn any more about the relevance of Bella's mom?
No. Oh, well, I think John had dated her.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So as you approached Fairview, tell us what happens.
As we approached Fairview at the house, you mean the house or the street?
Yes, the house.
The house. Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And I said, okay. And as we approached the house, Karen from the back seat is now screaming, there he is, let me the F out of this car. And she's now kicking the back door to get out.
When you heard the defendant scream, there he is, and started kicking the car door, did you see anything?
I did not.
Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you look?
I looked.
Was there anything that impeded your ability to see far?
No, it was just snow.
How far could you see when she was yelling, there he is?
How far could I see?
Yes.
I mean, the visibility wasn't great.
Okay. Was she pointing or giving any direction?
No, she just said, there he is.
Okay, what happens next?
And then I unlocked the car. I looked over, I didn't see anything, and I unlocked it so she could get out of the back seat. I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And then I turned around and watched, and she ran over to a mound of snow.
When she started running, before she got anywhere, did you see anything at that point?
I did not.
Were you looking?
I was looking. She said, there he is, so I'm looking around to see where he is.
And you could see nothing?
I did not.
Did you see her run around or directly?
She ran right over to the mound of snow.
Could you tell what the mound of snow was from the car?
Once she got to it, yes, it was. Once she got to it, you could tell it was a mound of snow that was the length of a body.
What do you think Carrie Roberts' testimony did for this case? Let's bring in our guest now. I'm so pleased to have on the show with me this morning, domestic violence expert and former law enforcement officer Claudia King, and the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, attorney Rick Grundy. Good morning to you both. Let's focus in on what we got from Carrie Roberts in this case. A lot of emotion, eyewitness testimony at the most critical moments, perhaps, of the event in question. Claudia, how do you think that the jury received her testimony?
You know, I think she came across as very relevant, very relative to that moment when Karen supposedly first saw John. And I think the jury really picked up on that, you know, there's low visibility overall because of the snow, and suddenly Karen sees what other people see as just a lump of snow, but knows it's John. And so I think that's an opportunity for the jury to really say, well, how did she know he was there? If she thought she left him inside, she thought she left him at the waterfall, you know, all these different places, why suddenly is this lump in the snow definitely him? Why does she know that all of a sudden? So I think the jury would have really keyed in on that point from Carrie. I think, you know, she came across as very honest, truthful, and she had a lot of great information to share.
Right, Claudia, well said. Rick, turning to you now, how key do you think Carrie Roberts is to this case? Noting something else that I thought Hank Brennan really hit home in the close well when he told the story about how Karen Reed called Jen McCabe first and said, Jen, John never came home. I left him at the waterfall and don't know where he went. And Jen said, well, no, you didn't leave him at the waterfall. I saw you outside of the house at 34 Fairview. You drove in front of the house, and click, Karen Reed hung up the phone. And then she calls Carrie Roberts, according to the evidence, and says, Carrie, John is dead. He got hit by a plow. And Hank Brennan argued, well, that was Karen Reed's way of substituting her big 6,000-pound Lexus SUV. Rick Grundy, what do you say?
Good morning, Julie. I put Ms. Roberts in the category of all-star with respect to the prosecution witnesses in this case for so many reasons. One is just the ambience of it. It's one of the few witnesses presented who could really present Officer John O'Keefe to us as a friend and a person and a uncle to two children that he brought in, etc. And what a wonderful individual he was. So that was just kind of gloss to it. But then the substance is crucial, for all the things that you just mentioned. She's kind of the connection for these various stories. And clearly, Prosecutor Brennan made a point of, I am going to at least partially, and I think in a large part, convict Miss Reed on her own words. And this was exactly what you want to do in a case like that. The building of an alibi, the building of a story, the building of removing myself from something I know happened. And I think it tracks perfectly. And then finally, her presentation. And again, I know I've said it many times, but the message is only as good as the messenger. And you can see her, not just in her words, not just in her answers, but in her very demeanor. This is gut-wrenching for her. Not gut-wrenching because she's searching for the truth. Gut-wrenching because every second she's up there, she's talking about the death of a friend and how much it pains her to be going through this. And she was one of the few witnesses that was really in a position and did translate that to the jurors.
Excellent assessment, Rick. Boy, thank you both so much for that. We have more questions for you. Stand by kindly, please. What we're showing here was some video just a short time ago. The defendant in the courtroom would not make eye contact with any of John O'Keefe's family or loved ones who are in that jury box. We see a sea of blue there in the box supporting John. They are very confident. I spoke with two of them yesterday about the support that they have for their loved one, John O'Keefe. And their supporters may not be the loudest ones. They may not be out there wearing matching T-shirts or with bullhorns, but they are very confident in the people that have quietly offered them love and support and encouragement for the loss of John O'Keefe. We'll hit a break. When we come back, more coverage of the verdict watch of the case of Massachusetts versus defendant Karen Reed.
Well said, Julie. Well said. Well frickin' said. You know, it definitely is a domestic violence case, you know? I'll answer that, Pollock, and it's because Julie's a strong personality and she doesn't know all the BS on her show. That's why. She's always been for the victims, and I've spoken with Julie quite a few times, and she's a positive, amazing person who knows what happened here. She doesn't buy the bullshit. Does not buy the bullshit. That whole, let's all be positive. Let's all, she just read it wrong. I read it wrong the first time yesterday, but I had to read it twice. Not guilty. It's a little confusing. But I get it. We are not getting a not guilty. It's definitely a DV case, in my opinion. I am a survivor of DV, so I can tell you that's my opinion. But this statement that she made, the one that Agent 99 points out, that she expected to find him on the side of the road. Who the hell would expect to find him on the side of the road? Especially if you left him at the waterfall, left him inside the house, you saw him walk up to the house, all these different stories, like Julie said. But why would you be expecting to find him on the side of the road then? Why? Why would you? You know? I mean, that didn't shock me. I already knew, but that's who Karen is. She has to have the last word. There is no anyone else having the last word. Why do you think she is the way she is with her attorneys? She has control issues, very serious control issues, you know? Oh, I agree with you, Jay. You know? I mean, out of 12 people, you have to think there's at least one in there. That's like, yeah. No nonsense. No nonsense, you know? No nonsense. I don't know. He was kind of mad. He was like, everybody loves Yannetti. He was like, not Alessi, but Yannetti. Everybody loves Yannetti. You know? Everybody loves Yannetti. He was a little sad about that, right? Well, she definitely, and we already know that about her. You know. Also, I wish her exes would, the sea is beautiful, come out and tell their stories, because their stories are crazy. And you know, I get why they don't want to get involved. I totally understand it. I respect it. But boy, do they have some friggin' stories to tell. Boy, do they have some stories to tell, you know? Trolls, you're just going to get bounced. I don't know why you bother saying something stupid for 10 seconds to just get bounced out. It doesn't really make sense to me why you bother. Like, come on now, trolls. Go do something with yourselves. Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, Karen was never going to be emotional, you know, talking about it. She said, that body didn't hit my car. You know, that body. He's not that body. Domestic violence. It's domestic violence. It's insane. Well, Alessi needs to probably not ever do a trial again. He should probably stick to doing, you know, depositions and whatnot, you know? That depositions and whatnot. Guys, it wasn't that serious. Come on. Exactly. It's hard to read tones, and it's you know, you're in a chat. Let's come on. She called no one. She didn't call Jen and say, "Hey, is John in there?" She didn't attempt to call anybody else. She didn't text Higgins. She had his number, right? You didn't text Higgins and say, "Hey, is John still there? Can you tell John to call me?" Why didn't she?
That was John O'Keefe's dear friend, Jackie Duke.
I didn't get to see that part. I was not paying attention. There we go.
Every day we kind of go into what's happening in court today, but now that it's over, we start to think about him again in this way that we were unable to during the trial, and it's just such a emotional day, emotional feeling for it to be in the hands of the 12 jurors.
That was John O'Keefe's dear friend, Jackie Dugal, and John's cousin, Renee Rizzitano. They were on the program with me yesterday morning. They have experienced an immeasurable loss with the death of John O'Keefe. They are both there at the courthouse today. I saw them when we were filming a short time ago, going in with John's family, all of the loved ones sticking together, supporting him. It was a little sea of blue that marched in together this morning. And one of those supporters, no doubt, is John's dear friend, Carrie Roberts. Here's that video I was just talking about, where you see all of those loved ones, people who we've seen time and time again supporting John. And they may do it more quietly, in a more reserved way, but no doubt the support is there. John's brother, Paul O'Keefe, John's father. There's Jackie there with the blue pants. She just passed by. And I saw Renee in that video as well. They're all there supporting John O'Keefe and hoping and praying for justice. One of those people who has been praying for justice for her dear friend is Carrie Roberts, one of John's best friends for many, many years. And she became a case witness because of the defendant's actions, not because of John's actions, but because of the defendant's. The defendant woke her up in the middle of the night, told her that John was dead, told her that John got hit by a plow. And Carrie Roberts went out in that blizzard to find her friend. Let's go back in and watch some more of her testimony together now.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, "Look, my taillight." And I said, She said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
So sad.
How long of a
Just
time
sad.
did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. May I recognize what is in that photo?
That is
Good.
Karen's
Hope he did.
SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction
That
of how
broke
you
me.
saw the vehicle that
I
morning?
had to shut my camera off. It just
Without the
broke me.
snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's awful that Carrie had to do this because any of these people had to do it twice. Twice.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sad, you know?
Mr. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white
Yeah,
area?
of course they would say that. Fake crying or
In that
something. She
photograph?
doesn't need
Yes.
to fake
Is
cry.
that where the taillight had
Are we
missing
all
part?
fake crying too?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you
awful.
thought she hit somebody.
Awful.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
Nope.
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
Me too,
She
Alicia.
did at the scene
I don't
where
get
we
it.
found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman?
Just sad, you know?
How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat, then be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive, and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was
Hey,
like
Ash.
You couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
I agree.
No, Spring
It should
Road,
have been.
Spring Lane is
I
before
will.
Fairview off of
I will.
Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
So, I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over, and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over, and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head, and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
Yeah, right. Somebody called Jake from State Farm.
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine. But his right eye
Must be
looked
because
like
they were subscribed.
It was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car, so I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking, we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you looked down, could you see who it was at first?
I think they could understand
At first?
that she's
No, I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
I would understand that she's.
Did you feel
trying
his
to answer
skin?
his questions. Yeah.
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You know, looking back on her testimony, it makes me remember when I saw it happening live, and I kept thinking, I could just feel how painful this was for her.
Yeah.
To me, everything, just the way she spoke, all of it, her eye movements, the way she told the story, you could just tell this is somebody who's been left in a great deal of pain, experiencing a trauma. Make no mistake about it, Carrie Roberts went through a trauma. So did Jennifer McCabe, and what they were dragged into on that dreadful night. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to watch the testimony of John O'Keefe's mom.
Oh,
what
God,
a strong, classy lady she is. It's remarkable, the strength and the resilience that she has exhibited throughout not just one, but 2 trials in a quest to get justice for her son. That's next.
Go, Julie. Do you guys see why she's the only person I'll watch on court TV? Literally, there's a reason for that. The reason is because Julie's the only one not afraid of the cult. Very clearly, you know? Well, that's the thing. Karen didn't cry. She was never going to, you know? Right? Buffalo on a Prairie. I couldn't believe she said that. I could not believe that Karen said that. And she also said, I've described it to other people as that. As a buffalo on the prairie. Like, excuse me, what now? You know? Well, I mean, of course it's a prop. Of course it's a prop. That's what they do, right? It is. It's what they do. Hold on, let's see here. Hold on a second, guys. I have, oh, thank you, Shannon. Shannon sends $50 and says, I love your show. XO Shannon. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate that very, very much. Also, guys, make sure that if you're not already a member, you get your membership because we're going to do a member-only stream on Thursday evening. So if you don't already have your membership to the channel, make sure you get one. If you would like to donate to the channel, we rely on donations from you guys to keep us running. So we have a bunch of different ways to do so. We have Venmo, we have Cash App, we have PayPal, we have Revolut. We have a link that is pinned into the chat right now for credit or debit. That works for anybody in any country. Those are the best options. We also do have, obviously, memberships and super chats and super stickers. Those are the options that are the best, are the ones that I have on the screen, obviously, because those are the ones that go directly to the channel and don't go through YouTube and take a month and after they take their, cut. Let's see. I think Carrie was extremely hurt, She had to dig him out. She had to dig him out. Had to dig his face out. Dig his face out. But yeah, that statement of the buffalo on a prairie, it was insane that she even said that. Like, this is supposed to be the person that you love. Come on. Like, come on. This is ridiculous. You didn't? She's amazing. Julie Grant's amazing. This is why I watch Julie. I've had a couple conversations with Julie. She's very nice too. Yeah, well, that's the thing. John doesn't get a say in this because he's no longer here, It's amazing to me. When does Creepy Vinny ever concern himself with victim trauma? He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. He panders. That's the part that gets me, is he panders, You found us. You have found us, my friend. You have found us. Welcome to our community, because we're more like a family here. We're like a family. We're like one big, dysfunctional, amazing, funny, and smart family. It is twisted and sick, but that's what we're dealing with when it comes to Karen. She'll never be remorseful, ever. Not by a long shot. Sorry, got my coffee. She is a voice for the victims. She'll always be a voice for the victims. That I love about her. I absolutely love that about Julie, because she doesn't pull any punches. She doesn't pander, She never has pandered, which is part of the reason why I love her so much, is because she doesn't just say, oh, well, that's what people want. Hold on. One second, guys. What? God damn it. I'm sorry, you guys. That's not good. God damn it. I'm sorry, guys. This is kind of a bit of a not just news I'm not expecting. I can't share. I can't share. It's nothing to do with the case. Just was something I don't even know. Just unexpected. Something serious that I'd not expected. That's all. Let's hope so. Because that's all she can hope for, in my opinion. Talk to Peggy for a second so I can try to attempt to deal with this situation that I have happening to someone.
We can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. And she said, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out, because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan, and I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?
Oh, my. Doesn't your heart break for her? Let's bring in our guest. Domestic violence expert, former law enforcement officer Claudia King is with us, and the former head of the homicide unit in Norfolk County, attorney Rick Grundy. Claudia, I want to go to you here, please. I know we have to let you go in just a couple of minutes. Tell me, Peggy O'Keefe, your thoughts on her testimony and what the jury took away from it.
What an incredibly strong, classy lady. It was absolutely heartbreaking watching her testify. But I think, again, she had some relevant information to provide. And I believe that the jury heard that. I was glad that she didn't have to testify in the first trial. It was heartbreaking. I'm sure it was very difficult for her. But if she plays a role in getting John justice, I think that will go a long way in hopefully helping her to heal as she processes this enormous tragedy that she's been going through for 3+ years now.
Right, Claudia. And we just have a few seconds, but she is a key witness, too, in a way, because the morning of this event, Karen Reed made some statements and then essentially ran away from the house and didn't stick around to console her, or if there was a big mystery, as her team is saying now, didn't stick around to solve it with Peggy O'Keefe or try to look for whomever may have allegedly done this. We will continue our coverage of this murder case in our next hour. Claudia King, thank you so much for making the time for us this morning. Rick Grundy, you are coming with us. We appreciate your time, and we're going to dig into the jury instructions, that second-degree murder charge. Does it fit? That's next.
Let me mute that because they're not on anymore. Well, that's very clear that Karen doesn't care about anybody but herself, you know? Well, yeah, she's got that one friend, right? Ingrid. That's the one friend. Well, they're definitely drained. That's for sure. Definitely drained. Well, her sister probably doesn't want to be a part of that nonsensical bullshit, you know? That's another thing. If he did finally say, like, okay, enough is enough, I'm done with this, you can go home, Karen, and she backed into him in that moment, like, imagine, you know? She did. She borrowed like $200,000 from Ingrid or more at this point, you know? They do. It's amazing to me, but they do, you know? This kind of stuff is the stuff that they do. It's sad. And it is an innocence fraud campaign, you know? Peggy breaks my heart, dude. She makes me a puddle every time. Every goddamn time. You know? Every time. Well, that's the thing, right? While Peggy goes through this, Karen thinks she's a goddamn rock star. I know you will be. I know you will be. Good morning. Yeah, 3 people. 3 separate people, you know? 3 people. You know, if anything ever happened to any of you guys, I feel like I'd be on a bus or a train or a plane to try to help. I feel very helpless without a car, I'll tell you that much. Especially when it comes to helping people. Without a vehicle, I don't feel like I can do much but be, you know, moral support, especially when something really bad happens. I do think, I mean, if we get past today into tomorrow, that's where you're in sort of, I'd say tomorrow afternoon would be more like hung jury or compromised verdict territory. So it's like maybe 2 people are on this side and 10 people are on this side. To get those 2 people to this side, they might compromise somewhere to get the verdict. So in my mind, they would be not hung over a guilty or not guilty, but more hung over whether it's manslaughter or murder to or vehicular homicide, you know? Yeah. I say the same thing. I'm like, what? Huh? That don't make any sense. The judge, yeah.
Company here on Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant, and together we're on a verdict watch this morning. We're in Dedham, Massachusetts, awaiting the verdict in the retrial of defendant Karen Reed. This woman is accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The allegation is that she was drunk and enraged and hit him with her SUV, knocking him over and causing him to hit his head and die in the snow. That is the allegation. Her defense team says the collision never happened. Live look at the verdict clock, 10 hours, 5 minutes, and counting.
No idea.
And while we're waiting to hear anything from the jury, we're playing the best testimony from the trial. Let's go in and listen to some of what John O'Keefe's dear friend, Jennifer McCabes, had to say when she was called to the stand as a witness
and not
in this
the
trial.
ridiculous, nonsensical people.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is, there he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's bat crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking, like, over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow, and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, and Carrie asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up, and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth-to-mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you, at that point, get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very what?
It just wasn't like normal.
What?
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Uh-oh.
We have some breaking news right now in the coroner affair murder trial of defendant Megan Jackson.
This
case is happening in the state of South Carolina, and the state has rested its case. We also know that the defense is choosing not to present any evidence, and that cannot be held against the defendant.
She scared me. She said breaking news. I said, oh, shit. Yes, she called Carrie and said John's dead, and she hung up. That's what she did. Nobody should have to, you know? Yeah, before she supposedly was there, she calls Carrie and says, John's dead. He was hit by a snowplow. Hangs up. Well, she says, Carrie, John's dead. Hangs up. Then the next time he was hit by a snowplow. It's just a whole shit show, you know? Well, that's the thing. She had to have known. She had to have known at that point. She had to have. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It says it all. You're 100% right, Dougie. It says it all. It says it all. How are you calling him 20 minutes later saying no one knows where you are? If you know where he is, that doesn't make any sense. The only way that makes sense is if you knew already and you were trying to cover for it. Like, it doesn't. Me too. When she said breaking news, I was like, God damn it. Don't do that shit to me. That's the one that gets me, you know? That and the timeline of the backing up of the car, the fact that no one on the FKR side can understand that car backed up. Her defense team is not saying she's not the one who backed it up. Her defense team is not saying the car didn't back up at 24 miles an hour. They're not saying that it wasn't backing up at 74.5% acceleration and increasing. They're not saying any of that because they can't, because it's in the data. So she's driving the car. She backs it up at 24 miles an hour, 74.5% acceleration. Within seconds, John's phone stops moving forever and is found where he is found after 6 a.m. with grass underneath him and dirt, not snow as if he was thrown out there hours later, but grass, which means he had been there since about 12:30-ish when it started to actually stick to the ground. Not thrown out there hours later because there'd be snow underneath him, not dirt and ground. Is that a real question? Because if that's like a real question, come on now. If you're here to troll, it's the wrong place, I promise you. Oh no, that's no good. She knew exactly where he was. You realize people can be hit by a car and have absolutely nothing wrong with them, right? You realize that they can bounce up off the car and not even have a bruise, a scratch, or anything. And then there are other people who are hit at lower speeds and have broken bones. You realize every car accident's different, right? I mean, right? Common sense. You know, if you take all the ridiculous noise out, doesn't sound like you're curious. Sounds like you're trolling. If you think I haven't seen this kind of I'm curious trolling before, I think you've never watched. I don't think you're curious at all. There's pieces of taillight in his clothes smaller than a grain of salt. Or a grain of rice, my bad. Grain of rice. So, I mean, hey, tell me how him and his phone magically up and disappeared and went into the house and came back outside without it ever moving. Tell me why there's ground underneath him instead of snow if he's thrown out there 3 hours later in some vast conspiracy. Tell me how the taillight gets there considering Trooper Proctor never went to 34 Fairview. Just asking for a friend. I'm curious. I'm a little curious, you know? That can't be real life. I mean, it was a plot to murder him in prison by who? By whom? By whom? By whom? Nora Nelson. I feel like I've heard this name before. I shall write it down. I don't know. Maybe it's a possibility. I'll look into it. I asked you guys the other day what are some of the cases that are upcoming that you guys are interested in, because I am covering the Idaho 4, but I'm looking for a couple different ones to cover in between this one and that one, because the Idaho 4 case doesn't start until August. I mean, there'll be pre-trial and stuff like that, but it doesn't really start until August. So, oh yeah, that there's a ton of experts that say using that kind of distancing language is an indicator of guilt and has been. They've done a study on it. So saying things like that body didn't hit my car, you know, it's to distance herself from what she has done. Distance herself from the human that doesn't have a life anymore, you know? Right, the hair that's on Karen's car, that's John's, you know, things of that nature. The fact that dogs have a bottom jaw and DNA. You know, things of that nature. Oh, the Stearns case is in July. I remember that case. I remember that one. Sick fuck. I said it. Yep. I said it. I wish they would have. I wish they would have called Daddy Reed to the stand, you know? Yes. I don't exactly. How did that one passenger in seat 11A walk away? Statistically, you know, scientifically, physics-wise, you should be dead. Just saying. That's reality. We'll never know I whacked him. Right. Everyone else is lying but the accused. Well, that's the thing. Is don't tell me you're coming in here because you're curious. You're not curious. You're not freaking curious. You clearly follow the case. You're not curious. If you were curious, you would do your own research and drown out the noise and just look at the evidence and where it leads. If you were that curious. Exactly, J-Rock. Don't tell me logic. Tell me something crazy and I'll believe it instead. And that's like what we're dealing with here. Don't feed the trolls. Well, you know, I like a good conspiracy. I'm not saying who doesn't like a good conspiracy, right? Who does not like a good conspiracy? I like a good conspiracy. I think we all like a good conspiracy here or there, but this ain't it. This is not it. You know, it is a simple hit and run. And I'd argue a domestic violence situation. I know we don't like to use that word when it comes to men, as if men can't be in domestic violence situations, but they can. But they can. And this seems like a very cut and dry domestic violence situation where Karen used a lot of coercive control. Coercive control is now in the definition of abuse in the state of Massachusetts. It can now be considered for things like restraining orders. For a damn good reason, because it's a main counterpart of an abuser is coercive control. You know? I mean, hey, remember last year when the judge told them, though, that she was like, it's going to be very hot in here, so don't come in dressed up, just come comfortable. Remember? She said that last year. I wonder if she has told them that, you know, this jury that, because it's going to be hot. I don't know. Today it's only going to be about 70, so That's their famous thing. There's no proof of a collision. Show me how a collision happened. Arca showed you how a collision happened, but you seem to ignore it. We know a good idea about how it happened. We'll never 100% know. No one will, except the people who were there, like Karen. John can't speak for himself anymore because she took that from him. It's another thing. Where'd she break her taillight then? Where? Oh, you poor thing. How don't you dare say justice for John O'Keefe and then say that Karen's factually innocent. I hope that you take a good look in the mirror when you actually type and say those words and realize that you're hurting a family, because there's no facts, zero facts that show that she's innocent. Troll somewhere else. Oh, please. Now, listen, once again, I like a good conspiracy, but I'm not buying that one. They gave him too much medication on purpose. He doesn't know how many he's supposed to have. I'll tell you, even in jail, because once again, I worked in a jail, you give the dosage on the bottle. Now, if that dosage is off, the person taking it is going to know. Most of the time, if you accidentally give them too much, they're going to want it. They're going to want to cheek it and sell it and whatever. If they get too little, they're going to say, hey, you only gave me 2, I'm supposed to get 4. So that's hard for me to believe that they just gave him too much medication and he just took it, causing an overdose. I don't know. Seems strange to me. That's disgusting. A lot. We know a lot is wrong with society. You know? I remember the case from a long time ago, but I'd have to re-go over it to know again, to like refresh my memory on all of it. A cookout. I'm gonna have a cookout, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna have a cookout for the 4th of July, because I have my Blackstone and I have my outdoor furniture and I have a yard. I'm sorry, guys. I'm watching a really strange person I've never seen before in my neighborhood walk around with gloves on his hands, and I don't know what he's doing. It's weird. It's strange.
The attorneys in the Karen Reed trial. We're looking at the verdict clock. 10 hours, 25 minutes and counting. The jury is in that deliberation room. We haven't heard any comments or questions, anything coming from that room. If we hear anything, we will bring it to you live. Before we go back and continue our coverage there in Massachusetts, I want to show you the other cases that we're tracking right now around the country. So in New York City, we've got Diddy's federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial underway again this morning. We have our team there on the ground. We'll be providing updates. The government seems like they're winding down their witnesses, so they could be resting their case soon. In South Carolina, we've got the closing arguments expected any minute now in the Coroner Fair murder trial. Defendant Megan Jackson not testifying, and the jury cannot hold it against her. And then while that trial is coming to a close in South Carolina, another one is just beginning. The garden hose murder retrial for defendant Michael Colucci. This guy is accused of murdering his wife, Sarah. But
most people will be booking seat 11A.
A garden hose.
It is an exit seat
of their jewelry store. You may remember this trial. We brought it to you some years ago here on Court TV. Now, let's head back to Massachusetts as we continue on the verdict watch in Karen Reed's case. This is over the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And some of John O'Keefe's dear friends were dragged into this case and became witnesses because of Karen Reed calling them in the middle of the night. Last hour, we showed you testimony from Carrie Roberts. In this hour, we're focusing on testimony from John's dear friend, Jennifer McCabe. Karen Reed called her that morning, woke her up the night of the blizzard, the night that John was killed, and told Jen that she didn't know where John was, that he never came home, and that she last saw him at the Waterfall Bar. Jennifer McCabe told her that that wasn't true. She remembered seeing Karen Reed's SUV outside of 34 Fairview Road, and Karen Reed hung up the phone.
And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, you know, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google
We know, Steve.
an inquiry about hypothermia, were you
all
still
know.
inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy, the snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, you know, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Not a lessee.
Do you know the exact
Not a
time
lessee.
from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
I would be.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Imagine.
Or that day?
The Adelson one,
That
yep.
week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I think, I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search.
It is lightly raining.
And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came
10
up
hours,
because
32
we were
minutes.
already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, you know, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
Mine's different because they started theirs
She was
after
next
mine.
to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were putting, I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
Bingo, Adam.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
I have a little problem with
Do
the
you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess. When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
I know they will. They have
Karen
pieces of
was
evidence.
hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia,
Hilarious.
Did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
Jen McCabe becoming a witness in this case because of the defendant reaching out to her that morning of John O'Keefe's death, that morning, January 29th of 2022. Now, let's remember, defendant Karen Reed was not friends with Jennifer McCabe or with Carrie Roberts. John O'Keefe was the common thread. And it was really for John and looking out for John that these women went and joined the defendant in that so-called search for him that morning when only Karen Reed could see him on the side of the road underneath that big mountain of snow. Let's talk about this case and let's talk about the charges. Who better to talk about the charges of the case than a former homicide prosecutor, and not just any homicide prosecutor, the man who formerly headed up the office, the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Rick Grundy. He's an attorney in the private sector now. Rick, good morning. Thank you for being so generous with your time this morning. Such an important day as we look at what's at stake for everyone on both sides of this case. For Karen Reed, it is her liberty that's at stake, as you know. For the O'Keefe family, it is justice in the death of their loved one. So much at stake. And the highest charge here is murder in the second degree. And we've pulled the law, and we have you to thank, Rick, for directing us to this as you are licensed to practice there in the Commonwealth. The exact section of the law that the Commonwealth needs to prove in order to substantiate that second-degree murder charge. So if we could show that on the screen. Rick, if you would kind of walk us through whether you think the facts fit here. So it's actually not these two first subsections. It's subsection C. The defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known, created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Rick, is that charge appropriate here?
Well, I think it is if the Commonwealth can prove the case that they've put forth as their theory of it. And just to be clear, it's a strange statute, and in Massachusetts, it comes into play most often when it's a lesser included of first degree and kind of a bartered decision amongst the juries in certain cases, because it's a hybrid. We saw A there was if he intended, the defendant intended to kill. Well, that's a first degree. And now we drop down to C. There's not a lot of difference here between either a motor vehicle homicide while under the influence of alcohol or even a manslaughter charge, because we're at this reckless negligence. So in this particular case, if Ms. Reed put her car in reverse and at a high rate of speed backed it into Mr. or towards even Mr. O'Keefe with the intention, with no intention other than to scare him, but certainly not to kill him, that could fit into that category, because a reasonable person would have realized in doing so there was a substantial chance that that person could sustain injuries that would cause their death. And that's the Commonwealth's theory.
Yes, this explanation is really important, Rick. Let's key in some more. So, to be clear, under the law here with second degree, the Commonwealth doesn't have to prove that there was any intent to
not
kill
needed
John
in
O'Keefe,
Massachusetts.
right?
None.
Under subsection C, there is no intent whatsoever.
And then how about even any intent to hit John O'Keefe? Do they need to prove that?
They do not. If the actions taken had a reasonable likely outcome that that person would sustain an injury that would result in the person's death, then they have fulfilled their obligations.
That's it. And so on these facts, the Commonwealth's position is that it is enough that Karen Reed drove forward and then made a decision to drive backwards, knowing that she had just dropped off her boyfriend at the house and he was behind her SUV.
Right, driving backwards at a high rate of speed where there are pedestrians, just in that kind of generic situation would establish this.
This is really interesting, Rick. So I think what can be tough, and this is a comment I hear a lot, and perhaps you do too, I will hear folks who maybe haven't followed the case closely or just turn on the TV and you see, and I've complimented Karen Reed before, and I'll do it again, always dressed beautifully, showing respect for the courtroom, the process, you know, coming into courtroom dressed like one of the lawyers, and optics matter. And I've had folks say to me, well, this is a murder case. She doesn't look like a murderer. I've had many people say that to me. And my response is usually, well, what do you think a murderer looks like? Do you think she looks like a DUI defendant? And I explain, if you go into a courthouse, any courthouse, pick one across the country, and you look at someone charged with a DUI, I bet you're going to find people that look a lot like Karen Reed. I have seen them. You have business people. You have people with jobs. She was working as a professor, as I understand it, and was working in the finance sector. I don't know if she's still employed at this point. I have no idea. But you see people looking like that. And if you look at this case that way, starting with the allegations that it's a DUI case, does it seem fitting? Rick, I'm curious, do you hear those comments too, that people will make a snap judgment just on how someone looks?
Absolutely, absolutely, and I have throughout my career. And one particular matter pops into my head. I had a murder trial. The defendant was a actually nationally known physician regarding child asthma. He was a Harvard professor, and he simply wasn't the person that people would think would murder somebody. And I did in my closing, I said, I want you to put in your mind how that person who would commit a murder looks like, and then apply these facts to that person. And if that person in your mind that looks like a murderer is guilty, so is this person, because the facts are the same. Those are natural judgments that we make based on, you know, the same common sense.
I worked in
that,
corrections.
in my opinion, leads
Definitely
juries
not.
to get to the right verdict. They start out with that, and that's part of the challenge, is to get them beyond that.
Boy, that's really brilliant, Rick. I love what you do there. If they have in their mind some kind of monster, you know, somebody that looks like Charles Manson or something, then you say, okay, just plop him into these facts and make the application and then see what you've got. Don't let yourself just make a snap judgment on someone's looks alone. Rick Grundy, always great, insightful analysis from you. Stand by kindly if you would, please. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, more case analysis. We continue on that verdict watch. We're getting close to the 11-hour mark. And when we come back, we'll watch the cross-examination of case witness Jennifer McCabe.
So 10 hours, 43 minutes is what mine says. I worked in corrections for years. It doesn't look anything like somebody being beat up. So if you're literally coming here and saying, it looks like I worked in corrections for 30 years and it looks like someone was beat up, you're just lying. You're just lying. I worked in corrections. I worked in a prison. Sorry, does not look like when someone gets beat up. Not even by a freaking long shot. They certainly don't only get beat up on one side of their body and on one arm. That's for damn sure. Doesn't look anything like someone being beat up. Also, if you didn't notice, all of the medical experts, including the defense ones, explained what raccoon eyes are, that it wasn't from being punched. It's literally from your brain hitting the front of your skull and then the blood pooling. So once again, if you worked in corrections, then you worked with nurses. And if you worked in corrections, then you certainly have never seen somebody beat up with only scratches and scrapes on their arm. Just saying. She can try. She can attempt to, which we all know she'll do. You're just coming in here to lie and troll if you say that. It's just that simple. You're not going to tell me you worked in corrections for 30 years and that's what you saw, because I worked in corrections. That's not anywhere near what you would see. Not even close. Not even close. Well, that's because she has always been able to buy her way out of everything, guys. That's literally it, you know? You know, to me, psychopaths can look like anything. They can look like your next door neighbor. Did my abuser look like an abuser? Probably not. He's still a psychopath. It's really that simple. Anybody who's been through domestic violence knows what that looks like. And I can tell you what being beat up looks like because I've been beat up by my abuser, and it sure as fuck doesn't look like that, sir. I can also tell you what being bit by a German Shepherd looks like. And that ain't it. That ain't it. We do know she was on medication, but not which medications that she was on. Probably was. They do that to come here and convince people that because they think that they worked in the field, they must know better than everyone else. I mean, let's look at the LawTube lawyers, for example. We have quite a few lawyers that actually watch here, whether it's live or later on when they have time, and they all say the exact same thing. If you're pandering, we have panderers. That's what some of these LawTubers are doing, pandering, because no good lawyer is going to say some of the things they say, knowing it's false, outright knowing. Anybody that said she had a chance, even a 1% chance of getting any sort of appeal, was lying, especially when we knew she was going all the way up to the SCOTUS. And I told you guys there was a 0% chance that she won any appeal. Zero. None. And that's exactly what happened all the way up. Any attorney that tried to tell you otherwise would be fucking lying, because there is a ton of legal precedent for what constitutes a verdict. Ton. That's not a question that SCOTUS is going to take up. There's a ton of legal precedent surrounding it. There's no question. There was no double jeopardy. It did not attach because she was not found not guilty on any charges. Didn't happen. Everyone on planet Earth who's a decent attorney knew that. So any other attorney that said that she had a chance at all was lying. And they've done it in many other instances as well. They knew they were lying. They're pandering. So why is it that me, as someone who actually isn't an attorney, can basically guess what's going to happen with motions and all these other things, but the ones that are supposed to be practicing attorneys are always wrong and are magically... But they're good attorneys. They're always wrong, but they don't know what's going to happen. It's because they're pandering. They are pandering. Make no mistake.
You know, when we're supporting one another through the trials, as family members and friends, we get called murderers. We get booed on just by supporting one another and wanting justice for Johnny. But he's not being remembered on who he was, and he's just being forgotten about for this whole thing. And I think that's the biggest tragedy out of this, everything.
Right.
That was John O'Keefe's cousin, Renee Rositano, and John O'Keefe's dear friend, Jackie Dugal, who came on the program with me yesterday morning, when I was younger, sharing their thoughts about John, what they miss about him, and how they are hoping and praying for justice with this case. We continue on the verdict watch. We're approaching the 11-hour mark. A live look at the courtroom. That ceiling fan that has become famous. No movement in the courtroom, no word from the jury deliberation room. We will keep you posted right now. Let's look back at a little bit of the cross-examination of John's close friend, Jennifer McCabe.
Morning, Alma.
There was a Google search.
I love that.
On your phone.
You would flip.
At 2:27 a.m., correct?
No updates.
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
Yes. And I didn't ask
and those
you
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
That's right, Joy. I've never seen anything like it.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember.
I don't.
You have no record.
You watched the entire trial, Francesca, the first and the second one. A lot of you watched the first and second one.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27
Shanna. I
a.m.?
appreciate that.
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the content of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
Thank you,
That was
Shauna,
done
for
in the
your
morning at
$10
the request
donation.
of
I
Ms. Reed.
appreciate you.
I didn't ask you that. I asked
Thank
you a
you.
yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that
He's
there was
such
a
a jerk.
search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
They object to her reading the record.
Yep.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
I appreciate you guys.
After we found
Thank
John
you.
O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and
Now, we know that the defense
That's your
backed
prerogative,
off
Marcia.
of
I
their
get it.
contention that this search happened at 2:27 a.m. For years, they said it and said it loudly and argued that it proved some sort of conspiracy. And then they conceded that very quietly, conceded that Jennifer McCabe was telling the truth all along, that the search happened at 6:23 in the morning when Karen Reed directed her to make it. But we're still going to watch another portion of the cross where Alan Jackson is grilling her, accusing her of making that search at 2:27 a.m. We'll be right back.
It's nice to have some of these little tidbits in between waiting for this, verdict for sure. Yeah, it got them nowhere. What did it get them? Nowhere and nothing, Nowhere and nothing. Thank you, Joy, for your super sticker. I appreciate it. I love it too. I love that her hair goes into a heart. I love that. I have zero respect for a lot of these people, Alan Jackson was clearly very pissed off. Free Karen Reed reporting possible jury question. They have lots of rumors. Remember yesterday with their 5 different rumors? If we get one, it'll come back. We'll know, I'm frozen. Am I frozen? Am I buffering? Am I back now? Is it better now? Weird. Oh, he lost his cool with a couple people, in my opinion. A couple people, Yep, Kevin Spacey. Another channel says the jury has a question. Yeah, we just heard that, but we don't know if it's a rumor or not. He was trying hard for a gotcha or a forced moment, but I didn't see it. My timer is at 10 hours, 54 minutes. I have a multitude of screens with a multitude of things going on them so that I can keep an eye on everything for you guys. And Law and Crime is still on the... Okay, let's see. Yeah, they're not... They're still doing... They're doing Diddy. I don't see anything on on Karen for Lauren crime unless it went from that to this. Oh, here it is. Their verdict clock is at 10 hours and 55 minutes as well. But they're like a few seconds behind mine. They're about 30 seconds behind mine. My clock. But I'm looking at Lauren crime, and it's just a fan with the verdict clock. And court TV is this. But nothing that's saying any breaking news about anything yet. No, I don't think there's a holdout. I think that they would probably be arguing over whether it's going to be manslaughter or murder too. CBS reporter is reporting they have a question. Interesting. Well, we'll find out. We will find out. There's nothing on Lauren crime. That's weird. I don't know why it did that. Weird. He is a bully. He is a bully. Morning, Suzanne. Jesse has screens up too. I don't think there's a holdout. I honestly think if they're arguing about anything, it would be on which charge, which lesser included charge, and not over guilty or not guilty. That time has passed. We should have it Friday, Allie. Thursday is Juneteenth. It's a federal holiday. Okay, so there is a jury question incoming. A lot of people are saying the same thing. 28 hours last year, I believe it was. 28, if I'm right. Well, that's what they did, is they threw bullshit at the fan to see if it stuck, you know? Christina Rex has it. Jury question. Okay, Christina Rex has a question. Jury has a question. Will be coming back to court soon to ask it. This happens by giving a note to the judge that all lawyers get to read too. Okay, so let me undo this thing here.
Playing checkers or anything like that?
No, I don't play checkers. Praying.
Right.
Yeah.
You just said chess. We don't play chess.
What about Karen? Are you waiting with her?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to be with her right now.
I'm going to be with her right now. Yeah, of course you are. Breaking news. Here we go.
That was defendant Karen Reed's dad strongly supporting his
Nothing
daughter.
in the courtroom yet.
Him and Karen Reed's mother, every single hearing that's happened, pre-trial through every single day of both trials, strongly supporting their daughter.
Yep, we heard.
Liberty
We're waiting on it.
is at stake right now.
No, I
Karen
wouldn't
Reed's
be worried
liberty is
about
in
a
the
hung
hands
jury
of the
until
men
maybe
and the women
tomorrow
on this
afternoon.
jury. 7 women, to be precise.
Yeah, there's no
5
cameras
men,
in
a jury of
federal court for
12,
Diddy.
deliberating the case for almost 11 hours so far.
Jury just
Let's
has
go
a
back
question, that's all.
into some testimony now. Jennifer
Ah,
McCabe being
people go to both because
cross-examined.
surprise.
Here we go.
No, we're not going to.
There's also a connection to Canton Police Department through
We're going to go over to
Kevin
Lauren
Albert. Is that
crime.
right? Object.
Can you answer that? Is there
Hold
a
on,
connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Sorry, guys. Let me get this bigger here. I feel like this is the one that will come back first anyway. If they have a question, we need to know it. And I've seen the camera move a second ago. So, yeah, she usually reads it into the record. Francesca's right. Doesn't shock me. Yeah, Thursday is. Yep, it's Juneteenth too. It's a federal holiday, so I'm glad that it's a day off. Yeah, you can say that again, my friend. The clock is still running. Yep, 10:58. Mine's at 10:59 and 30 seconds, and theirs is at 10:59 and 4 seconds. Right? That's what I'm hoping. Something of substance, like could they convict on one of the lesser included, but not the others? That's what I'm hoping to hear. Something along those lines that sort of tells us that what they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Questions give clues, and that's what I want. A clue. A clue. We got to expect the worst always, but just pray for the best, you know? That's how it works. They should have never had it. They should have sequestered the jury. That's why sequestration exists for things just like this, you know? Except they never use it. I don't think there'll be a hung jury either, but I love you. Exactly. We want a clue. And that could give us a clue on what they're focused on, what they're in there talking about, you know? I think he's just as accountable as well, Allie. Right? Can we check guilty for every single count? Is that the question? It might be about the verdict slip. I don't know why she did it that way, but yeah, I'd start worrying about a hung jury or a compromised verdict tomorrow afternoon. That's when I would start wondering. Mika in second mood. They spin everything, so you have to, expect that. Of course they are, because they didn't come back with a not guilty right away, and that's what they wanted to hear is a quick not guilty. That's what they wanted. No, we're past, in my opinion, we're past that point of, acquitting. Yep, I agree. They should have done it in the first trial, I said it again the second trial. There should have been a gag order the first trial and the entire second. I think that was a mistake on the judge's behalf both times. They see you all. I'm glad that Julie brought it up. I know that I do, but I think it has more oomph when it comes from someone like Julie. I know I'm just a little bitty channel, but I do know some people, and I do have a lot of contacts in different places, sources all over the place. And the family watches. They see you guys. They see your comments, and I'm glad that Julie mentioned that too. That the family had told her that they appreciate their quiet support of people who have reached out to them and who support them. And just because they're not outside wearing color coordinating shirts does not mean that they don't have support. They do. They have it from all over the world. Well, she's charged with, so it could be that they're asking if one of the lesser included, if they're supposed to convict on only one or multiple. They might be confused about the slip. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a question about the slip, but that will give us at least some sort of question or answer about what they're in there sort of talking about. Hopefully we can get a little insight here. Some questions you don't, and there's nothing to give, but hopefully we get something. No court Thursday. It's Juneteenth. It's a federal holiday. That's the other thing. She's been free the entire time. Like, hello. Wouldn't we love that, Becca? Guilty, guilty, guilty. That's what I think is like, if I'm in there, I feel like it's between murder 2 and manslaughter, and that's where they're bumping heads. That's what I would think, No, they won't. Not on a federal holiday. Courthouses are closed on a federal holiday. Not even the judge is there. No one's there. They're closed completely on a federal holiday. They will not be deliberating here on a federal holiday. I promise you that. Not in my state. Not in Massachusetts. Right? Just keep going with the same thing. The same exact free Karen. She's already free, dum-dums. Right. To drink, to make faces, to talk shit, to say a bunch of lies. Uh-oh, here we go.
Please be seated. Court is in session. Excuse me. I was just informed somebody accused.
Woosa, Suzanne, just goose fraba. Yes, we usually hear the question. Right, Julie?
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
What the? Come on, why? She said no court on Friday. Why would there be no court on Friday? I know why there would be no court on Thursday, but what the F, dude? We're supposed to hear what's going on. Why is she telling them to come up? What the hell? Right? Will I be safe when I leave here? They might just want to clarify, though, Exactly. That there's actual evidence that they have to look at. Isn't that amazing, B. Harley? That there's actual evidence. Yeah. Friday doesn't make sense to me. Thursday, yes, it's a federal holiday, but why Friday? Not well, Becca. Not well. Not well. Killers in general. They're mostly lifers, and they have like a unit for the people who are mostly doing life that's separate from some of the other units. But it's not even about being a cop killer. It's about who knows who in that jail. So if there are people who know some of these people in that jail, and feel like their loved ones, family members, people they know have been shit on by Karen, she's not going to do so well. Also, I don't think jail is going to be kind to her. I think she might find herself asking to go to the, just like the sewer turtle did, crying and asking to be put in segregation or the medical unit. Unfortunately for her, you don't just go to the medical unit just for having MS. That's not the way it works. You're only getting into the medical unit for one of a bunch of things. One being you're detoxing. So you might be there for a week or two from detoxing off medication, drugs, or alcohol. Then you get moved back to a unit. And the other is if you have like cancer, if you're like bedridden, things of that nature. Other things that you have that are medical, you live in your cell on that unit with it. That's it. And then you go see the doctor, the prison doctor, when you need to. That's it. Yeah, they won't do that here. They will not do that here. I promise you that. Why did the judge ask yesterday the jury about? She asked because they don't usually go past 4. So at 4, she sends a note in asking if they want to stay a little longer. Like if they're close, basically. She doesn't say, hey, are you close? But it's, do you want to stay a little longer past 4 or do you want to go home? Well, that it should never happen anywhere. Anywhere. Well, we're not hearing anything right now anyway. I don't know why. You know, we get to usually hear the question no matter what it is. Yeah, I agree with they love the long ass weekends and just wasted effing time. Hopefully they'll be done before Thursday. I don't have to worry about it. What is happening? They see the question first. Well, I want to hear it. Why would they see it first? Usually it's read out loud. Yeah, but they usually do that out loud. The entire last trial, we got it out loud. No, the jury are not in the court. They just send a note in. That's it. Oh, man. I don't know. Like, can we know what's happening here? Becky. I mean, she doesn't look like a fighter. I don't want too much questioning unless I think she is solidly guilty of murder too. I think so too, but there might be jurors that don't think so, might think it's vehicular. From John. What about John? What do you say? No, she cannot just stay in medical if she wants to. She can't. That's not how it works. You can't just be like, hey, I want to stay in medical. That's not the way it works. You don't just get to stay in medical if you want to. She will not just be staying in medical in Framingham. Medical is also very small in Framingham. Yeah, I don't understand this. That's what I'm hoping, but I don't know because she's not reading it. She doesn't get, doctors can write as many notes as they want. She does not get to stay in medical just because the doctor wrote her a note. It's not the way it works. People who stay in medical only stay in medical because they're bedbound or they just had a surgery or things of that nature. She doesn't get to stay in medical just because she has MS. It's not the way it works. The doctors can give her all the notes on planet Earth. That's not, I worked in a prison for years. It's not the way it works. I don't know how it works in other states, but it sure as hell don't work that way here in Massachusetts. Oh my God, I remember that in 90s, 70s living rooms. My grandmother had that ugly avocado colored couch. It was terrible. Well, let's hope so, Joy, because what the hell? The sidebar is over. Right? Possible jury questions. I love it. Can we use it as a ringtone? OMG. Yeah, alleged MS. But that's not the way it works. Hello? Can we hear? Like, what is happening? We're on full volume. They're not giving us anything. I don't understand. She's going closer to her family so they can hear what's going on. Verdict clock is still going. Christina Rex says court Friday. Well, she's not going to start crying randomly, I don't think. Doesn't mean much to me. She smirks all the time. I think she don't want to show. She knows the cameras are watching too. There's no verdict. It's just a question, and we haven't heard it yet. Yes, we're getting a question. I don't know what they would. I don't think they look relieved, because why would you be powwowing for that long if you're relieved, you know? I don't know. She said that there's court Friday. She doesn't look too happy. She doesn't look super mad, but she don't look too happy. She looks a little stressed out. Oh, they're filled with all sorts of kinds of people. That's for sure. We didn't get the question yet, unfortunately. We don't know. Nope, the question was not read yet.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions.
There are, but they have to have very serious
so please
health
take your
issues.
Seats. So I'm going to read the questions.
Massachusetts,
I'm going
you're
to
not
have
gonna-
them marked.
You're not
Then
just gonna
I
sit in
will
there in the
take a
hospital wing.
short recess,
Not
let you
how it
all
works.
talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So
you would live there if you had like
all right.
cancer
So
and you
I
were dying.
received 3 questions from the jury.
3?
The first one is. They appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
She can't answer
The
that.
second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's
I saw panic. That's what
pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence, and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like,
No verdict yet.
before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction
I don't think they're
into
inclined
the
to do murder
verdict slip.
too.
I've given each side a
that's why.
copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step.
I got some
An
views.
analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So, these are not good questions for Karen Reed. Looks like they may not be inclined to hop her for murder too. So the first question was weird. The first question was the time frame for the OUI. Is it 12:30 or 5:30? Well, that's up to them to decide. That's not, the court can't really answer that question. That's not a question the court can answer. That's part of what they're supposed to figure out exactly. So that was the time. It wasn't the time frame of the charge. It's the time frame of the OUI. It was written strange. But again, 12:30 or 5:30, that's on them to decide. The court cannot answer that for them. That's something that they have to decide. I would be worried. Would you not, Joy? As an attorney, and this was your client, how would you feel? Because these questions, a humane practice. Okay, let me pull it up so I can read the entire thing to you. Instruction. Because explaining it doesn't do it any justice. I'll read it to you guys. Okay. It's basically about her like confession or admission being offered into evidence. The judge must initially decide at a preliminary hearing in the absence of the jury whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was voluntary. That's about a confession itself, an admission. So a humane practice rule is related to jury instructions. It's regarding confessions and admissions, requires that if a defendant's statement is admitted as evidence, the jury must also be instructed to determine beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was voluntary before they can consider it as evidence. This instruction is given after the judge has already determined the statement's voluntariness at a preliminary hearing. So basically, the judge instructs them, you have to decide whether she said it voluntarily first, and then you can consider it as evidence. And of course, we know she did voluntarily say it. She wasn't under any, there wasn't a gun to her head saying, hey, you need to say this, I'm going to look that up in a second. So judges asking defense to mock up the, well, she has to ask their input. It's part of the, that's the way it works. It's part of the trial. She has to ask them. She can't just give answers and call it a day. But yes, to me, it looks like they're leaning manslaughter because they don't want to do murder too. I'm going to look and see which one they're using as an example. Yes, they're going to be told that the clips, are in evidence and they can be considered any weight that they would like to give them. That's how it works. Do I think this is positive? Yes, I think it's going into a guilty. This is not good for Karen. This is not guilty. This is not hung jury. This is more, well, do we convict on the lesser included? And if we convict on the lesser included under manslaughter, does that mean that she goes down for the murder too as well? That's basically what they're asking in that question, asking about if we convict on this lower offense, will she be convicted of the overall charge itself, the lesser included? So like I said, I think what they were arguing about really was the lesser includeds, and it sounds like I was right. They must have been, even I didn't, when I read the jury, I was like, okay, hold on. Wait, what? Yes. So they're going to, the judge is going to have to tell them, yes, her clips are in evidence and you are allowed to give them whatever weight you want because they are evidence. The OUI still gets jail time. Yeah. Yep. To me, it sounds more like they're leaning towards the lesser includeds. The lesser includeds. Still jail time. We have very strict OUI laws here in Massachusetts. It's not just a slap on the wrist here. No, it's 2.5. 2.5. Yes, clips are evident. Well, but that's the thing. The judge cannot tell them what the time frame is. They have to figure that out. No, they just use it. Okay, that was an example, guys. An example. Yeah, the questions are pointing towards a conviction, not an acquittal. But they only use it as an example. So, I'm not reading into that as yes. Yes, Joy, exactly. Murder, exactly. That they're working through the lesser includeds. That's exactly what I believe is happening. Listen, we don't know that that's all they're going to convict her for. So don't freak out thinking it's only the OUI. They use it as an example because they want to, because they're all under that. They want to know if they convict her on this, does it convict her on the entirety of it? Because they have along of the same elements. I don't think they're too scared to convict her because it's sounding like to me that they're going to convict her on something. If it's just OUI, well, then it's just OUI. But I do feel like that if that is the case and they only convict her on the OUI, then our justice system allowed a jury to be tampered with to the point that they were afraid. That's, but they only used it as an example. It wasn't, that's exactly. It's probably not to tip the hand to what they're actually considering. Because if I'm the foreman of the jury, I'm not going to use the charge that I'm actually considering as the example, probably. OUI. 2-5 is simple OUI. The rest of all the lessers for charge 2 OUI manslaughter. Right. Well, that's the thing. They are her own words, and she said them with. That's the thing. They have to decide how much weight to give her statements, as long as they were voluntary, and as they were voluntary. Exactly. Positive thoughts, people. It's just an example. It doesn't mean that's the one they're considering. They're doing work. Well, but that's the thing. That's why they said example. I don't believe that a jury would tip their hand by using the one that they were actually considering as an example. They know that that's coming out to be read. So, exactly. I think they're clarifying. I think everybody needs to woosah for a second. Woosah. Yeah, I'm guessing it's a higher charge. Might not be much higher, but it could still be a higher charge. It sounds like maybe they need, I think it's the form. I kid you not. Julie, I literally think it's the form. I know you weren't here yesterday when I was telling them, but when I looked at the form, even I was confused for a second. I was like, wait, what? Hold on. That doesn't make, the clips are evidence. Yes, they're going to be told that the clips are an evidence and they have to decide how much weight to give them. Exactly, Jay. First question bothers me because the OUI should be a slam dunk. If I am hoping to get my client lesser, I'd be happy, but this defense team wants acquittal. Those are questions suggest lessers. Exactly. They suggest lesser included. To me, they're only considering the OUI. 2 questions in regards to it, and the video clips would be to clarify admission of drinking and how much. Hank said they were evidence in his closing. He did, but you're not supposed to take the lawyer's words as evidence. So, I mean, you have to remember, it might just be one juror that has that question. That's why we got 3 questions, because the other jurors might be like, no, it's evidence. It's in evidence. And there might be just one juror that's like, no, I need to know from the judge. We need to write the question. You have to remember that there's 12 people in that room. So where 11 of them might actually know that it's evidence, there might be one person that's like, no, I need to know from the judge before I go forward. You got to think about it. There's 12 different personalities in that room, guys. And some of them are going to be a lot more, overwhelming than others. Is he all right? Is he okay? The fact that he even just said that is amazing to me. Exactly. Some clients are so guilty, you're hoping for a lesser included. The fact that he even just said that those are good for the defense is like crazy to me. No, that was actually in the question. They used it as an example. The jury used it as an example. They said example. If clips weren't to be considered, wouldn't have been admitted in trial. I agree. Well, again, if they're not there yet and they're asking these questions, it's to clarify, It looks like they're attempting to try to get a verdict here. So, I mean, it's possible, but She'll get jail time. She'll get jail time. Make no mistake about it. She'll get jail time. She deserves a lot more time. You know? A lot more. A lot more time. That's correct. But she can be convicted of the lesser included instead of the OUI manslaughter. Death resulting. There's a couple of them. There's a couple of them. Right. They're clarifying. And I'll keep saying it because most people, even with a first-time DUI, do look at some jail time, Massachusetts, depending on the county you're convicted in. And this is the county that loves jail time for OUIs. Well, that's, you know, they agree that she was there and at least think she contributed to his death. I think we know that they're looking at the lesser includeds. I think the questions about her statements is bad for Karen. Reminding them clips are evidence will not help Karen. Vinny is full of bullshit on that one. Yeah, shocker. They're not asking about Dr. Russell. There was 3 questions. I blame the judge for quite a bit for all the bullshit that she put up with, you know? Really. You would think that they would know that they are. I mean, I have no doubt that they probably watched them already, but you would think that they would know that the clips are evidence. They're in evidence. You have them. They have them. So, but if there's, for example, if there's one juror that's saying, well, if those clips aren't evidence, then I can't consider them. Maybe that's why they're clarifying. Well, yeah, she admitted she was drunk in those clips. There's no doubt about that. Don't freak out. It's just questions, guys. That means they're looking at the lesser included. There's an extreme off chance they decided guilty on murder 2, and this is just clarification on the alcohol-related charges. Also a possibility. Also a possibility that they, you know, already checked guilty for murder 2, and they're just wondering if a lesser included in the top charge, or if they check the lesser included, is she going to be convicted of the top charge? I think that's what they're asking. That's also a possibility. They're clearly confused. She did admit to drinking and driving on the clips. That's very clear. I don't, there's so many, like so many instructions. So many instructions were given. Yeah, I mean, it would take quite a few hours to go through all the pieces of evidence to begin with. And depending on if any of these people need it to go slower, I'm a person that reads fast. I read fast. I read really fast. I process information very fast. Other people, not so much. Like, for instance, my sister. My sister needs it slower. So, again, you got 12 people in a room. Some of these people might need to slow it down a little. So, where I might be able to go through the evidence in 3 or 4 hours myself, if I have to slow it down for other people, now you're into 5, 6, 7, and then you're talking. And if they're going through each piece of evidence together, that could take a long time just to go through the pieces of evidence. I can, but I don't know if you guys are actually going to want to hear it because she just kind of goes on and on and on. That, I mean, that's a possibility that they have found that on charges 1 and 3, she's already guilty. And they're just wondering if they do a lesser included on 2, does that mean she gets convicted of the top charge and that charge, or just that charge? Sounds like they're clarifying on that. That's also a very real possibility. They are interesting, you know? Yeah, I'd rather questions than no questions, but I'd also rather guilty than a not guilty. No? No? Wouldn't we all want that for Peggy? You know, I feel like a guilty is something that the family deserves. So that's another thing. Maybe some of these jurors are putting a lot of weight on those clips. And other ones are like, well, those clips aren't evidence. And so they want to clarify, are the clips evidence? That way, when the judge says, yeah, they're evidence, and you have to decide how much weight to give them, then those people can say, okay, they're evidence. So now what? You know? They did make them, because there was way too many instructions, in my opinion. Way too many. I agree that because her attorneys have probably made her feel like something, it's better than being found guilty of murder too. So Karen, you could possibly just get the OUI. That's probably what they told her. You know, would you want your client freaking out? A lot of attorneys, unfortunately, lie to their clients so they don't freak out. Well, they're allowed to go by the clips. They're allowed, you know? That's I can't listen to anything he says because it's just absurd, you know? For which there's so many charges right now. She has lesser included. She's got regular, the least amount of time. Carries, I think, at top of 2.5 at the maximum for an OUI, and then the top charge is life, for life. So it ranges between not so much to a lot. They do, Michelle. They absolutely freaking do. Exactly. Exactly. The lawyers' words aren't evidence, but parents are. So I feel like they've been holding that in their back pocket for quite some time, Francesca. The civil, she's done on. She's already done. She's absolutely done on those. If they convict her and the judge gives bail time right away, then yes, they'll take her. They will take her. I mean, clearly they're considering the clips, which is a good thing. Crossing their T's, dotting their I's, trying to figure out what's what, you know? I think the judge is at fault for quite a few things, in my opinion, including if this jury doesn't convict on murder too, I blame the judge because she should have sequestered them. She should have sequestered them in the first trial. She should have sequestered them in this trial. Because if you really believe that 12 people don't actually go see this shit on social media every day and say, no, I didn't see nothing. Saw nothing on the news, nothing on social media. I mean, I don't buy that, not for a second. And that is where you knew in the first trial it was a huge issue with jury tainting and taking pictures of the jury to the point where the judge was getting threats. And you don't think it's a good idea to sequester the jury? I mean, come on. I mean, there might be one person in the room that wants clarification. You have to remember, it's not all the jurors. Some of the jurors are probably like, yeah, they're evidence. But there might be one juror that's like, well, I can't consider it unless the judge says it's evidence. Then I'll consider it. That's, you know. I agree with you, Adam. I agree with you. I agree with you. Well, that's wanted, right? The defense wanted a quick acquittal, which is not happening here. This is Carol. Barefoot Carol. I don't know how she walks around with no shoes. I couldn't do it. He has to. He has to. It's part of the process. The judge has to read them into the court record and has to get input. She has to. She has to read them to the defense. She has to read them to both sides. Well, that's a good point, because they do. They look a little. Oh, now they see the camera, right? Ooh. They did the extrapolation back as far as BAC at time of offense. That evidence was solid. She would have been well over 0.8 at both times. She was over 0.8 after 6 a.m. Yeah, well, exactly. And they have that, of course. She was, yeah, exactly. Stay positive for John and his family. Right? Let's go on a limo ride. That sounds like fun. Let's get a party bus. That sounds like more fun. Maybe they're, just thorough. Maybe they're just, I can't. There's no... I don't want to turn it all the way down since they're going to go back to the courthouse. The courtroom with the judge.
Excuse me.
Loser convention in town. Excuse me, sorry, I'm just going to go right in front of you. Nothing yet, we're waiting for the judge to come back. Hey, SW. Coffee, love coffee. Leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death sentence guidelines. Penalty of 2.5 years up to 10 years in the state prison, or 1 year up to 2.5 years in the House of Correction. No, but they're out front of the, so where they are is they're standing on the Registry of Deeds staircase. Okay, Judge.
All right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from whoever's, you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m. Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment or regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember if we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time. To be
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect.
Yeah, she can't
All
tell
right.
them the time. It's up to them. No one gets jail time in the first OUI.
The
charge,
video
that's not
clips,
true.
Karen's
That's not
interviews
true.
evidence, how can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence, give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them, and then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, if
Otherwise,
any,
it's
of
fine.
course. If any. Come on. Who's whispering?
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
Yep.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference
Nope.
in the answer. We didn't
Nope.
introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence.
It's all equal.
Weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever
Correct.
you decide. rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My
I'd
only
agree.
suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the
You don't know
responsibility
Massachusetts
that they
law.
have.
Stop it.
Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is
No.
they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate
No, it's the same as every
comment
other.
by the court
No.
is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
If any. Of course, he wants the if any in there. If any. I don't think that's appropriate. I think it should be. It's the same as every other piece of evidence. The same. You should give it the same weight as any other piece of evidence that was given to you. Right? Shut the hell up, Alan. Alan. Shut up, Alan. Yeah, if any decides that you don't have to give it any at all. And that's straight. Why would you not give it any? It's evidence. That doesn't make sense. He is deflated, Shannon. I don't know if you were here when I thanked you earlier for your donation. I appreciate that, Shannon. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, you can do so one of these ways or the pinned link in the chat. I'd appreciate if you guys hit the like button too. If any suggests exactly that you don't have to consider it, and it's evidence, it should be given any weight just as much as every other piece. Suggests that you can just disregard it completely, and they shouldn't be disregarding any piece of evidence completely. That's not the point. Hello.
All right. So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the
better.
electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
If the I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word if any.
I understand.
Because every single
She
I don't want them to
understands.
think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence.
That's
Every
what she
single
just
piece
said.
of evidence is weighed
It doesn't
in and of
need to
itself.
be
It's
if
individual to
any.
the
If
to
any
the piece
says
of
that you
evidence
can
that's
disregard
presented.
it.
For instance, they could weigh the statements
Exactly.
by Ms.
Could have been
Reed.
decided in 10
They could give
seconds.
it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while
shouldn't.
giving another piece of evidence like
whole
whatever
point.
that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses.
course you
complete
can.
weight. I think that we
Let
need
me
to
get you a
stress
link. Hold on.
that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. The only way to do that is, very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate.
Sit down.
It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one.
It's noted.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002 number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So
I think he knows,
go
Karen.
Ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct. Yep.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And it got moved.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
It is kind of late to be changing anything. Yes, it is. He knows what's coming. There was a lot of pieces of evidence, folks.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
They have her extrapolation
On that
and her
page,
DAC.
going down to the bolded
And her
parenthetical,
own
same
words.
thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right.
It is.
After the
Editing
word
at
stop,
this point
stop
is
and sign the
stupid.
verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find,
He's trying
I
to.
think her should be
Yep.
changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested.
Of course they are.
For the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
All right.
That's what he wants.
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be used. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form you just filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank you.
right, I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can.
You don't have your own computer?
And
What the hell?
We'll make copies, so we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony.
Okay, so she's going to walk
All right,
them
thank
through
you.
it. Okay, bring them in. Let's do it. Let's bring them in. Well, this will make it clear, right? It'll just make it clear. Sonny, I should have sent you the link, Lovey. You should have it for any time you want to pop on. Well, you have to remember, James, it's not all the jury, right? It could just be one juror that wanted to ask that question. All the other jurors could know and be telling that one juror, but that one juror could be like, nope, I need to hear it from the judge. I know people like that, believe me. So it could just be one of them. It doesn't have to be all of the jury or even half of the jury. It could just be one person that is insisting on knowing from the court or from the judge before they move forward. It definitely could just be one person that wants it clarified to them. Well, that's the thing. If you didn't give them 700 instructions, they wouldn't have zoned out and they would have heard you, you know? He's trying to make the language like, well, you don't have to convict. Like, that's what he wants to make the language, of course, you know. That's not what the language should be. He waived their digital instruction, but she is going to give the humane practice instruction and the video evidence. She's going to tell them you give it just as much weight as every other piece of evidence you've gotten. That's it. This is normal for a case this long. I'm not in any reason to panic or think that anything's wrong here. To me, exactly, this is a good sign. The instructions were on Friday and 16 hours long. It's perfectly natural. They need clarity. Exactly. They've had to go through all the pieces of evidence and 12 people. So you might have to slow that down a little, you know? So again, it might take me 3 hours to go through it by myself, but if you have to go through it piece by piece with 12 people, that might take a while for the 200 plus exhibits they have, and then you have to look at them. And you have to decide. Every person has to decide, well, is this important and why, and what does it go with? There's a lot of discussion that's going to happen in that room. I don't think this is going to unsettle the jury for the judge to walk them through how the slip works. I don't think so at all. Oh, they clearly have talked about the clips, Exactly. Walk them through it, and then they can fill out the jury slip and call it a day. Let's do that. Of course he is. All attorneys are going to do that. Exactly. The same as the other bits. Not if any, but the same. The same. He wants the if any so that the jurors can be like, oh, we don't have to use them at all. Cool. We'll just throw them out. I don't think anybody's going to do that. Exactly. They're an admission, which is why she's giving the humane practice instruction. I don't think they'll be hung. Sounds like they are close. I agree with you, Joan. I think it sounds like they're close. No, they have to ask both sides. That's practice. It's the way it works. No, I found out who that was. It's actually the lady doing the transcripts. It's just a lot quieter in there, so you can actually hear her doing the whispering into the machine. I think it would be sad, Maui, but it would be better than a not guilty. That's for sure. But it sounds like they're getting somewhere, at least, with these charges. Yeah, everybody, breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. The court should just change it if it's really that serious. But I feel like changing it the way they did the first time and this time is probably what made it more confusing to begin with. Because you remember, she changed it a little for the defense this time. And last time she really changed it for the defense. So I feel like changing it to begin with is what made it complicated, It's a good thing. It's absolutely a good thing. Me too. So let's hope that that's not the case. I think they're trying to find out how they find her guilty without checking off every box, Like if we check the top box, does that mean we're done? Or do we have to go down? Or if we check one of the bottom ones, does that mean she gets convicted of the top one and the bottom one? I think they need some clarification here. I think that's what they're asking. They're going to get steers anyway. They've been getting it the entire trial. That's not going to, I don't think that's going to change anything. She's been getting those types of steers from day one. Hey.
So, it might take me 3 hours to go.
You got to mute me. You got to mute me, Sonny, or I'll double hear myself. Is it possible that they asked about the OUI to avoid convicting on manslaughter? It's also possible they asked about the OUI to find out if they can just mark that one or if they need both. Exactly. You start with the highest charge, determine all the elements were met. If yes, vote guilty and you're done. If no, look at the elements, the next lower charge. I think that's what she's going to clarify for them. She's going to clarify for them. If you do the top one, it's done. You're done. They think a lot of things. They think a lot of things. They think a lot of weird stuff. What do you think, Sonny? They could have already decided on count 1 and 3. Exactly. She's not getting off this time. They're close to a guilty charge, in my opinion. I feel like what you said, it could be 1 or 2 jurors holding out. It could be. It could be that they need clarification from the judge before they're willing to go further on the clips or whatever other pieces of evidence. You there, Sonny? She's there, but not quite there. I'll mute you until you figure out what's going on with your stuff. Oh, nope, she dropped off. She'll figure it out. Nobody could hear Sonny. Yeah, I think they need clarification, I don't think it's disruptive. They just need some clarification. She is another YouTuber. She does videos. Can you be my confusion is, can you be guilty of murder 2 and only guilty of OUI instead of manslaughter? Like, does murder 2 automatically make you also guilty of manslaughter? Well, see, that's the thing. They have the very same or very consistent elements to them. So murder 2, you'd be done. It would just be murder 2. If you don't want to convict on murder 2, you would move down to the lesser included and decide down the line whether you're going to convict her of something else besides murder 2. Yeah, if she was guilty of murder 2, well, no, because she's been charged with 3. So that's the problem. She's been charged with 3 charges. Murder 2, leaving the scene, and OUI something. Let's look at them again. But weed whacker. You realize that's what Karen wanted her to call herself, right? Weed whacker. That's what she tried to give herself a nickname. Hank understands. They had, I think, 1 or 2 questions last year, other than the like where hung question. So no, they didn't have this many at all. And make sure Sunny can get in. Make sure she's not having problems with her StreamYard or whatever. Oh, thank you, Lindsay, for your $20 donation. I appreciate that. And I have one more in my email from someone whose real name I'm not going to read. And it's 15, and it says, I think you're pretty twisty. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate the support. He says, for our queen. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. I love you guys' little comments. They always make my day. Seriously. If any of you would like to donate to the channel, we rely on donations from you guys to keep bringing you the content. So we would appreciate it. We have a bunch of different ways to do it. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat that you can click on to use credit or debit anywhere, all over the world. You can use that link. It works for all y'all. Also, if you don't have a membership to the channel, I would get one. We're doing a members only live Thursday evening, I should say. So if you don't already have your membership, get that membership so you can join the members only live we're going to have on Thursday. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I skipped up accidentally on these comments. I'm trying to come down. Boop, 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 boop. I think they will absolutely clarify. Chocolate sounds good. I just need food. I hate that this whole thing, like what I should have done is just made myself like a large Caesar salad and put it in the fridge or something. That way I could just get the bowl out and put some Caesar salad in a bowl and just chomp on that while we're watching this stuff. It's hard to eat while I'm talking, so that's half the problem. Hold on. Make sure that Sunny can get in. Okay. Let's see. Right? That's not one of them either. That's definitely not one that we have had for sure. Yeah, they don't sound hung to me. That's for sure. It's a good sign. Ooh, ice cream sangy. That sounds good. Ice cream sangies sound good. Those sound really good. It's an ice cream sangy. All those questions are specific towards OUI. Sounds like that's the only charge deliveries. Just because they were specific, there was, I mean, only one is about video evidence, so that doesn't really tell me what, because they all of the, there's like 15 clips or something like that, 14, 15. And they all say contradicting statements of hers to begin with, not just the OUI. And then what time frame? The time frame is for them to decide, not, for me, it really sounds like they're trying to understand how the jury verdict form works more than other things. I mean, listen, it's not a not guilty. So, I agree that in terms of the judge, it's been a dumpster fire. I've never seen a judge put up with this. I've never seen a defendant be allowed to use their phone in court during a murder trial. Never seen that. Never seen a judge allow that behavior. I've never seen a judge allow a defendant a day off to just rest in a murder trial. Never seen it. Never. He wants the if any on purpose. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. I got to take this call. It's important. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I have to take an important phone call. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like they're just looking at the slips, She wasn't just drunk driving. I agree with you, Yeah, Alan Jackson wanted the if any, but they didn't put the if any in there. The judge didn't put the if any. He objected. She noted the objection. That was that. They would have to decide on each of the three main charges anyway. What was he just writing today? He just wanted the if any language put in there about the clips. I don't think she's gonna walk. Walking would be not guilty. If I hear guilty on something, I can understand that, because that family needs a guilty on something. What it will tell me is that this justice system hasn't done its fucking job, and it has allowed a mob of maniacs to do nonsensical bullshit. Sorry, guys. No, it doesn't. They use it as an example. They just want to know if you convict of one of the lesser included, if you're convicting of the top charge, or if it's just the lesser included and it's not the top charge. They used it as an example. I don't think we can surmise from them using it as an example that that's the one. You know, they know that it's going to be red. So, I mean, well, that's the thing, though. She was charged with 3 charges. And I think the slip is making them confused. If any was not allowed, no. Well, the video clips, they are evidence, so they have to be told that they are. I think we might get a verdict today. If she can get through reading these instructions to them, like at any moment now. Woosah. Right? If you see that, I'm like, what is she doing? Like, let your lawyer, Karen. Jesus. Well, right? Needs your phone for that. I agree. I agree with you. We're guessing at this point. We don't know, right? We don't know. We are guessing. We'll obviously find out at some point. I feel like we have to hope jury is smart enough to see something is very wrong here and that there's a family depending on them to make the right call. You know? Yeah, she was still drunk at 6 a.m. Still drunk at 6 a.m. Still. She knew where to find John's body. Whether the OUI is at 12:30 or 5:30 doesn't really matter. It's an OUI no matter what time she did it. You know, and the clips are proof. If they haven't considered the video evidence, maybe that's the problem, is they decided not to use the video evidence unless the judge said they could. And now that opens up a, whole new can of worms. His face turned red. They were, as far as I know, told earlier that in instruction that they are evidence. They're in evidence. Hank did tell them in the clips you'll have them. But, well, they won't. They won't like any answer that considers the possibility of guilty at all. She drank a lot. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Again, it was an example. Doesn't mean that's the one, I think we're all exhausted, She definitely, I'm going to get a drink. She was trying to get her response from John. Like, oh, you're going to get a drink? I'll come with you. That's what she wanted. That's what she wanted. That doesn't necessarily mean they used it as an example for a reason. Doesn't mean that's the one they're looking at. They're using it. They might have used that very lower charge as the example to not tip their hand to what they were actually looking at. That might be why they chose to use that as an example and not a higher charge. Well, yeah. I think everyone's is. Yeah, 5 minutes, 20 minutes later, you are right about that, J-Rock. Exactly. You have to remember that. It could be to appease one juror, 2 jurors. It's not going to be the whole jury that's asking these questions. You have to remember that there's 12 people in that room, It might be one juror. Yeah, there was no evidence of her drinking after she left there. We all know. And even if she did drink after she left there, are you going to argue that she wasn't drunk after doubles? After that many doubles? Come on. And also her admitting that she shouldn't have been driving. They could have they could have started. They can start anywhere they want. Doesn't have to be front to back to front. They can start anywhere they want. Sometimes you start on the things that you can agree on. So they could have started on, listen, OUI, and then moved on from that. No, she seems fine, It's probably not the whole jury asking these questions, guys. It's probably 1 or 2 of them that want the clarification. I don't think that the whole jury, I do have it ready. It's in the other room. Although I wish my husband was home to open it for me. I'm not going to lie. Opening it is a pain in the behind, and I'm not sure I can do it. Why do I know that name, besties? Jeffrey Curley. I feel like I heard this case. Killer was charged with murder too, and is up for parole again. I don't see that case in this one. Oh. We're coming back. We're coming back. Okay, we're on full blast on the volume.
All right, so we can
here we
bring
go,
the
guys.
jurors over. Tori, do you have those?
I think she's over him too at this
So
point.
Tony will take
No
those.
doubt.
All right, so
It did. And I think they zoned out because the instructions went on forever. I think that's the problem. That's the problem.
Tori, I'm gonna
Well, we're not stressy and depressy over here. It's okay. We're not stressy and depressy. We're optimistic. No, the questions would be from now. I mean, they could have wrote them down Friday and needed clarification on them now, but they would be from, usually when the questions come in, it's from what they're asking in that moment. Yeah, just, we're optimistic. We're optimistic. No worry. We're optimistic. We are optimistic. Because you never know what a jury is doing or thinking or why, You just never know. But what are you doing, Your Honor? Come on. What is this lady doing?
All right, the court, please.
Here we go. Jury's coming in. I don't think it'll be hung at all. I do not think that's the case here. I get it, but that, being drunk is considered in all the other charges too, so.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
all right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question. Are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements and the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate.
Instructions.
But first, Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
I think that clarifies it a bit. It's got to be hot in that courtroom. You can tell it's hot in there. Bingo. I keep thinking about that too. No collision, no collision, no collision. Well, if they thought there was no collision, it would have been a not guilty.
I heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, the court, please.
They didn't ask about that one. They were asking about the last one that has all the ones that have all the lesser included. Murder 2 doesn't have the lesser included underneath them. She sure does. I think they figured it out. You know what I mean? Right. Beginning. Start from top to bottom. If you find her guilty at the top, you're done.
Are you satisfied, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask
course.
everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right.
Interesting. Why would she ask them to stay a few minutes? I'm a little confused here. Oh, because it's 12:19. Is that why? Yeah. Well, no. The jury needed instruction on the lesser included. That's they didn't understand if they pick a lesser included, does she get convicted on the top charge, or is it the top charge and the lesser included? I think that's where they had the. So as a judge, decide if you get to the top and you think she's guilty of that, you're done. Right? Sign it. Done. If you don't think she's guilty of that, you move on to the next one. Same until you find one that's guilty, or you find her guilty. Then you sign it and you're done. Or if you find her not guilty, you sign it and check off the not guilty box on the first page. Well, I think that they just need some clarification on the form, to be honest. And clearly they're considering lesser included. That's my take. Maybe they don't want to convict on murder too. Maybe they're looking at motor vehicle homicide. I don't know. I mean, clearly it's not a not guilty, I feel like. Because if that was the case, we would have already had that, in my opinion. We had jury questions, B. Tim. We had jury questions. If you roll back just a tiny bit, the judge reads them. Lots of prayers for the O'Keefe family. Murder 2 isn't where the lesser includeds are. They could have already convicted on murder 2, for all we know, and then went to the OUI. Oh God, what's the charge? I'd have to look at the stupid thing. It's like OUI, manslaughter, or whatever. And maybe they're looking to either convict on the OUI manslaughter or the lesser included on one of those, because the murder 2 isn't even in the same. It's not the same charge. It's not, the lesser includeds aren't underneath murder 2. There was 3 questions. One of them was the time frame for the OUI. Was it 12:30 or 5:30? And the judge is like, yeah, we can't tell you that. You're the fact finders. That's on you. Second question was, can video evidence be considered evidence, and how much weight do we give them? And the judge said they are evidence, and they consider just like every other piece of evidence, and you give them as much weight as you give any other piece of evidence. And then the third question was, if they give a guilty on a lesser included, and they use the last one as an example, the OUI, then does that mean that she gets convicted of the first charge, the top charge? So I think they needed some clarification on that form, it sounds like, and it clearly sounds like it's not a not guilty. You know? I was a prosecutor years ago. Jury had a question about lesser included that was, hold on. That was a way lesser offense. I figured I was going to lose. They came back an hour later, guilty on all charges, top count. Why is she bringing them back up to the sidebar? Why come back out then? I don't understand. And consider convicted on murder too, but still confused on the others realistic. Because if they dinged her on the serious one, I doubt they'd care about the small fries. Unrealistic. Well, it depends. It depends. Depends, you know. They could easily make a huge mistake. There's no way to know. It looks like they're at least guilty on the OUI, yeah, but they're not sure about the other lesser included in that bracket. It is sort of the same. It's her words. You can use her words. You know? It seems to me as if they're semi close to a verdict, that's for sure. Whether we'll get that today, I don't know. It's possible. Definitely possible with this much time left in the day. You know? I got to take this real quick, guys. Hold on. Got to run outside. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 2 minutes. Ashley stopped by with a surprise coffee for me. So thank you, Ash. I love you. I appreciate you, my friend. All right. Also, my headphones disconnected. So hold on. I gotta reconnect them. Give me 1 second. Connect. Ugh. Come on, connect. I feel like I would hear something. Oh. Yes, they are. I can't. You're not the only one who calls her Cupcake Millie. That's so funny. Oh, I remember that goodie. I do remember that goodie. Hold on. Roll that back for a second. Brings them to the sidebar, and then that's it.
Eddie?
Yes.
I heard myself say this, and I'm glad.
We heard that part. Blah, blah, blah. Just trying to see if she said anything else. No?
All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
So they did lunch. Got it. Makes sense. We're going to mute that. And they're coming outside. Lunch. Lunch, lunch, lunch. All right. It was very sweet of her. I appreciate her. It's an awesome gift. She knows how much I love my coffee. It's a long day. She's the only one who stops by like that. I love it. She secret squirrels me. She secret squirrels me. My favorite Dunkin' order? I don't do Dunkin'. I don't drink Dunkin'. I drink Mary Lou's. Mary Lou's. I don't drink Dunkin'. I get a funny bone from Mary Lou's, and I get it extra, 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 extra mocha. It's delicious. Yes. What if we can't agree? Those are usually the hung jury questions for sure. I don't do Dunks. I do Mary Lou's. I don't really like Dunkin' Donuts. I like my stuff to taste like a dessert. Sweet. I like it sweet. Let's put it that way. I like it sweet. Yeah, it's pretty much mocha, cream, sugar, because I get it extra, extra. But I mean, there is a decent amount of coffee. But I like it sweet. I like it sweet. It was very nice of her. Because 1:30 would be after lunch. That's why. It's obnoxious. It could be plus leaving the scene. Yeah, it could. Absolutely. Could be and leaving the scene. Ashley. It was Ashley. She's one of my mods here and my friend. I feel like we are, right? I feel like we are, Becky. I feel like we are. Positive vibes, good thoughts. You know, I feel like we're creeping in. My verdict count clock is at 12 hours and 41 minutes. Theirs is at almost 41 minutes. Mine's a little bit faster than theirs because I started mine right before theirs. I have no idea. I didn't catch that person. I'm sorry. But it is definitely a lot of sugar. Extra, extra mocha. I love it. I love mocha. I love it. Congrats, Becky. Congrats. Congrats. It is exciting, right? Congratulations, my friend. Super, super awesome. And I love that you want to come back to the stream to check later. That's amazing. I love you for that. Joy is an attorney, so she knows what she's talking about when she makes her comments here. I don't know. You can wait so long to have. I already had one this morning. I had one. This is my second one. Ashley brought me my second one. I had one this morning. I didn't wait. Believe me, I can't. I don't even like people really until I have coffee. I don't like anyone until I have coffee. And I love you all, but I just don't like anyone until I have my coffee. Like, hey, guy, what do you, they can't even decide which station is going to stand where. Do you guys see that? That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, we already watched it. Court was already live. We watched it. This is lunch break now. Because that's when lunch break is over. It's an hour. So usually they come back after lunch break and then go back. Yes, they are on lunch break. Oh, so maybe the blonde lady is Ingrid, Karen's friend, right? It is life. I have a shirt that says, I think I wore it the other. Oh no, I haven't worn it yet. Not this week. It says, "Coffee, give me lawyer powers." That's what it says. And to be fair, if Joy lived in Massachusetts, I would totally accept her offer for being her paralegal. I would totally do that. You got to move here. No, don't move here. It's too much money. Don't do it, Joy. It's too much. Too much. Tripped on the stairs. That sucks. Tripped down the stairs. I don't know. I saw her attorneys. Yeah, I'm not a Dunkin' person. I'm just not. I'll eat their food. I like their food. I like their breakfast sandwiches and stuff. Yeah, I'm not feeling that. I don't know. You can't take that away from what the questions that they asked. I just don't. It seems to me as if maybe one juror needed a clarification on something to know how much weight to give the video evidence. Now, if they're told it's just as much evidence as any other piece of evidence, now they can go back and be like, okay, well, if it's just as much evidence as everything else, then I would go with manslaughter. They use that as an example. That doesn't mean that's the charge that they're looking at. They just use it as an example. And you have to think the jury knows these are going to be read, right? If they don't want to tip their hands to what they might convict of, then they're not going to give the example of the one that they're looking at. You know what I mean? I can't take what they used as an example as, oh, well, that's the one they're looking at. You know what I mean? Let's hope. I mean, this right here, this is what you think of a man's life. This. Tents and chairs and like this right here. This is not what John would have wanted. Funny enough, John's favorite saying was, it's just a movie, as if life is sort of like a movie. I don't think he could have ever contemplated this would have been a thing. You know, it is a travesty. You know, it's a good question. I mean, it needs to not happen. I only drink espresso when I'm driving to Florida. It is smaller today. It is smaller. Everybody thought they were going to get a verdict yesterday. That's why so many people showed up yesterday. Well, I don't necessarily think that. I mean, maybe they just needed some clarification, you know? I don't take that they used it, that example of it, as the one that they must be looking at. That's not necessarily true at all, you know? Well, it doesn't really have any significance. I don't even really understand why they would ask about the time. Doesn't matter whether it was 12 or 5:30. That doesn't really matter at all. You know, but again, there are 12 jurors in that room. So it could just be one juror that's like, well, I need to know. You know, it only has to be one juror that wants the question asked when it gets asked. It doesn't have to be all of them, you know? Regular, extra cream, extra sugar. No, you got to try. You have to try flavors, Jesse. Listen, I'm going to bring you to Mary Lou's and I'm going to get you one of my coffees and you will never, ever go back to another coffee ever again. Fingers crossed, Casey. Fingers crossed. Exactly. They said as an example. They didn't say those were the ones they were considering. So I can't take that as, oh, well, that's the one they're looking at because that's the one they used as an example. I think they just used it as an example. You know, I think, why would you tip your hand if you're the jury? If you go out and you say, oh, well, as example, OUI, I think they used the lesser one on purpose as the example. Like, if we convict on OUI, does that mean she gets the higher charge, or does she get the higher charge and the lower one that we're checking off? That's what they wanted to know. And just because they used it as the lowest, one, in my eyes, that doesn't mean that's what they're looking at. They very well could have just used that as the example because they don't want to give their hand on what they're actually looking at. They know those are going to be read. They know the defense gets them. They know that the judge gets them. You know what I mean? The other questions don't worry me. The video question doesn't worry me at all because all they wanted to know is how much evidence are the clips. And I would say, by the way, the sewer turtle has implored his people to get to Dedham now. So I think you'll see more people showing up here today. But those don't. And what time are they saying the OUI was? Well, that doesn't really. She was attempting to try to get back on. I think she was having difficulties. I texted her. Yeah, it's gross. I mean, this is what you're doing with your life right now. This right here. All of this. This is a man's life. Now, I want to ask each one of these people if it was your husband, if it was your brother, right? If it was your brother, your husband, your brother, would you be out here? Would you think it's okay? Would you want people outside like this at your brother or your father or your uncle or your child's murder trial? Would you? Yeah, it's just a movie. It's on his headstone. When they asked about the clips, that's when I was like, okay, cool. That's a good thing. That means that if they weren't giving them any weight, now they very well could give them weight. Like, look at this lady. You clearly look like you're dressed up like the judge. Okay, that's what she's dressed up as, the judge. DePetro equal fraud. What is wrong with you? Because you don't like his commentary? You don't like his commentary, so you call him a fraud and make a sign. What are you, 12? What are we, in high school? Is this middle school? Uh-oh. Don't touch a cop. Has anybody ever told you not to touch a cop? Like, what is wrong with you? You don't pat him on the shoulder. Like, hello? Me too. Me too. Boomer said the Turboy sent out a tweet. He did. He sent out a tweet saying, get to Dedham now. Like, guy. All right. You're not that important. Nobody cares. But again, remember, Alba, we have to remember that there's 12 people on that jury. So it could just be one singular person, just one, that wants to know that question. The other jurors could have been like, yes, they're evidence. Like, of course they are. And that one juror could have been like, no. Believe me, we all know someone like that. So you can give them the answer 75 times and they'll still not believe you, even if you have shown them it. They need to hear it from someone else for them to believe it. So we all know someone who's like that. So it would not shock me if one of the jurors was like, no, I need to hear from the court first. You know, the asking about the clips is important because if they weren't giving them weight before and now they're told, yes, they're evidence, you give them just as much weight as any other piece of evidence, then now you got to go back, you know? It's possible. But if that's the case, then I don't think that they would be asking about the slip. If there was an FKR on that jury, okay, I don't think they would be asking about the jury slip because they wouldn't be ready to fill anything out. You know what I mean? There'd be nothing. They wouldn't already be asking any. Oh my, are you serious? There's a lady with her leg broken on a leg scooter. Oh my God. There's babies. I can't. I literally can't. That's it. What are you people doing? Realistically. Oh, it's because is that Smithers? And Oh, it's Vinnie-politan. Oh, cool. Yes, it's only a movie. That's it. It's only a movie. Right? Alleged evidence. Like, what are you all doing? The feds, the independent audit, found no evidence of anything, yet each one of these people couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure it out. Or they bought into the cult BS. Like, hey, did anybody tell you that it's like not winter out? It's 70 degrees out. Why are you wearing a beanie? For the love of God. I do believe that we might get a verdict today. The answer is yes, Ash. And if you didn't already hear me, I say, I love you. Appreciate you. Thank you for bringing me my coffee. Yeah, I love my Mary Lou's. I do. I do. I do. I do. I do. I mean, they could be silly, but again, it could be just one person, you know? I started with the funky Finabla. That was the one I started with in middle school. I kid you not. I've moved on from that funky a long time ago into the funny bone territory. Sometimes I like the Girl Scout cookie or the banana one. Oh, they should give their customers better quality. I agree with you. You know, the best part of my coffee is actually what is actually a Swiss Miss, which is hot cocoa, right? They use a Swiss Miss concentrate as the mocha at Mary Lou's. And that is what gives it that sort of chocolatey taste that I love. Although, unfortunately, unless you are a owner of a coffee shop, they used to be able to sell it on Amazon. Now you can't get it. So now, unless you own a coffee shop, you cannot buy the Swiss Miss concentrate unless you buy like 5 or 10 of the really big ones, which is very expensive. You can't just buy a single one anymore, unfortunately. You can only buy the packets, which is not the same as the concentrate. Does not even taste the same. They did, but I mean, the whole case has to do with drinking. So, you know, it could, but I don't want to make that assumption. You know, I don't want to make that assumption. Sometimes I'm a coffee drinker of cold coffee. I'm not a huge, I do have a Keurig and I do make hot coffee in the winter, but even in the winter, I mostly drink cold coffee. I've tried many different recipes of coffee. I just never seem to get it right that are actually good because I like mine sweet. I don't necessarily like that like coffee flavor. I like it flavored of something. I don't know. Did someone pee in a bush? Is that a thing? I mean, it wouldn't shock me. These people are handing out flags like it's the 4th of friggin' July. And you have a child doing it, nonetheless. What is wrong with you people? I mean, are you selling them or just handing them out like this is an Independence Day parade? Like, what the hell? I mean, didn't we watch them walk out of the courthouse? I must have missed that part when I got up to go outside for Ash, but I don't know. I do drink some hot coffee in the winter, but mostly it's iced. Mostly iced. Yeah, well, maybe that's it. They're trying to understand if she was drunk driving, lesser OUI. She admitted she shouldn't have been driving the clip, which is OUI. Question, it seems to me, is that, or 530 came from just one single juror because that doesn't really matter what time it was. Doesn't matter what time it was. She was well over, and maybe that's what they're trying to decide. Well, how much over the limit would she be? Well, she was way, way, way over the limit at 9 a.m., so... Joy said, I don't know, Ink. I've done both defense and prosecutorial work, and every time you try to guess juries, it's really just guesses. My most memorable win was a case that was a loser. See, that's the thing. You just never know with the jury. You can't surmise what they're actually thinking based on that, you know? You know, who said that yesterday? B. Tim was like, send the Social Security Administration down there and see how many people are claiming Social Security, you know? It's just sad, you know? Well, let's hope not. Let's hope once again that they just used it as a as an example, as they were. You know, I agree with you. A lot of the times in other trials in other states, they're allowed to go in different you know, back doors, side doors, so they're not harassed by the mob. The fact that that wasn't done here really agitates me. This is something that I've been saying for a while, but I don't care if it takes me the next 10 or 15 years to fight for victims' rights. I will do that to get a bill, to get a law passed that protects people. And I mean witnesses, victims, that protects them against these types of people that think that it's okay to harass them into oblivion, including using dog whistles. I want that very language in that bill. Dog whistle language. I want it in the bill. I will not accept anything less. And I don't care how long it takes me. It took me 7 years to fight for addiction treatment in prisons. 7 on that. And I fought with a hell of a lot of people. A lot of people helped get that passed. Not just me. So many people helped advocate for that. And, you know, during the pandemic, we sat in Zoom hearings to talk to our lawmakers. Zoom hearings to talk to our lawmakers about all sorts of things. I did medical, I've done homelessness, I've done addiction. They're all equally as important. And this can never be allowed to happen again. What has happened to the family, what has happened to the witnesses, what has happened to Lindsay can never be allowed to ever happen again to anyone. These two are the most deplorable human beings on planet Earth. These two. Deplorable. They don't care who they hurt. They don't care. Both of them have dozens of fake sock accounts that they use to harass people. How disgusting as a grown-ass human do you have to be to do that stuff? Come on now. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate that. Well, that's the thing. Maybe there's just one juror that's like, well, the clips aren't evidence, though. And they're like, all right, well, let's clarify that for you. You know? Yeah, you never touch a cop. Come on, man. That's in front of the registry of deeds. So that's not necessarily, it is in front of the courthouse, but it's on the other side of the street. You know? It shouldn't be allowed. You know? Yeah, the rat signal. Dun 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 dun. Thank you, Shannon. They are on the wrong side of history. I don't think they'll ever understand that, though. You know? Well, she didn't. She had a buffer zone. I don't know what happened. It looks like it got smaller somehow, some way. I'm not really sure how. Oh, the civil suits will be piling down as soon as this ends. Make no mistake about that. Well, there's at least one, right? In my opinion, there's at least one juror that thought that the video couldn't be used as evidence. So I think they needed that reassurance that it can. So there's someone in that room saying, well, the clips aren't evidence. Well, now they're told they are evidence. You know? That's the sad part. I do know what they're thinking. And they don't deserve it. Yeah, questions could be from 3 different jurors. Very well could be, you know. They need to do something outside of make a man's murder trial into a party. We can change it. I mean, there's not much else going on, but I can change it back to court TV. We only have one of 2 feeds here. Right? They want their merch back and give it to me. I love Victoria's Secret. I love their sweatpants. They're super comfy. And their leggings, I'm not going to lie. No, I agree. Well, she did have the barrier further away. I don't know what happened. I know they're not allowed to scream or yell or hold signs. They'll be arrested if they do. But why? Why would you do that? Why? Like, why? Why? You know? My sense is that we might get one today. It's either today. I don't know. It's a good question. A beanie in the middle of the summer. Make it make sense. You know? I get it. And I do. But I feel like at this point, that family deserves a guilty no matter what the hell that guilty is on. As long as it's not a not guilty, it's a win for them because they've done this trial twice. It may not be the win that they want. And it's not the one that anyone wants if it would just be the OUI, right? But we don't know that they didn't charge with the leaving the scene, OUI leaving the scene. Could be that in the OUI. That would be more jail time. We all know that she hit him, left him to die, and was drunk. There's no doubt about that in my mind whatsoever. You know? But what would we rather for the family and the witnesses? a not guilty, a hung jury, or a guilty on something. Because I'd rather a guilty on something. Even if it's not what we want, she's got to take some responsibility for what she's done here. And I get that it's probably, if that's the case, it won't be, you know, as much responsibility. But again, we're just speculating at this point. If there was a free Karen Reed on that jury, we would have already got, it would be in hung jury territory, which those questions don't tell me that they're in hung jury territory at all. You know? Exactly. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Well, yeah, she was definitely drunk. And she hit him. She left him to die. You know, they have single serve Keurig still that are really good still. I got my daughter one for Christmas 2 years ago. I got her a pink one. And it's a single serve one because it was just for her. I have one that has like 4 or 5 different, you know, cup sizes or whatever on it. But hers is just boom, one and done. She can be found guilty on the leaving the scene and the murder too, and the vehicular homicide, or one of the whatever the top one is, and then or one of the lesser included, jump on to another case and say someone else is innocent and play another innocence fraud game. My guess, Brian Koberger. Oh, my other guest, Sandra Birchmore, because they love to invoke Sandra's name as if that has anything to do with this because she lived in Canton. She simply lived in Canton. The only thing that Canton PD had to do with Sandra Birchmore's case is they got a call to go do a welfare check. They did the welfare check and they found her. That's it. That's all Canton PD had to do with anything. Massachusetts State Police take over any unattended deaths. Any. If I could, I would, Michael. Unfortunately, I have littles and I have littles to get on and off the bus. And tomorrow is a half a day of school, so I would not be able to go. I also don't drive. If I had a car, it'd be different. I could get to and from. I don't have a car, so that's part of the problem. You know? It's a damn good question. I don't know. Well, I know people took the day off to go there. I saw that on Facebook. I was like, why? Why? Why would you do that? Why? For what reason? It's disgusting. It's sick. I have a percolator for camping. Still have not figured out how to use it correctly, though. It's supposed to work a certain way. I could not get it to work the last time. I bought ground Mary Lou's coffee to bring with me to Saco, and the percolator didn't work. Okay? I don't know why, but it didn't, and I was aggravated because I brought my coffee with me. Right? Can you swap the crazy? Nothing yet. We are still waiting. Yeah, that's what they did. Tailgate a murder trial. That's what they've been doing, you know? Right, to keep himself warm. That statement he made was so crazy. I go just pee on myself a little to keep myself warm, he said last year. Like, what? Is that real life? I said the same thing just a little while ago, Lisa. I said, what if this was their brother, their father, their loved one, their husband? You know? Like, why do you have children there? Why? For the love of God, why? It is a circus. No, of course not. She wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire. Before or after this. Yeah, I agree with you, Brie. I don't think there's any way that all 12 are not guilty. I think that would have already came in by now. You know? Exactly. For 3 years, she hasn't said that she drank at One Meadows. She didn't. We know she didn't. Come on. It's common sense. Otherwise, she would have invoked that right away. Well, I was still drinking, so that's why my blood alcohol content is so high. Come on. That was a talking point that came from one of the cultists long afterwards. Yes and no, but we know that her extrapolation shows that she was almost 2 to 3 times over the limit at 9 in the morning. So, or 7 in the morning, whatever it was either 7 or 9. So if you go back, right, she would have still been over that legal limit at that time, you know? And also they watched her get her doubles and then talk about said doubles. You know, wouldn't be a shock to me. Wouldn't be a shock. She's not very intelligent. Yeah, that's their thing, you know? They did blood. They didn't do a breathalyzer. They did blood. They took blood from her at the hospital. They have a blood extrapolation form that shows her blood alcohol content at the hospital. So they know she was well over the legal limit. The jurors have that. It's in evidence. So, I mean, if they celebrate a guilty verdict, no matter what that guilty verdict would be, that's really sad. Exactly. She would have been more drunk when she hit him. You know, it shouldn't be. Not by a long shot. And there should be something put in place that stops this kind of behavior. You know, this is someone's murder trial. No family should have to walk through this madness. No one. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. They used it as an example. I can't go off them using it as an example as the one that they're looking at. I'd have to know more to know. I don't, you know? That is embarrassing. I agree with you. It's embarrassing. Yeah, we're back at the fan. Yeah, me too. It was just kind of the only thing on besides this. Well, that's the other thing. They might not be confused about the bigger charges because they don't have any lesser includeds on them at all. There's no lesser includeds. Oh, God. They are currently showing the sewer turtle. There are literal people. Is he signing an autograph? Is that real life? I'm disgusted. I'm literally disgusted. All of you people should be ashamed of yourselves. Let me say this loud so y'all can hear me. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. If this was your goddamn family, would you want them standing out here like this, asking for autographs from the man that harassed their family into oblivion? What the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you? This man is an abuser. Make no mistake about it. You don't have to beat people up daily to be an abuser, okay? Coercive control, mental, emotional, all forms of abuse, people. That is who the sewer turtle is, an abuser. A freaking abuser, and you guys are running up to him like he's some sort of celebrity. He's not. He's going to prison for a very long time. Why people need that pat on the back or a picture with him or an autograph. God, I hope if I ever did something like that, that none of you would be patting me on the back and egging me on. It's deplorable. I say the same thing, Joan. I will leave my children in a world like this. That's what we're left with. You know? They're not suggesting a not guilty, that's for sure. God, what the hell? Why is Court TV now showing this? Like, what the? I can't even go to the fan because they're not. What the? Hold on, guys. Let me try to get something else up here. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Do the clock. I can't. They have the extrapolation in court. Well, they're all, I mean, let's make something clear here. The civil case is a very low barrier for them to be able to lose. And Karen's already being sued. Okay. She's already being sued by the O'Keefes. But many of these other people, including the sewer turtle, are going to be drowning in civil suits when Karen's case is over. And I'd keep an eye out shortly thereafter this case wraps up for these civil suits to drop because they'll be very quickly dropping. You know, unfortunately. They don't care. They don't care. They don't give a shit. That's half the problem. To me, if you're egging on any of these people, you're asking for autographs from that man, then you need your fucking head checked. That's what he goes down there to do. He goes down there to cause a ruckus. You know, this whole, he broke the case. He didn't break a case. He didn't investigate a goddamn thing. Karen fed him the information from day one on. That's not journalism. That's not investigating anything. That's being fed the information by the defendant herself. You know? Yeah, there's one page that has all the lesser includeds with one of the charges. They can only pick one. The other two charges are different. They don't have the lesser includeds underneath them. Pepto-Bismol. I love pink. She'll never. She will never ruin, as you guys can see, she'll never ruin my love of the color pink. Why? Because she picked it. She picked it just because it was bright. She said, I don't wear it, but come on. I know we'll get a verdict. I just don't know what on, you know? So the judge explained it to them. Once you go down the line of the ones that have all the lesser included, if you pick the top charge, right, then the other ones, you're done. There's nothing else. If you think she's not guilty of the first one, you go to the next one. Is she guilty of that one? If she's not guilty of that one, you go to the next one. Any one of those that they find guilty on a lesser included, you're done. You stop. You stop and you sign the verdict sheet and you're done. You know? Leaving the scene, she could have been convicted of that, and that does carry some jail time as well. So we don't know. We don't know. Sometimes the bulk of jury is for high charge, but clarification questions on lessers is to get help for straggler jurors who are stuck on something the majority is convinced of. Looking for fingers crossed. It's a good point, Joy. You know, that's the thing. Yet they buy the misinformation. It doesn't make sense to me. That's true. But I think the whole point of the civil case is to get her on record in those depositions, which is going to blow apart her entire story. She might not have to testify in a criminal trial, but guess what? In a civil trial, she's got to give a deposition, which means she's got to answer some questions that she doesn't want to answer. So, you know, that's going to blow apart a lot of her story because it's not going to match with the things that she has said that already don't match. And so a lot of the FKR people are going to have to realize at some point when those depositions come out that, hey, hold on, your savior here is saying something completely different in this civil case that she has against her. It doesn't match up to what she claimed in her criminal case. And so at that point, if they don't realize they've been lied to, there's no help for them. I don't think there's help for a lot of them anyway, you know? I just don't. Because everyone listens to everyone else instead of remaining optimistic and realizing that they just used it as an example. You know, they can smile. Are they going to cry? They're not going to cry right now. They have no verdict yet. So just because the jurors answered a question doesn't mean that they're going to be, you know, asked questions doesn't mean that the defense is going to not smile. You know, they're going to give their client's family and their client the best hope that they got until that verdict comes out. You know, ask the judge. Ask the judge. You know, she had to have modified the buffer zone because I don't know why they would be out there unless it was modified. You know, I think if someone on the jury was free Karen Reed, they wouldn't even be having these questions about the forms at all because it would just be hung. Someone would just hold out. You know. Yeah, I probably got to figure out how to work it, right? It's probably my problem. Yeah, your husband probably, yeah, he's like me. He can't be without his coffee, for sure. Tell him to teach me how to use the percolator. At least the one that I have doesn't work right. I don't know what the problem is. Well, it's never going to be over for them, but at least maybe they can heal. And this circus part will be over is my point. Not that the whole thing will be over, but the circus portion of this entirety of this nonsensical having to go to the courthouse and walk through these people, that part will be over. And that's a huge part of this, you know? Well, let's hope not. They're supposed to be there Friday. I don't know why people are saying they're not supposed to be there Friday. They're not supposed to be there Thursday. It's a federal holiday, but they would be going Friday if they didn't have a jury, if they didn't have a verdict. So, well, yeah, so that was her BAC at 9 a.m. That's, well, I mean, 0.08 is the legal limit, folks. Okay? Well, that's the thing. Most people's lives will be the same, but it'll still be really upsetting and sad, you know? I mean, even me. Yeah, I know. I can see it. It's disgusting. And that's the problem, right? Yeah, because that's the problem. The investigation's the problem, not the noise, not the people outside, not the lies that people have been told to feed into the cult nonsense. You're right. It must be the investigation, right? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Yep, it could be that too. You know, we don't know. I take nothing that he says as serious at all. At all. Because that's after lunch. Usually after lunch they go back in and they're told like, okay, make sure you're within 10 minutes of the courthouse, you know, whatever. That's why. He always lies. When does he not lie? The dude has diabetes. Even if so say for instance he's not lying, right? And the foreman smiled. Is he supposed to frown? Is he going to throw up? Like, what else is he supposed to do but be polite? If I'm the jury, I'm going to be polite too. If somebody smiles at me, you smile back and call it a day. I'm not going to, you know what I mean? I wouldn't read into a smile. I would just be inclined to do it as a polite thing. If someone smiled at you, you don't frown back, do you? I don't. I smile back. It's the polite thing to do. I don't want to be rude, you know? Yeah, well, that's half the problem, Joy, is there's too much of the instructions are too much. Too much. It's insane. Me too, Deb. Me too. Me freaking too. They have no shame. They have none. None at all. Right? Hey, would you let your kids ride along? Some of them will just be like, yes, of course I would let my kids ride in the car with Karen Reed, which is absurd because of course they wouldn't. That's what they do. They scream at you, they yell at you, they throw things at you, they take pictures of you. It's gross. It's gross. If they were if they wanted her to walk, we would already be done here. I'm not saying it definitely is influencing, but at some point you also have to know that the family crying in the corner is a little influencing as well. You know, that family, you're going to look them in the eye and say, not guilty. Will you have all the evidence in front of you? You know? Well, they definitely should have, but I feel like that was more like a one juror thing, you know? It's the fan now? Is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's both of them are doing nonsensical bullshit. Well, they're allowed to deliberate through lunch. So, you know, they're allowed to deliberate through lunch. I'm going to go down to the bottom of these comments if I missed anything. You guys just say it again because I will never catch up if I don't scroll down to the bottom. Boop. I mean, there can't be a guilty times 5, but I think those were good questions. That means they're looking at a guilty on something. That's what it means, you know? Yeah, well, you know what? She can claim that she's framed until the cows come home. We all know better than that. The evidence says better than that. OJ can claim he was innocent. Casey Anthony can claim they're innocent. But we all know that that is not true. You know? Well, I think she did, though. She did a buffer zone. There's not a lot the judge herself can do other than sequestering the jury, which she should have done, in my opinion. Massachusetts almost never does that, right? Like, what the hell? They almost never do that. No, I don't. I don't take that from those questions because I don't know enough. We don't know enough from those questions to know whether that's the only thing they're considering or if that's in addition to. I don't know. We don't know. Yeah, the only way to know for sure is let them decide. Diabetes, that's what he has. He has diabetes. There's no cure for diabetes. None at all. It's what he has. I thought he made it pretty clear too, but I don't know. Maybe they zoned out after Jackson and kind of, I don't know. Well, they're told not to listen to what the attorneys say, that what the attorneys say is not evidence. What the attorneys say is not, they're told not to listen to them. So that I don't really read into that because they're told that specifically in numerous instructions. And the judge throughout the trial, what the attorneys say is not evidence. So they're not really supposed to consider that part. That's, well, that's weird. I'm Massachusetts Patriots. Thanks. Yeah, we know that they're talking about the clips. That's actually a good thing. I don't think we're going to get a hung jury. I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't. Right? The garage floor. Like, come on now. I mean, I would be too. It is a slap in the face, but is it better than not guilty or a hung jury? Sure the fuck is. Jesse, let us know. Me and mine are in. We'll do like a whole 4-person trip. I have it on literally one of my bucket lists is to get a Class A RV and just travel. It would be so much fun. So much fun. I love a good road trip. I mean, are they supposed to frown or throw up? I'm not looking into them smiling, guys. Okay, they're jurors. They're people. So even if the sewer turtle isn't lying, even if he's not lying and he told the truth and the juror smiled, is the juror supposed to give them the finger? Is he supposed to give them sign language? Like, is he supposed to puke? What? Frown? If I'm on the jury, I'm going to be polite. Somebody's smiling, I'm going to smile as well. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not looking too much into a smile of a juror. It's more sounds like being polite to me. Oh, she was dressing like, the judge. That's a take at the judge, Oh, I changed the screen a while ago, yeah. But I know what you're talking about because I saw it earlier. Well, again, they're not allowed to listen to what the attorneys say, Right? No, she couldn't have possibly, although she did. Well, that's another thing. Troll farming, paid campaign of nonsensical bullshit. I'm totally down. House on Wheels, let's do it. Let's freaking do it. We'll rehab our own, make a giant space out of it. I am optimistic, I don't want to buy into that, oh, she'll only be found guilty of the misdemeanor OUI because we don't know that. We don't know that. That's a FKR talking point since this weekend. So I am not buying into that. I think maybe the vehicular manslaughter or manslaughter is an option for sure. Well, yeah, but they got to put on a brave face no matter what they think is going to happen. They're not going to sit there and cry. They're not going to cry. They're not going to frown. They're not going to puke. You guys have to remember, poker face. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to give any indication that they're worried, even if they are worried. Remember that. Wait, prosecution. What? An acquittal. About that. I think we would have already had that if there was an acquittal. No, we don't know that. That's what the sewer turtle says. And again, he has diabetes, so I could visit you in the Seattle area. That would be so much fun. I've never visited Seattle ever. Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, Jay. This is exactly why I'm like, hung jury wouldn't be good, but I don't think that's where we're at. I just don't think an acquittal, we would have already had that, in my opinion, if that's where it was going. Exactly. I'm not taking into a smile you know? Oh, yeah, the fuck off smile is a real thing. I've done many of those. We've done many of those here. Everyone's welcome. That would be so much fun. I'm telling you, most of you, if you lived in the area, could do the Maine, New Hampshire Saco trip. It's so much fun. So much fun. And we're doing it in July. Portland, Oregon, or Portland, Maine. I lived in Portland, Maine for a little while. Years and years ago. Whole lifetime ago. Fan turned on. Well, it's almost 1:30. They also all the time turn the lights off, fan on. Saw that a couple times last time. It is hard because we want the answers and we want them now. We want that instant gratification, folks. We want it, right? The jury foreman can look anywhere he wants. You can't say he's not supposed to look. He's not connecting with someone by smiling. It's politeness. It's being polite. You know what I mean? I don't take anything Sue Turtles is fact because, again, he has diabetes. And B, he's going to say anything that's going to rile up his base of people to believe what he wants them to believe. So, yeah. No, I didn't think Dr. Happy Birthday and his ham sandwich were compelling either. You know? Throw that on the list. The guy. I know there's a chick out there dressed. It's not too bad, but I mean, hey. I don't know. I really do think, if anything, they will hedge to manslaughter, and the pressure will be the majority for murder too, but compromise with a couple. Pro Heron last jury was majority convict. Yes, exactly. That's the thing. No one wants to be Portland, Oregon. Okay, got it. Sure, why not? Screw it. I've never been there. I've been down the whole, East Coast, and a couple places here and there, but West Coast I have not done. Middle America I have not done. Ooh. I go to Maine every year. Every year. What the hell? I don't see an acquittal. I think that we would have already seen that. It's insane. Like, what the hell? We all know what happened, We all know. We all know what happened. Oh no. It's raining again. Damn it. Let's see. Maybe. It's a possibility, but they wouldn't be doing it during lunch. That's the thing. They wouldn't read a verdict during lunch because the court's on lunch. So you can't have a verdict during lunch when all the court employees are not there. So, I do it too. I do it too, especially when I see these people. I do the smile smirk. Exactly. We all know who did it, Steve, although we don't know who did it. No one knows who did it. I don't even know, Steve. We know who spearheaded this cover up. Got a retool. Matt lives in Florida. He lives in Florida. He used to live here. He's from here, but he lives in Florida. Although he is hilarious. He is hilarious. But hey, there is plenty of people out here. Plenty of people out here. Somewhere. I go somewhere. I wouldn't be stupid enough to tell exactly where I was going to be going. Come on now. I definitely don't answer questions like that from people I don't know. I know better than that. I've been to Kennebunk. It's nice there. I lived in Portland for a little while. Right? Do a smize. Smile with your eyes. They could have, but they have to wait until after lunch. Ooh, paddleboarding. That sounds like fun. I've actually done water skiing, tubing, obviously, but water skiing. That was fun. Although I will tell you, I tried like a billion times to get up on the water on those skis. It's harder than it looks. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard when you're in such a cramped little space to not look around. I'd be looking around too. I'm one of those people that needs, like, I, again, have hyper awareness. I have CPTSD. So I need to look around. I need to see who is where. I don't like people behind me. I need to know where the exits are. Like, I'm one of those people that look around. Right? Oh, well, I doubt they will. They'll probably just leave all the trash behind, you know? I don't think that was the guy. There was one other person that didn't take notes, but even if he didn't, I wouldn't need to take notes. I took notes for this trial. I could still remember everything I wrote down in this notebook. I wrote them down for you guys as like specific talk points to like return to later on if you guys ever ask and there's something and I want to quote like in specific words, but I remember everything I wrote down in this. Pretty much everything aside from like names. There might be names of people that we heard about once or twice that I wrote down that I don't remember their name. I'd have to look. But even Dr. Isaac Wolf, I can remember, and we've only seen him that one time. But everything else, aside from like names of people that we've really never heard of, I can tell you everything that's in this notebook. Everything. I actually had to just put a new notebook on my Amazon wish list, along with new floofy pens, because my last floofy pen, guys, my Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle pen is done for. It's cracked and it's going to die at any moment. And the other one ran out of ink. So I have no more floofy pens. And I was mad about it. Well, that's the thing. I mean, how do you get to that? You know, how? No worries. I get it. I just know better than to say, you know, live specific places I'm going to be because I get harassed already on a daily basis into oblivion by these people. So I would not want them showing up to my vacation. You know what I mean? But anywhere from like the bottom of the mountains in New Hampshire, probably up about 2 hours ish. So between New Hampshire and the mountains and about 2 hours up in Maine. So like somewhere in between there. That sort of narrows it down a little bit. My friend's daughter lives way up in Maine. Like I think we took it. Oh God, I want to say it was like a 5-hour drive, maybe 5.5 or 6. It was a long drive into Maine. I think we should all still. Oh, is it expensive? Let me put it this way. Okay. Let me put it this way. All right. Let's put it this way. Thank you. The only states that are more expensive to live in than mine are Hawaii, because it's an island, and California. The one that's beneath Massachusetts that's most expensive besides ours, it goes in the order of Hawaii, California, Massachusetts, New York. How much is a 2-bedroom apartment where you live, Red Racer, for instance? Traveling. Oh, I see. I see it. Kennebunkport's nice, right? I used to live in Portland. I lived in Portland for a while. That was nice. They have a, beach. They have a beach. Oh, we've listened to it like 3 times. It was brilliant. It was so good. It was so good. Where I've been? A lot of places. Like I said, I lived in Portland. I've been up, way up. Way back when my ex's grandmother passed, and she lived past Lewiston into, oh God, what's the big city right past Lewiston? Augusta. And it was, I want to say like 2 or 3 hours from Portland. So I've been all the way from like the bottom of Maine where like, where it crosses over the border, all the way up to like, I'd say the middle-ish, about 6 hours. So postage stamp. Yeah, John DePetro said he liked the foreman. So I don't know. Moosehead Lake. If you got any good ideas about places to visit, I'll totally take it. I'm an outdoorsy type person. I like the outdoors, waterfalls, rivers, hiking. That's my jam. I can't do too much hiking anymore. Like uphill hiking, like mountain hiking. I've climbed Mount Monadnock like 3 or 4 times. But I do like trails, ones that aren't straight uphill. Although the last one that I went on, trail that I went on, had like rocks I had to climb and stuff. But to be honest, I had to, I did it, and my sister did it with my nephew when he was little on her back in the thing, because we were at a search for my friend's missing mom. And so that was the last time I did any sort of like incline. There were steep sort of rocks and inclines on that. And then it's the same down and then back up again. But I was willing to do it because it's somebody I know's mom who's still missing to this day. And that was an area of interest that we had searched. And there were a lot of us. So why is it so expensive? I don't know. Ask my lawmakers. But a small 2-bedroom apartment in Boston, you're looking at $4,000-ish a month. Outside of Boston, anywhere from the lower end of the shitty parts of the state, $1,500, to the more middle parts, $2,000 to like $3,000 for a 2-bedroom with no utilities. And I'm talking an apartment, not a house, an apartment. I wish that it was a house, Yeah, see, that's bad. This is what we're talking about. Yep. Sounds about right, It's insane. It's insane. The levels of, and then the food prices have gone through the roof, as you guys know, and then the gas prices. I mean, how big was everybody's gas bill this year? I was not expecting my gas bill to be double what it was before. That's for sure. It was over double, Oh, tell them not to be bummed. Don't be bummed. Yeah, New York is expensive. Yep. No, never too late. Never too late. That's what people tell me all the time when I say, I don't know if I'll ever go back to school and take the bar. And they're like, it's never too late. I'm like, yeah, but I'm 38. And they're like, never too late, Elise. Just do it. And I do want to. But it just doesn't seem feasible with, my daughter and her terminal medical condition and my own medical stuff and not having a car. It just doesn't seem feasible. But people tell me all the time, it's not too late. It's never too late. Do it. Just do it. Another question? No friggin' way. Should be over. Yes. Canada. Yeah, I've heard that's expensive too. Well, that's the other thing. The, rates of getting paid are not great here either. Rhode Island's expensive, but a little less than Massachusetts. I've lived in Rhode Island. Algonquin. I've been to Algonquin. Although I probably will never have a chance to go back. It's very expensive. I looked to see if there was a place in Algonquin this year to rent for a bunch of us, maybe 6 or 7 of us to just enjoy it. You know, we're all in our 30s, 40s, you know, just want a place to relax, maybe have a fire pit, you know, chill. But the prices to rent a place were sky high. Sky high. Yeah, I make no doubt about it. And I bet the bedrooms are like super tiny, Richard, right? Like really small. It's like cramped small in Boston if you're looking for something like that. Oh yeah, I glamp. I don't like to camp, I like to glamp. You know, like I want my like air mattress and battery powered fans. I'm not uncomfortable, you know. Coming back.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
Oh, what do you mean? So we don't do this part in open court? The hell, Bev? I love glamping. You know me. I'm an outdoorsy. I like to glamp. I don't like to camp. I like to glamp. Although I have roughed it, but I also made sure that time I got this like little electric thing that you can bring with you. It wasn't a generator. I wish I had a generator. If I did, I would have brought it. But you charge it up and it'll give you electricity to like pump up your bed or charge your phone.
Jim, can I have that question, please? No. Thank you. All right. So as counsel knows,
see,
we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this and sending it back.
Mm-hmm.
The defense position is not, certainly not.
I don't blame you.
I agree, we can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think that at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah, I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
It isn't.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can't answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it.
How?
I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know
we can't.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel?
No.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
Oh, no worries. I think, again, if that's what it comes down to, then you allowed this jury to be tampered with or by the cult outside. In my eyes, there's no way 12 jurors couldn't convict her of this if they were of sound mind and weren't automatically not guilty, not guilty. If it was not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, we would have already gotten a verdict. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't, goddammit, Francesca. He did a great job. This is in the jury's hands. We don't have any. I mean, that would be my other option, Joy. Bankrupt her ass in civil court.
Tweak with the court's language. I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No.
What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer.
It is
for
not.
the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict.
Agreed.
And that's exactly what
can't.
you would be asking me to endorse.
Clock's still running.
What's the Commonwealth's position
No,
on
they
the
stopped
proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record
No.
a little bit clearer.
You cannot.
The court's indicating that it doesn't
She's
answer
still writing
questions
it.
about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't
No.
answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's
no.
how do they report a verdict.
No.
So I think saying, I can't answer this is saying a
say
false
no.
message
Just tell
to
him to
jury.
sit the fuck
If
down.
the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns.
Agreed, Kathy.
Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection?
No, not at this
I understand,
time.
Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
No.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Right? Groundhog Day? What the fuck, dude? Right, sit the hell down, dude. How could you have an issue determining whether she was fucking drunk or not?
Objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's
We
all
heard
objection.
you.
I don't think that's an appropriate
Sit the fuck down.
answer to a very, very clear question.
Oh, no, you
It
want
could
to
be
say
answered
important.
in
He
an
wanted to say
innocuous way
important.
that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay,
Objection
it was a
noted.
clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So,
I didn't
it's
say
that.
to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So
Done.
let's send this in.
She's cutting you off.
All right.
Her answer is no. Well, that's but the problem is, okay, that the judge allowed this before. She allowed this whining and pandering and allowing him to get what he wants if he just keeps whining about it. She allowed it. So of course he's going to do it. You know? I mean, here's the thing. This jury knows that this was already a hung jury. If I'm the jury and I know there was already a hung jury, I can't hang again. That's just crazy. Especially with all the goddamn evidence you guys got. This is insane. Insane. Well, that's what he was doing, is crying like a baby. She always hurts. I'm like a puddle when I look at her, you know. There isn't, I mean, how could you even be, there should be no question about whether she was drunk. She was drunk and she admitted she was drunk, you know? But that's what he does. Badger, 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 badger. I mean, let's hope not. Let's hope not. I think they know the consequences of not coming to a verdict, you know? At least she sat him down at that point and was like, yeah, no, objection noted, goodbye. I think he wants that, so it tells them to go ahead and do it, right? That's why he wants that. The judge is like, I can't answer this question because it's not a real thing. It's theoretical. What if is a theoretical. There is no what if. There's no what if. You guys have to come to a decision. Some sort of decision. Or at least say you can't come to a decision. You have to do something. It can't be the jury or the judge telling you, and that's what they want. They want someone to tell them what to do. No one can tell you what to do. You're the jury. You know? It shouldn't be an issue. Obviously, there's someone on that jury that's having an issue with convicting her on bigger charges. You know? Yeah, I saw that it stopped. It should be, they should be re-going. Well, it stopped while she was talking, so. They should have sequestered the jury in the first and second trials. There was no doubt in my mind that if they didn't, there could be consequences. You know? That there could be consequences. Whining and whining and whining. Like, no, Your Honor. No. Well, she's already ruled. I don't. What are you going to do? You know? They have to be sent back at least 2 or 3 times before they call a hung. So let's remember that. Okay? Let's remember that. Maybe they can come to a decision still. Well, she has to allow them to go back 2 or 3 times, even if they say that they can't come to a decision. They have to keep going and try to. You know? They have to. I mean, everybody has a different opinion. Trying to keep the faith, that's for sure. Let's hope that they can figure it out. That's all. You know? They shouldn't be confused, though. They had, it was explained to them how to do it. You know? I agree when it comes to the judge. She didn't do her job as a judge. Too much lackadaisical nonsense. You know? I don't blame you. I actually, myself, have to go to the bathroom real quick, if anybody doesn't mind if I conspiracize to the bathroom, because I have to pee. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. They just explained it to them again. The jury just came out about before lunch and she explained it to them again, you know? That's why I have this, Joan. That's why I have this. There aren't 5 charges. There's 3. And then under the OUI manslaughter, there are lesser included charges. So those are, so she's only been charged with 3 things, but they can convict on a lesser included charge, which is like OUI manslaughter, vehicular, OUI over the limit, things like that. All right, yes, I have to go pee. Give me 3 minutes, okay? I will. Do me a favor while I go to the bathroom, right? Do me a favor and go hit the like button if you already didn't. Hit the subscribe button if you already didn't. There's 700 total. 700 right on the nose of you watching between YouTube and Twitter. So I'd appreciate it if you hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. That's how we're able to bring you this content, is from the kindness of you guys. So we would always appreciate the help. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and a donation link that is pinned to the chat. I will be right back because I have to go conspiracize in the bathroom. Sometimes he does seem nervous, but sometimes they can come to a conclusion, guys. You know, sometimes they can. They can. Sometimes they can come to a conclusion even if they don't agree right now. You know, right? Want to do my house next? Me next, Francesca, me next. Me next. I mean, they can surprise you. Well, they already have her in civil court, so make no mistake about that. In that court, she will not be winning. That's for sure. I mean, all we can do is hope for the best at this point. That's all we can do. We can't make something happen that we want to happen. Obviously, I have hope that they will figure it out, you know. It should have been a jury should have been sequestered. Really, it's the only option in my book. I've said this since trial 1. They should have been sequestered, you know. Ugh. You know, in your area, I'm not going to say where you live, but in that area, people drive like a-holes because it's like, they think because it's like sort of like country streets that they can just fly down them. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I have to at least keep the faith that they'll figure it out. That they will figure it out. I mean, it's gross. But yeah, the judge, I agree. It should have never, they should have been sequestered in the first trial. You know? No. They wanted to know what happens if they agree on 2 of the charges, but not the third. Oh, yeah. The judge has everything to do with half of this. There is okay, this would be the third that I know of. Trials in her courtroom that were a hung jury. What does that tell you? Okay? That I know of. There could be more, but at least that I know of in recent history, if this ends up hung, this would be the third trial that is end up a hung jury in her courtroom. I mean, she's got to change something. She can't keep allowing this kind of shenanigans in her court. And if you're going to do high profile cases, yes, Chesna, exactly. That was the first one. Yep. That was the first one. That one should have been a no-brainer too. There shouldn't have been anything hung about it at all. She gives way too much. Way too much. She doesn't take control of her courtroom. She deals with too much nonsense. But that'll never happen. That'll never happen. She's the chief justice in that area. So she will never pass it along to another judge. Ever. Ever. You know? I mean, that's the other thing. You can't tell someone they can't cry. That's, you know what I mean? How can you tell a mother that they can't cry? They have the right to cry. That's crazy. You know? And, well, at least one doesn't, right? At least one. I mean, Hank Brennan did the best that anyone could have done in this case. You know? She let them do way too much bullshit, in my opinion. She let them have things that I would have never seen from another judge. You allowed the defendant to sit on her phone. Like, I've never seen anything like that. A day off? She's a murder defendant. What? You know? That is not true. They have not come back with anything yet. So once again, Court TV might want to not report things that are not factual yet. We have no verdict yet. So how could they find her not guilty on 2 when they have no verdict yet? They have no right to report something that isn't true yet. Yeah, they're taking it at face value as if that's what's happening right this very second, and a verdict was read. You can't report that until a verdict is read. Because the interview being evidence question. Why though? The interview being evidence question should be a good thing. They want to know if it's evidence. Yes, it's evidence. Why would that be? Why would in any circumstance those clips be bad? They're good for the prosecution. They're bad for the defense. You know? Yep, I see that. They don't know something we don't. Believe me, if there was something to know, I would know it. They're not going to find out before I am. I'll tell you that much. They can have all the power and the money in the world. They're visitors in this state. I mean, there could be. There could be. There could be. Well, that's the thing. You cannot. You're a defendant. You can't be on your phone. Well, I knew that they weren't calling Proctor, so there's that. I don't know how she wouldn't have known that. I knew that they weren't calling the Alberts. I knew that they weren't calling Proctor at one point. He was the last person I knew about they weren't calling, though. So I found out a little later, but I did know at some point that they weren't calling him. So exactly. Then it's evidence. I mean, if you have to ask that question, it's kind of weird, you know? But again, it could just be one juror. Of course. Shocker. Law and crime. Well, that's all they ever do. And it's gross to me. I mean, law and crime is just on the fan right now. Just on the fan, as we can see. They would take it from us or throw us out of the courtroom. You can't have that on and playing with it. We don't know. We don't know. There's no jury verdict yet. We don't have a verdict yet. We can't say anything until we get a verdict. You know? Most of the time the questions are agreed upon or one juror asks them and the foreman writes it down. The foreman may not be asking any questions. It could be other jurors. It could be all of them. It could be some of them. It could be one of them. We have no idea. None at all. I don't know if here's the thing. You don't have to write notes. Writing notes is something you can do, but you don't have to do it. I'm tired of mainstream. She did just bring them in and go over the verdict slips. Yes. Yes, she did. Oh, for the love of God. For the love of God. You know, I feel like at this point, we need this jury to figure it out. I mean, it wouldn't be a shocker. They have to hash it out. That's their job. If you can't first of all, sometimes juries don't come to a decision right away. Sometimes someone is a holdout or 2 holdouts or even 3 holdouts. You got to hash it out. That's your job as a jury. Not everybody's going to agree all the time. It's life. But you got to get in there and figure it out. You know, you got to figure it out. It does, but some people feel like they don't need to write them. There's plenty of jurors that don't write them in trials. I don't really take that as anything just because you didn't write notes. Some people are very good at remembering things. It's possible, but you never know. You know, they're going to have to just hash it out. What part are you confused about? Let me see if I can help. Which part are you confused? Well, everyone says a lot of things. Everyone has said a bunch of ridiculous things that always end up not being true as well. So I don't really take what everyone says, you know. Well, I think Bev just always chooses the person in the first seat, I believe. So she always asks the person in the first seat to be the foreman, you know. I mean, the slip is a little confusing, the way they wrote it. I'm not going to lie. I was even confused, like, wait a second, what? But I had to look at it to understand what was going on with it. But some people do. They have excellent memories. I mean, I can tell you everything that's in this notebook, every single, I wrote on almost every page. I think I have one Lone Ranger page I didn't write on because my little decided she was going to draw in it. You know? So there's 3 charges. She's charged with 3 charges, right? Murder 2, leaving the scene of an accident, OUI, and hold on. Let me look at it. Hold on. There is no top, well, there's, I guess you want to call them top 2, but there is no top 2. They're each on their own page. Hold on. Well, that's the thing. He can pass on any question. If a juror has a question, you're supposed to. If they have a question to the court, you're supposed to. So hold on. Let me see here. All right. Let's see. All right. Offense 1 is the murder in the second degree, so murder 2. The second one is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And then the third one is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. So the second one, the middle one, okay? The middle one is the one where it has all the lesser included. So it would be manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, or involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, operating under the influence of liquor. So manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.8 or greater, 0.08 or greater, sorry. And then involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater, or operating under the influence of liquor, OUI. Those are all of the charges under the main charge, which is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So, well, they should have been sequestered. I mean, I've said that for a long time. Long time. It could be just a hypothetical, you know? I hope that helps a little. So each one of those 3 big ones I read first. And then I read you guys the big one on 2, and then all the lesser includeds on 2. No, not in my state. The judge picks the 4-person in the state of Massachusetts. That's the way the law is written. Well, that's all they do, right? Is confuse people. Right. Leaving the scene of an accident. I don't think that would be, I mean, there's 3 charges, and I think leaving the scene is the 3rd. So if it was a not guilty on everything, I think they would be back by now. And if they all agreed on just OUI, yeah, they would be back by now. You know, they might not. We're at 2:00. It's very possible that they don't today. Maybe they go home, sleep on it, and go back in the morning. Sometimes that's the way you get a verdict, is if they can't agree, they go home, they sleep on it, they come back. You know? I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's hope that you are wrong, Jack. Let's hope you are wrong. Because it can be guilty or not guilty on each charge. It can be. But because there's lesser includeds under this second charge, if you don't think she's guilty of the bigger one, of the bigger charge, then you go down, the lesser includeds. Do you think she's guilty of this one? If you do, you check that one and it's done. If you don't, you move down to the next lesser included. If you don't think she's guilty of that one, you move down to the next lesser included until you either find her guilty or find her not guilty of all of them. One or the other. There was a fourth question. I think someone already answered it right for you. Well, that's the thing. If they do, then they definitely ignored everything. And again, you can't, yeah, exactly. You can't say that they couldn't possibly be swayed by all the nonsense outside, maybe not wanting to be harassed. Just saying. You know? If they vote on not guilty for counts 1 and 2, well, it would be not guilty on that. And then another innocence fraud campaign. Well, that's what it did. If it does set her free, then it would be an innocence fraud campaign that set her free again, you know? We don't have any idea what the jury's doing or not doing. This is why a lot of people have trust issues with the justice system and the law, because things that are very cut and clear sometimes end up not working the way they're supposed to. You know, I think they should be able to figure it out. I mean, they're a jury. They're going to be sent back 2 or 3 times to figure it out anyway. You know, it was 28 hours in the first trial. We don't know. It's a hypothetical. We have no idea. No idea. I think we all do. We all do. We all want justice for these people. About half an hour ago. Was it a half an hour ago? Maybe. Say all your prayers, all of them. I'm guessing there's probably one juror in there causing a ruckus. Or at least one. There is a standalone OUI. Yes, there is. There might be a holdout. We don't know, you know? Yeah, you can say that again. You can say that again, my friend. It's really sad. I need a vacation, I'm telling you. We have no idea. That is something the sewer turtle said. Do not take that at face value. Do not take anything that friggin' man with diabetes says at face value. He'll say anything to garner, these people to give him money, to, rile them up. He will say anything. He will say anything. It kind of is jury tampering, but that's what they intended. That's what they intended the entire time. The judge can't answer that question. She said she can't. It's not something she can answer. She can't answer a hypothetical question. They are the fact finders. They have to figure it out. Right? Say it again, Jesse. For all of them in the back that didn't hear. It's up to them. She can't answer that question. So her answer was, I cannot answer that question. It's not a question that they can answer. Agreed. It should be a sequestration of jurors, because no matter where you change the venue to, no matter what, what place you bring it, all these people will show up there. Make no mistake about that. The sewer turtle will bring his drudge of people to whatever courthouse in the state they choose. Really, the only thing to do is sequester the goddamn jury. Sequester the jury. I love you too. I love you all.
Yes, exactly. The court can't answer theoretical questions. Well, that's what it sets a precedent at, which is if you throw enough money and people like the sewer turtle at it, then maybe, just maybe, you'll just get hung juries until they give up. Which is why I have an inkling that Norfolk County isn't going to give up that easy. Because that's the kind of dangerous precedent it sets. Is, hey, if we get a hung jury enough with jury tampering, there could be. A different judge, I believe, would have helped. Yes, 100%. Or a juror that's afraid of the mob. I agree with that too. Or multiple jurors that are afraid of the mob. Especially if any of them have known what some of us have gone through, including myself. I mean, we're talking about everyday harassment I get from these people. Everyday smearing, everyday lies, every goddamn day. They never stop. Maybe. No limit. There's no limit. There's no max limit. Could be. I wouldn't want to. Attorney on NBC Boston said they're focusing on the manslaughter and not good for Kenya. I probably said that before the last question, though, I'm guessing. Praying jury's messing with Karen and posing these questions to make her feel like she'll walk. I don't think any jury has ever done that. Well, I'm not one to just give in to negativity, because that's what happened in this thing to begin with, is everyone bought what one person was selling them. Right? We don't know until it happens. We have no idea until it happens. Well, if that's the case, once again, I would be more inclined to believe that they were too afraid of being harassed than it was that they couldn't realize that the defense experts couldn't even agree with each other. That's what I would be more inclined to believe. If they're too worried about the harassment versus them being too stupid to realize that the experts on the defense didn't even agree. Hank is the best at what he does. He's great, right? Turn blue. Me too, Joan, but I always feel like my blood pressure is always up from these people, a lot. If this was a hung jury, it would be the third in recent history, two of which were police officers, their deaths being hung juries in her courtroom. Now, if that wasn't kind of a sign that she needs to change the way she deals with her friggin' courtroom, I really don't know what is. Officer Chesna's family didn't deserve to have to go through a second trial, but they did. Why? Why was it relaxed? It just doesn't make sense. Why? Just doesn't make sense. This, if anything, that is what you would think they'd be worried about. If they should have sequestered the jury the first time. They should have sequestered them the second time. I have. But I'm a full-time caretaker of not just my little, but my biological dad is knocking on death's door, and my sister lives in Indiana. So I'm it. And then I have my oldest who has terminal illness. So I'm not really inclined to be able to do anything right now, unfortunately, which is kind of why this works out, because I can shut it off when I need to. I can leave when I need to, but that's also why I've been doing advocacy work for so long, because I enjoy helping people and I have the knowledge to do so. And people used to say to me, well, why don't you charge to be an advocate? And I said, because the people that I help can't afford to pay me. They can't afford to pay me. Rich people don't need advocates. They can hire anybody they want. It is the people who are low and middle income that can't afford to hire someone to help them. I'm not going to charge people for the knowledge I have. That's crazy. Oh yeah, on daily basis. Prank calls, emails, text messages, DMs, you name it, mail, you name it. You think about that it could happen to you, times that by 10 on a daily basis. I agree, Karen, 100%. 100%. Well, that's another thing. Have her do the civil trial, because the civil trial is not going to keep. They're not going to stop and say, okay, well, she's going to be retried again, so we're going to still stop it. It's not going to happen. If they are afraid, that would be why, you know? They leave out a different door, yeah. You know? Disgusted too, Jackie, but it ain't over until it's over. It's not over until it's over. You know? Nobody knows. Exactly. Nobody knows what's going on. We have no idea what's going on inside that jury room until they come to a verdict. I can't say that I think, you know, that it has to be a hung jury or no verdict unless that's what happens, you know? We have no idea if the judge says, well, I can't answer that, right? I can't answer that for you. That's a hypothetical. We can't answer that. By the way, thank you, Debbie, for your $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Then maybe they're like, okay, well, we got to figure this out, guys. We got to come to a conclusion here. We don't know. We're not in there, you know? We're not in there. We are not in there, my friends. Not yet. You know, that would be great because I feel like he needs to be held accountable as well. Hey, Dr. Russell's limo. Yeah, we don't do politics over here because I love y'all too much to put politics into my show. I don't want people arguing and fighting, and politics always ends with that. You know, religion and politics are those two things where people just butt heads, and we're family here, so I don't do politics here. You'll never hear me talking politics here, ever. It's just a strict rule people should have, you know? Me either. So that leads me to believe that it can't be that they don't believe it, right? Can't be that. It cannot be that. It just can't. It has to be that they're too afraid. You know? I agree with you. I agree with you. You never know. We never know. What happened to it? Well, the victims surely are not getting any help when they've been begging for years to be protected from constant harassment and constant, you know, dog whistle threats of incitement of a mob. You know? It's really sad. It's really sad. How do you sequester them? You put them in hotel rooms. No, they wouldn't be allowed to have cell phones that have internet on them and things like that. That's how you sequester a jury. You take all of those things away so that they don't have any access to it. You know? It's a sad thing. They should have been sequestered. Thank you, Joan. They should have been sequestered, you know? Yeah, they stay in a hotel, they get bussed in and out. That's how you sequester a jury. Oh, yes, I will, Dr. Russell's limo. Thank you for your $10 donation. I appreciate that very, very much. And I do hope that one, two, or many of the cult leaders go to jail. And I have a feeling they probably will. Not jail, prison. Should correct myself on that. Prison. Did he? Well, not a shocker, you know? Yes, with no media access. That's how you sequester a jury. That's how it would happen. Yeah. Yep. They'd have to stay in a hotel. That's correct. That's why they don't do it. You know? Right? I mean, kind of ask questions to know the answers, and I tell you guys, there's no stupid questions here. Some people just don't know. Some people just don't know. And that's okay. It's okay if you don't know. If I don't know, we can look it up together. Most of the time I know, but I don't know everything. That's for sure. No one does. But there are no dumb questions here, dude, because not everybody knows. You're not supposed to, you know, unless it's something you're like really passionate about. Some of these things you wouldn't know, you know? No, she wouldn't. She would keep going because you have a sequestered jury, you know? I agree with you, Potluck. There should be. I doubt there will be, but there should be, you know? It's very clear, in my opinion. Well, that's the thing. If there's one holdout, then let's hope that everybody else puts the pressure on. Yeah, that's the way it's done. I mean, you realize there are people from other countries here that don't have trials like we have in the United States. I have people who watch here from all over the world. Some of them are in the UK, Australia, South Africa, all over the place. And they don't have trials like this, and their rules are not the same. So that's actually a good question, Tequila. Asking how they're sequestered. It's a good question. Some people don't know. Yeah, nothing. They wouldn't be allowed. You know? Nope. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I did hear my phone going off, but it's been going off like every 5 minutes all day long. So I usually just periodically pick it up and check. Yeah, I keep politics out, you know? It's just a thing. Oh no. Okay, so I'm getting multiple pieces of information right now. So hold on a second, guys. By the way, Linz, there are people who were asking about you the other day. I think they're overwhelmed too. Maybe they need to go home and sleep on it. I think she meant the other Lindsay. Everybody always asked about her, and she's here, so I'm gonna say hi to her. I know you guys send her love all the time, and it's nice that she's here for you guys to give that love. Matt, ugh, come on, Matt, give them a boost here. Beep beep. I love that. Beep beep. Come on, you guys got to pep up a little, you know? It's not over until the fat lady sings, and I haven't sang yet, so you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to show you guys something. You might not. It's shitty. Oh, that's nice. I love that. I love that. They ask about you all the time. They ask how you are, and yep. Okay. I'm going to show you guys something. Yeah, see? They send all their love. So it's like really like jury tampering, really. Like, I'm going to get it from my email for you guys. Hold on. Oh, why? Why is that necessary? The Commonwealth did the best they could in this case. There was nothing that Hank could not have done or should have done better in this. At all. At all. Yeah, I mean, I'd be exhausted too. T-shirts, and I mean, sometimes the judge, like she did last year, told them to come in comfortable clothing because it's hot. So she told them last year, like, don't come in preppy, whatever clothing, you know, come in, you know, nice and comfortable clothing. You're not alone and you're not crazy. None of you, of course. All right, let's see. Let me get this thing to show you guys real quick. Forget which email I have it in here. Oh, maybe getting this out of the thing will help. Oh, God, do I have to sign into my other email here? Hold on a second, guys. Boop, boop. What? Did I forget to put the capital? I might have. What the hell? Hold on. He doesn't care. Why write a book then? No offense. I like Kevin, but why write a book if you don't care? Doesn't really make sense. How is she not found guilty on the clips alone? That's a good question. I mean, but again, we don't have a verdict yet. No shorts allowed in court here in Rhode Island. Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Thank you, B. Harley. He said, I don't give a shit either way. I give a shit. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it, but I sure give a shit. You would think if you were harassed into oblivion like we have been that you would care, you know? Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I got a 3. Do that. Something you guys might want to see. Did it send or did I open my wrong email here? Oops. Okay. Come on. All right, here it is. Hold on. Damn it. Let me do it. Wait. Download. Okay, let's try it this way. Download. Okay. Now let's see if I can do it this way. Media assets. Add video clip. Downloads. Open. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm uploading it. Fourth question was about whether they could find not guilty on 2, but not agree on the 3rd. But it's a hypothetical question. So the judge said she cannot answer hypothetical questions. It's not a thing. Thank you, Carolyn. Maybe. I mean, well, we can't always be right. You can't always be right. I'm not always right. No one's always right. I mean, I'm pretty good at guessing, but no one can always be right. Sorry, I have a toothache. My back tooth. All right. Yeah, I'm not appeasing anyone. I refuse. I love you all, but even if my opinion was different than you guys, I would say it. I refuse to appease. I mean, look at the difference between my channel and any other channel you watch that's constant super chat, super sticker, membership. You don't see that here. Any donations I get, I read. Have you guys heard one in hours? I think I've gotten 3 today total, and then the 2 super chats. So like, I don't have anybody to appease, number 1. Number 2, even if I did, I'm not appeasing. I refuse. I'm not doing that. That's what sets my channel apart, is I refuse to freaking appease, number 1. Number 2, I don't give a shit if people don't agree with what my opinion is. I'm always going to have my opinion of certain things. There are 2 things I'll tell you will never change. 1,
The people that I care about, I will always have their back. And that includes this lovely lady here. Always. Because the things that she has dealt with, as you guys hear me say, mostly daily, are deplorable and disgusting. And I am determined to make sure it never happens to anyone ever again. Ever again. Because it should have never happened to her to begin with. Ever. Okay? I will appease no one. I don't give a shit if people don't like what I have to say. I don't care. I don't care. It is what it is. Then don't watch me. It's that simple. I know that by at least saying what I think, what my opinion is, without appeasing anyone, that I can sleep at night, knowing I could do the right thing. These people don't care. Talking about these free Karen Reed channels that pander. You're talking about Vinnie Politan, like all these people, they pander. Why? Because if they don't say what people want them to say, they won't get those donations. They won't get their constant super chats and super stickers. I refuse. And if that means that this channel can't keep running endlessly, then that's life. Then that's what happens. Then I tried my best. That's what it means. Then that's what it means. Oh, well. Then that's what it means. You know, at least I know that I said what I believed and that I didn't pander to anyone for any reason whatsoever. I refuse to do that. And I don't care who likes it. All right, here we go. Ready? Clip. Incoming clip for you guys to watch. Pay attention, okay? Here we go. I'll tell you guys what that is. That's an intersection where these people have found out that the bus carrying the jurors goes. So they are actively trying to jury tamper with the jury by finding out the route of where the jury goes, showing up at those intersections, and holding signs. That's jury tampering, folks. The laws need to catch up because this is the stuff they've been doing. No wonder why the jury's afraid. I would be too. If I didn't already deal with this, I'd be afraid. That's a good question. I don't know. I have to check, but I will check for you guys. I will check. I promise. I mean, we don't know, right? We don't know. Sometimes I have to, Lou, but I have to believe somewhere, somehow that karma comes around. I have to. They know. They see you guys. There's nothing we can do, but pray for karma. It's not for, people use, okay. The reason he thinks that though, we'll attempt to, I've been attempting to, I'll tell you, it's been a really hard month. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's been an extremely hard month. The amount of money it takes to run a channel versus the amount of money I've been bringing in is not, the problem is all the stuff that YouTube holds. Like anything the channel has made via super chat, super sticker, memberships for the month of June, I will not get until the end of July. That doesn't keep us afloat for the month of June. That might help us at the end of July into August, but that ain't helping us from now until the end of July. And so that's half the problem with a small channel like mine. I'm not a 15,000 sub channel like Kevin's or more than that like other people's. I am not that large yet. And so the problem with it is a lot of YouTubers, and I mean a lot, they won't answer questions unless a super chat comes in. It's a way to get people to spend money to ask questions or feel like their questions are being answered if you send the money. That's why they do it. It's a way for the YouTubers to be like, well, I'm not answering anything unless it's a super chat, or to just ignore everything until a super chat comes in and only read the super chats. I refuse to do that because I feel like it's sneaky, number one. Number two, I feel like all of you bring something to the table. Some of you guys pull points out that I didn't even think of, or really good questions or life experience that I don't have. So why would you ignore that in your chat? I mean, I get it. It's a way to make money. It just seems sneaky. That's all. And I don't like it. So I don't use that kind of tactic. Now, does it hurt my channel because I do? Yes. Yes, it does. It hurts my channel because I refuse to do that. So I lose a ton of money by not doing that.
but it's too sneaky. I don't like it. Everybody has an opinion and everybody has something to bring to the table, no matter who you are. And some people can't afford it. So if they can't afford it, they should just be ignored in my chat. No, absolutely not. Me being a low income person myself, absolutely not. I don't know. I can get that information, but I'm not sure the name of the streets. They've been informed. They know. They know. You know? Oh, she's definitely evil. She's definitely evil. That's for sure. I fully believe that karma comes around. I think they're afraid. You know? I think they're afraid. Well, she was no. Not if they don't find her guilty on the OUI. Then she skates. That was the gamble of taking a jury versus, you know. I've thought about professional juries before. Some people have pointed out reasons why they would be bad, and other people have pointed out reasons that they would be good. So I honestly don't know what I feel about a professional jury. I've obviously looked into it a little, but not enough to really make a decision on whether I would consider that a good idea or not. I do think that some people should be weeded out of juries for various reasons. But a professional jury, I don't know. There could be pros and cons to that, you know? I mean, that's the thing. The Commonwealth put it all out there. Nobody was going to do a better job than Hank Brennan. No one. I don't care who you are. Nobody on planet Earth was going to do a better job than him at all. And so anybody criticizing Hank clearly knows nothing about the legal profession, nor has ever worked in the criminal justice system at all. And they can't appreciate his brilliance. I am attempting to get an interview with Hank when this is over. So we'll see. You know, I think the judge definitely has some to blame in this if this goes wrong. You know? But hey. I think something's rotten in this state to begin with when it comes to stuff, because there are people just not being held accountable for the things that they need to be held accountable for, and that's half the problem, you know? Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't do politics here, and that's for one good reason, because I love all of you. I just can't do it. But, these channels report a lot of bullshit, you know? No, you can be charged with the same crime twice, but you can't be found guilty or not guilty of the same. So basically, if she gets found not guilty, then they can't charge her with it again. They cannot. If it was a hung jury, you could charge again, but it would be another trial. But if she's found not guilty, that would be double jeopardy. It would attach. She can't get charged again. But the OUI, she can't just get in trouble for the OUI after this, because this would, if they found her not guilty, because that you can't, they already charged for that OUI. They are. They definitely are. You know, they definitely are. You can't, well, you don't have to be convicted. You can be found not guilty. They can't charge you again if you were found not guilty. That would be double jeopardy. Even if you were found not guilty and not convicted, they can't charge you again. That's double jeopardy. Although the workaround to that is being charged federally. So you can be charged federally with the same crime that you were charged state-wise with. It's the only workaround for double jeopardy. I agree with you, Carolyn. There is. Yeah, he's right. He is right. You don't have to be convicted. You can be found not guilty. They can't charge you again if you've been found not guilty by a jury of your peers. That's double jeopardy. You can't be charged again with the same crime if you were already found not guilty of that crime. I know that karma always comes around, but like, I feel like it's just, and I know it comes when it wants to, but I feel like if we could get some right now, that'd be great. No problem. Listen, we do redundancy all the time because people are coming in and out and in and out, and there's 741 of you between X and YouTube. So I've repeated myself a lot today. I don't mind because I know people are constantly coming in and out and in and out. So it's fine. I don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Wait. I heard beeping for a second. I was like, wait, what time is it? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, they have a say in how they're chosen. Yeah, direct ones are always better, of course. These options are always better, as we know. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. Also, I don't know even where to look on Grant's screen. It's too busy, and then the screaming about towels and ladies and gentlemen, like it's a radio show every 5. It's overloading for my senses. I can't do it. I literally can't. It's just way too overloading. I cannot do it. My brain just automatically goes, nope, can't do this. Can't do it. Cannot. Someone explain why so many are saying, well, here's the thing with so many. Because one person said it and then another person said it. So now everyone says it. Think for yourselves, folks. This is half the problem that we had with this trial to begin with, is people just started going with everyone else's opinion instead of thinking for themselves. What do I tell you guys all the time? Even for my channel. What is the main thing I tell you guys about watching me? Right? What do I tell you guys? Go and check even my information. Go check the information yourself. No one can get it right all the time. No one. We are all human. We make human errors. Make sure that you check the information. Make sure you use your own mind to make up. Don't use someone else's opinion. Not even mine. Not even mine. Use your own opinion. Use your own common sense thinking skills, Well, that's the thing. If they go home and they sleep on it, if they get done at 4 and they're like, hey, we can't come to a decision here. If they go home and sleep on it, sometimes after that happens, you will actually get a verdict. Just saying. I mean, she's been chauffeured around, but yeah, she can't drive because of her charge. She can't drive. She has no license. Pre-approved jury pool. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You're welcome. I don't do politics on my channel. It makes people argue and fight, and there's no reason. We all love each other. One big, happy, dysfunctional family over here. We have very smart, intelligent, funny, amazing people that come here to watch every day and have been watching this with me and been covering this with me since 2023. And I love you all, and I would never do you guys dirty like that. I would never do you guys dirty like that. I don't do politics over here for a reason. Everybody has a different opinion about politics. This is not a political channel. That's what other channels are. They can do the politics. I'm not going to do the politics. Plus, in my opinion, politics suck anyone, and everyone's fucking corrupt, and they're all being bought off, so I don't give a shit. Does that make you guys feel better? It's just one big cesspool. We need you to start over, is what we need to do. Start over with everyone. Politics was meant for, like, the mailman and, like, random people who lived in the neighborhood to be elected, serve, and then leave. It was never meant to be people working decades and decades and decades and insider trading and all the dirty shit that happened. It was never meant to be like that. Never meant to be like that. It's supposed to be for all of us to just, get in there, help our fellow citizens and get out. That's it. It's also not bartering and horse trading. It's frustrating. I get it. I get it. The jury could compromise, though. Compromise happens all the time. And if there's only one holdout, maybe they want to get the hell out of there and they compromise. I don't know. It's a possibility. Yeah, I can't. It's too busy. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Oh, yeah, she's evil. She's definitely evil. Nothing about that's going to change. Well, we got other stuff. Yep, there you go. You know what I mean? I don't do politics. There's no reason for it. We all love each other. You don't throw that kind of hate into a stream, unless you're a political stream, I guess, which they don't actually do. It's as if they know they're about to do something. What? Many jurors are looking at the media. How would he know that? Once again, this is him just saying shit. Like, he doesn't even make any sense. You know what I mean. We're not going to argue, this side versus that side ridiculousness. No, it's actually his name. It's actually his name. Right? They're still talking about something. They're still talking about something. Me too. But you never know. Juries can surprise you. Juries can surprise you. Miscarriages happen all the time, folks. And they happen. Yeah, exactly. If we fail, if it doesn't happen and she gets another hung jury, well, we do it together. We do it together, Has he? Interesting. Maybe we can pop in on that for a second. Thank you. Thank you, Holly. Okay, I don't want to see these freakazoids. We don't want to see that nonsensical BS. Let's boop out of that and go. Of course, I clicked in because I have a bunch of tabs open to watch a bunch of different things for you guys because I feel like I'm always doing 100 things. But I'm looking, and of course, okay. All right, hold on. Matt posted one a couple minutes ago. Hello. Why is this thing not loading? What's happening? This channel doesn't have any. Yes, it does. Oh, here we go. All right. We will stop this for a second. Jesse, do me a favor. Do you have Law and Crime on another one of your screens so that I can play Matt's thing? I'll have it on a tab, but I don't want to have to switch back and forth on the tab every 5 seconds for 20 minutes. I mean, it happens. It does happen. Yeah, well, that's what he does. He puts misinformation out there. You know what I mean? That's what he does. All right, here we go. We're going to play this. Hold on. Let me get boop over to it first. We're going to share this one instead. And then we're going to unmute. We're going to pull the screen bigger and play.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's like,
can't make this
I
up.
wish you could laugh. Like it's a murder case that seems to not actually ever come to an end. And you have to feel for Peggy O'Keefe. Hearing that the jury is not guilty again on one, I'm going to guess 1 and 3, and then hung on what I think is misdemeanor OUI. So this is, as I stated earlier,
it's a guess, obviously.
I think on Saturday. What would have happened last time in the first trial had that misdemeanor
maybe they
OUI
are too young. I don't know. I
there?
haven't seen them.
She would have been convicted of that. And this whole thing doesn't happen. But because, and the jury doesn't even know this, that if they do not come to a unanimous decision on count 2, it can be retried. If they're unanimous on 1 and 3, those are done. And they come out and says, not guilty, not guilty. Those are done. But if they are hung because one juror refuses to convict for misdemeanor OUI, the Commonwealth is absolutely going to try this again. Because you get the charge that you most likely want to get anyway, and free and clear. Because double jeopardy is not going to attach to it. It's a complete separate charge. And that's how it is. That's how it is. So I bet the defendant herself would go into that jury room and say, please convict me of misdemeanor OUI. I did it. Please do it. Don't try to hold out for me. This is going to prolong this for another year. Because if you cannot come to unanimous decision on any one of those charges, on all 5 boxes, then they are hung. And that can be retried. How could they decipher all the evidence? What I can tell you is I don't know if this was the best jury picked. So I was on and I've said this, Law and Crime Court TV, Prosecutors Podcast, live now from Fox. Jury selection, every battle is won and lost before it is ever fought. And in a criminal trial, that's jury selection. So what I can tell you is when I was hearing more of the younger makeup of the jury, I'm like, that's not what I would have. I'm like, Hank Brennan is exceptionally good at her. Tried an exceptional case.
He did. He did.
But I would have never allowed that many young people on my jury in this type of case. Young people sympathize with her. They know about they think about the corruption. They're all into true crime and conspiracies. And they often leave facts at the door, unfortunately. When I'm trying a case, I have as few young people on my jury as I can. I try to cause challenge. If not, I preempt them. I get them off my panel. I want dads 40 to 60, and I want moms 40 to 60. That's the range. Maybe a little bit younger if they have multiple kids and maturity. I do not want young 30-somethings on my jury. I absolutely do not want 20-somethings on my jury if I'm a prosecutor. If I'm a defense attorney, that's where I want. And I'm doing this conspiracy. Like when I did I tried a sale of marijuana case. This was almost 3 years ago. There's a video. 2 eyewitnesses, law enforcement witnesses, ID my guy as the person who was dealing drugs. But since the prosecutor was trash, I just literally stacked it with such a young jury who didn't care about marijuana that when I said it's not enough, I put on no defense, 35-minute not guilty. Many are saying and they are not. Many are saying not guilty and they are not free Karen Reed. Yeah. Like I said, the murder is just still a stretch to me. I get it. The evidence is there. It supports it, but the jury is not buying it. The first one didn't buy it. The second one didn't. And this was a much stronger case. And this was without the Trooper Michael Proctors. This was without Brian Higgins, just based on this collision nonsense and the Bowden instruction. So it's like, how do you, if this is actually true, and they, 22-year-old on the jury, goodbye. That's honestly what I would do if I was if I was still a prosecutor. A 22-year-old, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with him. 30-something. I mean, I'm 30-something.
It's like I said, it's that they're saying that there wasn't enough, or they're using the Bowden instruction. I posted on Twitter and I saw it, and it was something I noticed. ADA Lally was arguing hard against the Bowden instruction. It was there in the first trial, but I think as the trial went on, the parties realized, the prosecution realized, like, oh my God, is this instruction giving this younger jury the cover it needs to acquit Karen Reed of murder and leaving the scene of the accident involving death?
Yeah, it is. But they should be able to look at it. Some of us,
it's
depends
pretty stunning.
On it.
I'm not like, I take that back. I'm not absolutely stunned, but hearing it is just like, this is
I'm
what
a person of color. No.
This is the environment that it's like we're supposed to question our whole reality about everything.
I agree with the 20-somethings, not the 30-somethings. I'm a 30-something. 20-somethings, maybe not. Maybe not.
People don't even realize that it's like, oh, well, they didn't say this. And like, no, that didn't happen. When a juror actually asked the question, are those videos evidence?
Oh my God, I know. Oh my God. It has to be one of them though. I know.
That I couldn't, I had no words. If I had just tried a case for 8 weeks and a juror member that I allowed onto my panel said, are the videos evidence? Can we consider them? When Hank Brennan must, every time he does it, seek it to admit into evidence.
None taken.
So yeah, it's potential this one holdout is an FKR, not knowing that she's going to do more harm to the defendant.
I think he did think
she
it would
would
work for the
absolutely take misdemeanor OUI and take her chances with Judge Cannoni, who can only give her up to 2.5 years in jail.
It's not over yet. No.
That's simple. It's not prison. It's house of correction. And you heard the hot mic. Well, Alan Jackson was saying is like, I can't do this again. And if they hang on that second count, he's not going to be back. Elizabeth Little is not going to be back. You can't do you have other parts of your practice and you just can't keep doing that.
Nope.
What makes you sense about the jury selection?
It didn't help her. A lot of people
this is important. And this is something, probably one of the only things Hank Brennan missed, because he tried one of the best cases I've ever seen. His closing argument was exceptional. His crosses, exceptional.
I don't
but
think
the one thing he is from Alan Jackson's generation of trial attorneys. The newer generation of like the people my age, I'm 34 and younger, are all this true crime and thinking about what about this? That's what they're used to doing. But what about that? What all these questions that people are asking that had no relevance? That's what they're doing. And that's why you can't, anybody under 40, you get them off your panel. You use your strikes as fat as whatever it takes. You don't need these people who are just obsessed with true crime, who are just wanting to be heroes to the pink people out front on your panel. You just can't have that.
That's another thing.
They can't find an untainted jury.
It's another argument.
It makes you wonder. It's really, really tough to think about. That it's just people are so they are so entrenched in this position.
Yes, it depends on the upbringing of said 20-year-olds.
People have been gaslit into believing what they see is fake, and that it's all a cover up, and she's just being railroaded to pay. And why wouldn't they go again? Charge her more support to pay for it. I don't think Alan Jackson wants to do this again. I don't think on a personal level he can do this.
Probably
again.
not. Alan Jackson.
I think with him being in LA, it'd be a real stretch for him to do this for a third time.
Yep.
Cheating, yeah, it is. It leaves a real bad taste. It really leaves a bad taste in your mouth that you can just gaslight the jury
to death,
the jury pool, and then just continue to convince them and get away with murder, manslaughter, killing John O'Keefe. That's the reality of it. Can she get jail time from witness intimidation cases? Yeah, potentially, but those are far off. Yeah, I do worry about future trials as well. Do you think they'll pull the jury right away after? You can't do it. The only way you can pull a jury is if you find them guilty. Like they asked, should the panel be polled? No. Like when I was a prosecutor, if I lost a case, I never polled the jury. They already said it's not going to change. Jury saying on two charges by question. Yes. If I were to guess, I think we're like Alan Jackson said, I think we're in the same predicament that we were last year. And yeah, she said she hit him and they don't believe it. That's the ridiculous part.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this younger jury is that they need evidence that doesn't exist. They need the video. They need so much overwhelming because they're brought up with this idea that has to be proven beyond all doubt. That was the problem. That is a problem with the younger panel.
We're going to move on to a different trial when this is over.
That's the reality of
other cases.
If you're a defense, you always want a younger panel, especially on marijuana cases. Nobody cares.
My kid would have found her guilty.
I literally, in that case I spoke about earlier, I spoke for 12 minutes in the entirety of the trial, including openings and closings.
Bingo,
25-minute not guilty.
Bingo.
Isn't trial, I think we need professional jurors. Oh, maybe, I wish. Maybe this is a pressure tactic from the other jurors. Thoughts? No. They wouldn't do that. The phone stopped moving. Yeah. It's just like, what is
right in front of you? What's hard?
What more do you need? And then it's just like, the problem is they're asked, have you formed opinions? And what I can tell you is too many women on that panel, younger women, are just detested by Michael Proctor. They didn't even have to call him. They wrote his text message in, and they're like, I don't care.
Yep.
Matt, I feel stick. They're going to find her not guilty on 2 counts, possibly 3. How can we have faith in our criminal justice? It's really unfortunate. It really is. It makes you wonder. It's just like, how are, like, when cases proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you just have this
Hopefully
social
they do
media
go for a
team,
plea deal. Hopefully.
and because if it doesn't end in a
Right.
outright acquittal,
Agreed.
this case will be tried again.
Yep.
It will. Misdemeanor motor vehicle homicide. I mean, motor vehicle manslaughter. They're absolutely going to go again.
Yep.
And it's like, what don't we have this time? What could we find that will put us over the edge? And it's, first off, picking a better jury.
Yeah.
That was the first and foremost.
So
finding people. I'm doing jury selection. I have my clients, so I was in the process of going through a jury pool about 6-7 weeks ago. And I'm going through and I'm talking to my clients, like, we don't want this person on the jury. We want this person. My client brings a Bible to court every time she goes.
Yeah, I didn't have that either.
One of the jurors
and the lift
wrote in her questionnaire
to my friends,
my hobbies are reading the Bible. I'm like, check. I want that person on my jury because I'm going to make sure my client's Bible is in plain view so that person sees that. Why such a young jury?
Probably for the data. Hank probably thought that they could understand the data better.
It just,
that's why.
I don't know. It's something that should have been caught.
Casey Anthony wasn't the only one in Florida.
Yes, they're infected. They're much more susceptible to social media. And I just have a hard time thinking that a lot of them didn't actually make up their minds.
Joy.
And that's why you don't want people, you don't want that young people. Hey, do you have Instagram and Twitter?
Hoping for something convicted.
You don't want those people at all. Matt, thank you for all that you've done throughout this entire trial. Absolutely. Thank you. Happy to do it.
Happy to do it, but it's exhausting
Many
for sure.
FKRs or older folks was why I think they went young. That's a mistake. You need going young. I can tell you this. Last summer, the day they declared the mistrial, I was in Boston, and I think I've said this on a previous stream. I was walking back from the garage. I was at a
Matt
restaurant.
Tympanic. He's an attorney here in Mass.
And I just saw a bunch of young people screaming at the top of their lungs, "Free Karen Reed." It was just endless. People think, the younger kids think it's cool. 20-somethings, college age. I think she said it herself. She has something like 9 Harvard law people working for them.
Yeah,
they're obsessed. They actually think it's not the truth.
So insane.
So the fact that they asked the question tells you what you need to know about the jury. Yeah, that's it. If you had one juror who didn't know the videos weren't evidence, you have a real problem.
I would.
Even if the jury, there's not one that put their foot down. I'm a 40-year-old female and would love not to budge from my beliefs. I think that unfortunately, I'm guessing it's one juror. I think if that one juror came over to misdemeanor OUI,
on something,
the case would be done.
Something.
And
it would be sad, but it would be a conviction.
It's just endless. And it just creates this, it almost enables it. It's like, oh, Turtle Boy was found not guilty. And now she was a murderer and leaving the scene.
The jury.
But it's like.
But I think I know why Hank did it.
No, there hasn't been a verdict as far as I know. They just had a question and it was just a wild one. It's just a.
Yep. Less. A lot less.
It was just an absolute
circumstantial
wild question. The wording of the questions really screams compromised jury to me. Yeah.
Yep.
That this is a theoretical question they cannot answer. And we might be in the same, if they actually then, because if they say they're hung, if they know they're
definitely a different judge.
So Judge Canoni said this is a theoretical question. So the jury doesn't know the answer to this. Instead of being like, we're acquit on this, and then we hang on this count. Why say gaslighting? Why say impossible to get into? It's the jury of her peers. Finally, how, even if she's guilty. Yeah. Reasonable doubt is a abiding conviction of the defendant's guilt for the crime. Did this person do this or didn't they? And the overwhelming evidence is that she did it. There's just too many things that you just can't plan. But you have a situation where members of the panel are either in a position where they're just like asking all these questions that weren't answered, that have no relevancy. So, like the jury was looking to find her guilty of DUI, make sure the other wouldn't be hung. Yeah, here in Florida, I'm in, and it would have been gotten done. Yes, absolutely. Somebody on a jury, and if they hang on that, that's kind of a blessing for the Commonwealth. Maybe a curse, depending on how you look at it, because if it's misdemeanor OUI, the case is over. That's double jeopardy because she's been found guilty of one of the lesser included. Case done. So I think they would happily do that. They would happily trade that. They will take a misdemeanor OUI and try to see if they could get probation from Judge Cannoni on a DUI. But the jury doesn't know that. And the jury is being like, we're trying to acquit her again, but we can't. We can't agree. A bit more to get rid of the murder too. Yes. I think if they don't get her this time for murder, I think they're going to dismiss that count. I think that it's just going, as you can see, it just confuses the jury.
I disagree.
It entrenches people. The goal with keeping the murder charge is to soften them up to make for motor vehicle manslaughter. But hearing murder, people are like, I don't know if it's murder. And if I don't know if it's murder, how do I know it's anything else? Yep, I think the jury is pro Karen. They're trying to end this. It's possible. And if they can't get that, if they can't get that agreement, then it's done. If they can't get an agreement, it's going to be retried. So we'll see.
Me too, Lindsay. Me too.
Any more questions?
Nothing yet. They didn't come back yet.
Your thoughts on the verdict slip change today? It did nothing. I explained that over the weekend and Monday, that what was going on with it. It's not hard to understand. What was going to happen if they wanted like a not guilty spot everywhere, and if they clip checking not guilty everywhere on the board,
he'd already be in jail.
On that page, they could argue double jeopardy attaches, and they shouldn't have been found guilty of this and
no
this,
verdict
that, and
yet.
the other thing. That's what they were going to do, and that's why Judge Cannoni did not do that.
I love this, Barbara. I love this comment.
So
you win the
I think that with that, I think we're going to end today's session. If you have any other questions, be sure to send it to me on Twitter. But thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate you, my dude. Thank you. I disagree with him in that they'll drop the murder 2 charge. I don't think that they'll drop the murder 2 charge. So I liked his video, obviously, but I don't agree with the fact that the Commonwealth will drop the murder 2 charge. I don't think the Commonwealth will drop the murder 2 charge. And let's be very clear here. I know a lot of people are like, they're not going to retry it. They're not going to retry it. If it's hung, they're not going to retry it. But I know the county that I grew up in. And I promise you, they're not going to just let this one go. There's no goddamn chance. There is no motherfucking chance that they let this go. So let's be very clear here. If we don't get a verdict today, okay? Oh, yeah, smooches. I get smooches. They said, how sweet smooches. You give me smooches. Yeah, well, I'm behind in the comments, sir. Maybe one day we can get him to do some funnies over here in camera view. You guys would get a kick out of him. You would get a kick out of him. Yeah, no, we got no verdict yet. Wait, hold on. Florida's only 6 jurors unless it's capital. Then it's 12, right? And they only need 9 to convict, if I'm correct, right? That's how it works in Florida. I mean, I know my laws when it comes to Massachusetts, but other states, I have to look into certain things. Certain things are the same, certain things are different. But if I'm not wrong, I think it's 12, but they only need 9 to convict of like the death penalty. We don't have the death penalty here. There is no death penalty. So we don't have all that extra stuff that has to do with like death penalty cases, capital. But what we do have is the Matthew Farwell case with Sandra Birchmore. And that one is a federal charge. So he could get capital murder on that. So that's part of the reason why some countries don't try them, Anna, right? Canada doesn't, right? Where you live doesn't. So, I mean, there's a reason why they don't, you know? You know, I agree that half of the problem, I think what Hank did was he picked a younger jury because that way they could understand the data. It's not a secret that older people don't always understand the data, you know, especially a lot of the tech data. Although I do think that he might have forgotten that people, at least my age, I'd say between 35 and 45, would still understand the data. But I understand why he picked a younger jury, because you want them to understand the data. You want them to get some of this stuff that maybe older people wouldn't understand, you know? Nobody could put on a better case, but just, I mean, even as Matt just said, they're gonna go at it again. He knows this county. I know this county. They're not going to just leave it alone. There's no chance. There's no chance. There's no one that I think that could put on a better case than Hank. I agree with that. I don't think there's anyone that could do a better job than Hank Brennan. No chance. But I think if you have a jury that's afraid to convict based on a mob outside, then we have a problem. But this is why I said in trial 1 and I said in trial 2, how many for all of you who have been following me since 2023, how many motherfucking times have I said, sequester the goddamn jury? Sequester the goddamn jury. They should have been sequestered in trial 1, sequestered in trial 2. There should have been a fucking gag order this entirety of the time. And Hank did it correctly. At first, I didn't understand what he was doing when he asked for the gag order, but not on Karen, just on her attorneys. And I'm like, why would you ask for a gag order? But he knew exactly what he was doing. Karen never shuts the fuck up. Never shuts the hell up. So his point to that was the attorneys can't speak, but she can. And she might say something incriminating. So remember, if they do go at it again, I disagree with Matt. What do they have that they didn't have last time? All the damn clips she's been giving us the entire fucking trial. All the damn clips. And some of those are contradictory to the clips she gave in the first trial. So that's what we have. That's what we have. Half of USA thinks 1/4 of a pound weighs more than 1/2 a pound. Is that real life? 1/4, which is 1 part of 4. They think that 1 part of 4 is more than 2 parts of 4, which is a half. That can't be real life. It can't be real life. You know? I mean, the form really don't think did much, but again, I think that the judge made it confusing with all the ridiculous instruction. I don't think the Bowden instruction should have been given, because I don't think they put on a Bowden case at all. I don't think they met the burden for that. I said that when they were asking for the instruction. I don't think that they met the burden for a Bowden instruction. I just don't. I just don't. We could definitely all be wrong, and they go home tonight and they're like, you know what, we have to come to some conclusion here. You know, there got to be some give and take. And they go home and they come back and they're like, hey, you know what? We don't want to be here for the next 5 days. We don't want to hang this jury. We got to do something different. Start over. Try it again. Someone's going to get worn out somewhere. Just depends on where the hangouts are. You know? I'm telling you, this county will do it again. They will do it again. That's the shitty part, is that the family will have to do it again. They shouldn't have to do that again. The witnesses shouldn't have to do it again. You know? Yeah, the problem isn't the charge. That's, in my opinion, it's not. I don't think they overcharged her, in my opinion. Murder 2 does not require intent. It doesn't even require intent to show she meant to hit him. Doesn't require that. Just doesn't. You know? Exactly. Who can't believe that beyond a reasonable doubt that she backed up at 75% acceleration, 60 or so feet, and 24 miles an hour and did that on accident? She's not responsible? What? Come on. Well, I think that's what they'll do. It's a very real possibility that's what they'll do. No, there was no note saying they're hung. There was a note, and they were asking if they found not guilty on 2 and couldn't come to an agreement on 1, what would happen? Would it? And the judge can't answer that. Like she said, that's a hypothetical question. She cannot answer that. It's not something, you know. And again, they have to be sent out at least 2 or 3 times back to deliberate before you get a hung jury anyway. So we're a long ways from getting a hung jury. It's been 14 hours. Right? Got something good in there? If they leave today with no verdict, there might be a hope that they come back tomorrow and give a verdict. You know? I think Hank's case was, there's nobody who's going to do a better job than Hank Brennan. You know? None. I don't know. I don't think so. I think they said if the defendant's videos, I don't think they said Karen, as far as I remember. Does anybody remember? I don't think they said Karen. But thank you, Debbie. Thank you for your, I'm going to like it. Oop. Oh, I can't. I can love it, though. Thank you. Thank you very much, Debbie. I appreciate that. Oh, also, real quick. Yeah, I saw that, but it could have been it could be his brothers. That's the other thing. So imagine you murder someone and thinking she's pregnant and it's going to blow up your life and it's not even your kid. Could be his brothers. That's the other problem. But still, imagine, because Farwell most certainly, in my belief, had something to do with her death. You know? Ooh, early cocktails. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I mean, I do have champagne in the fridge. I do. And now my husband's home to open it for me. Imagine that one. Imagine. Okay. Let me see here. Let me get down to these. I don't know. You know, we've had like 50 people come over here and ask that. I don't know. I don't know why. Everybody stop acting like it's a done deal. It's not a done deal. We don't know. The jury could go back there, deliberate some more, go home tonight, come back tomorrow and say, all right, we've come to an agreement on guilty on whatever. We don't know. We do not know. But I do want to read this real quick because it was really sweet and I appreciate it very, very much. Joan has sent a $24.90 donation in honor of John's badge number, because that's his badge number, 2490. And she said, out of respect for Officer John O'Keefe, 2490, John's badge number. Thank you for being you. Hugs from, I'm not going to say where, Joan. Thank you, Joan. I appreciate you. That's very nice of you. I can appreciate that it's John's badge number. It's just sad, you know? It's sad. I hope that they can come to some sort of something on this, because, you know, this family doesn't deserve to have to go through this again and again and again and again. They've already done it twice. They don't need to do it again. You know, it's not necessary. So thank you, Joan. I appreciate your donation to the channel. It means a lot. No, but these are turtle people. The thumbnail is meant to be funny. For anybody that watches me every day, they definitely got it when I put it up there. Well, they're already banned from social media, but the problem is that they work on the, you know, the honor system. I've been telling you guys this whole trial, I don't believe for a second that these jurors have not seen anything or heard anything about this trial on the news or social media. That's just not possible if you live in this state. It's just not possible. So for them to say no every day, you know, I'm sorry, but I just don't buy it. I just don't. So what needed to happen was they needed to be sequestered. I have to believe that maybe someone on that jury is afraid of the mob. If they're going to intersections, like I showed you guys the clip earlier, I'll show it again. Here's the clip where they found out where the bus brings the jury to the intersection. They decided they were going to go to that intersection and hold signs. Here it is. Like, what in the actual hell? You know? What in the actual hell? That's ridiculous. Right? Overcharging would have been murder 1. She got M2, which again requires no intent. No intent. He will be one day when his trial comes. I don't remember I mean, we didn't get to see the question. So the judge did not give, she read. She didn't show us. Well, that would be a judge trial, not a jury trial. And I don't think they would go for that. That's your choice, whether you pick a judge trial or a jury trial. But your best odds are probably a jury trial in something like this. They should have been sequestered. I've been saying it since trial 1, you know? I mean, it's a good point, but I think that Hank Brennan did it so that they would understand the data portions. And there's a lot of data. There was a lot of data. So I think, you know, that was his thinking on and getting a younger bit of a jury, you know? Oh, they have been, Holly. They have been. They know. They know. They know. There's not much they can do about it, but they know. That's half the problem. We need a law that says you can't do this. I mean, you would think the jury tampering law would fix that. You know, hey. It definitely would. Sequester them, you know? I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question, Donna. I don't know. Can't answer that. You know, I'm going to attempt to try to get an interview with Hank when this is over. But if he chooses to take it on again and there's a hung, I may not be able to get one because he wouldn't be able to talk to anybody until the next one was over. So, you know, well, they have to decide that. Well, I mean, there's at least one that's not too smart, because how do you, I mean, if it's in evidence that you have as the jury, of course it's evidence. That's why you have it, right? They have it. They can watch it over and over. Over and over. Over and over. I could have seen that a mile away, you know? I don't think they're ever going to wait 2 or 3 years. I'm not saying line with a quarter versus half. Do you know there are seriously people that do not know what a 5:15 is? Are you serious? Oh, for the love. It's not a whodunit. It's not a whodunit. This is not a whodunit. Right? Can I have a warning? Could kill you. Don't get Karen Reeded. You know, backing up at 24 miles an hour. I don't think they met the burden for Bowden at all. And I said that when they were arguing. And I said, I don't think that they met the burden for Bowden, not by a damn long shot. You know, there could be. There could be. It's a possibility. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. That's half the problem, Joy. And as an attorney, you know that. The bending over backwards to defense, allowing them to have so many things that no other judge on planet Earth would have given them. After she says no, the endless sidebars. I've never seen anything like that. You can't see how that could have an effect on a trial, you know? I'd want him to, Super Van. I would want him to. I can't tell you whether he would or not, because I'm not him, but I would want him to. Yeah, well, he sucks at life, but he's got his own trial waiting. He should probably worry about himself, considering, you know, he shoots himself in the foot with everything that he says, and he puts it on the internet for the world to see. I can't say that a jury of any people would find him not guilty on anything with the shit he says. Put 40s or 50s or 60-year-olds on that jury for him and see how well that works. I don't know. That's not the way the judge read it, I don't think. I think she read it as defendant, but we don't get to see the actual note. So, you know, I agree. If they don't sequester the jury, if they don't change the venue, I'm not sure that they won't do this again and again and again. I think we saw yesterday it was 6 is the most that someone has been retried, and that was in the Curtis Flowers case. 6. You know? Maybe they did blow it on jury selection, but I think I understand why he did it. Why he would have chose a younger jury, and that would have been for the data, which is a lot of the case. You need them to understand the data. But maybe they didn't. Maybe that's half the problem. Thank you, Carolyn. Right. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and I have not sang today yet, I don't think. Would be a holdout for guilty, I can imagine, after watching this trial, coming in and looking at Peggy and not fighting, even if it's hard for justice. If I was for guilty, there's no chance I'm flipping. None. Not watching that mother. Absolutely not. I'll stay there for the next month of my life if I have to. Not doing it. That's exactly what will happen. Same thing over and over and over again. I do feel like Judge Cannoni's part of it. And I know that Matt didn't go over that part. I get it. He's a practicing attorney. They don't always criticize judges because then you risk pissing off a judge that you may be in front of one day. But here's my theory. As someone who's not an attorney, but who was going to be and wanted to be, I don't give a shit whether I piss off the judge, because ultimately, if the judge shows a bias, then I have an appealable issue. Right, great. So, for my clients, I want a fair trial, and that means the judge taking criticism if they have to for things that they did do wrong. And this judge did way too much bending over for the defense to begin with. The Bowden instruction, I don't think they met the burden for. Third party should have been out in the first trial. They should have been sequestered. They should have had a different judge. This allowing the defendant to sit on her laptop, her phone, all the ridiculous, allowing the defense without telling them to sit the hell down, to keep objecting. And when they don't like the answer, when you say no, to keep whining until you give it to them. I have never seen a judge pander like that. She was a defense attorney. I understand it. I get it. But at the same time, you're not a defense attorney anymore. And she did murder cases. You're not anymore. You're a freaking judge. Do your job. There were so many things that were done wrong here. Oh, shocker. We're at 14 hours and 22 minutes on their counter. So they had 12 strikes, and then they had unlimited strikes for other things. So it depends. Hank could have used strikes, they're really stuck on the drinking and driving charge. Then I have lost all faith in humanity. I agree with you, Lindsay, because it doesn't make any sense. That was such a weird question. But again, you can't blame it on all the jury. It could just be one person in that room that said, well, if the videos aren't evidence, then we can't consider them. So the foreman was probably like, okay, well, they are evidence because we have them. And that person was probably like, well, we don't know that. We don't know anything about that. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird to me. A, using her name is weird. B, she's the defendant. She's the defendant, right? It was very thoughtful of her. That's John's badge number. And that was a really nice donation. Thank you, Joan. We might have to come back tomorrow. It's that simple. The defendant. That's what she is, the defendant. No. Again, like I said earlier, everybody who watches me knows that was satire. It also says verdict watch. He hasn't had a trial yet. But these are the turtle people. These pink mob people, these are the turtle people. That's what they are. They are the turtle cult. It is all one and the same. They are the turtle zombies. It's what they are. So insane to me. Our video clips of Karen interviews evidence. Thank you, Debbie. That's like what? Thank you, Joan. It's just weird to me. Like, what? Do you know her? Like, well, that's the thing. I think some of us absolutely would have understood the data. I would have understood the data. A lot of you would have understood the data, and we vary in age, right? Like, hey, I know I'm like semi-old nowadays compared to my children, but I know I'm not old. I'm not, not dying. Like, not 90. I bless those people that live into their 90s. Like, I one day would love to let me live into my 90s. I want to see what the future has. Freeze me when I die and bring me back when y'all figure out how to do that. I want to be cryogenically frozen and then bring me back 300 years from now or whatever it is when y'all figure out how to do that. Just cryogenically freeze me. Let's do that. I want to do that. I want to see what the future looks like one day. If you honestly think that Karen Reed is innocent, then I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. I feel very sorry for you. That means that you've been fed bullshit for so long, you can't even tell the difference between what's evidence and what's fake. What's been fed to you as bullshit and what evidence actually is. Yeah, one time. Do you think this is funny, Miss Reed? I'll never forget that. Think this is funny? Karen laughed. One time. Yeah, it's possible. We don't even know which juror it was, You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where you're like, do I need to get the job done myself? Do I need to do it myself so this doesn't happen? Like, is that what needs to happen? But nobody could have done a better job than Hank Brennan. There's just no one. I'd hold out. I'd hold out. I'd hold out. I would hold out. You guys, I have to scroll to the bottom here. I don't want to skip you guys' comments, but I have to scroll because I'm never going to get to the bottom. Ever. Oh, he probably does already. 100%. 100%. 100%. I do not doubt that, but not 1 minute. Not 1 minute. Jury just sent another question. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The Pepto-Bismol crew. So is it a... We don't know. There's no verdict, so we have no idea. Another question that's probably not good. No, you won't. We all live together, die together. We're going out together. Right? Apparently not. Apparently not. I would mind them if I was on the jury. I'd be like, what is this lady? What? Right? What if they're like, okay, well, we don't have a hypothetical anymore. It's real. What do we do now? But again, you deliberate because that's what you do. Right? If we say Karen was drunk, will she get in trouble? She was the eyewitness. She's the only eyewitness. No, it's not over. It's definitely not over. And again, not over till the fat lady sings, and I'm not singing. It's not over till we get a verdict. It's just that simple. Or they say they're hung. Right? Is it an alien from Mars? Who else did it? It's fucking scintilla of evidence that anyone else did it. Let's hope so, Dougie. I mean, how do you not know what to do with it? Me 3. Let's do it together. I'm in. I'm in like Flynn. I know. I feel like I need to hold my breath for another question. It'll be a ridiculous question. I might cry. Like, how do you know? It's in the evidence that you have. If it's in the evidence that the jury has a deliberation, then it's evidence. I mean, that's not hard. But I have to believe it's one person because it could not possibly. I refuse to believe that more than one person would ask that question. I don't know who's reporting another question. I have no idea. No idea. Oh my God. Imagine. What does DUI stand for? What is the difference between DUI and OUI? I can't. But we have done everything that we can do. That's for sure. We have done everything that we can do. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Common sense ain't so common anymore. It's potentially the start of no one being convicted ever again. It's too easy to corrupt. And that's the precedent that it sets, right? Is all we got to do is send a mob out for you. And then we'll just hang until the cows come home. You know? Breathe. It's not over until it's over, and it ain't over because we have no verdict. So, alleged evidence. That was so strange to me. Alleged evidence. Who told ARCA to say alleged evidence? You know? Jury question. Can we vote to just dismiss the case without making any decisions, right? Imagine. She was drunk. Yeah, it does. Believe me. I've been dealing with this since 2023. What do you think it does to me? It's possible. It's very, very possible, my friends. We all agree she killed him, but believe the Commonwealth did not prove it. They proved it. They proved it times 10, in my opinion. What other evidence could you possibly need? The Kohlberger case has way less, as someone pointed out earlier. Way more circumstantial, way less solid evidence. So what else could you possibly need? We don't know. We have no idea because we don't know who they are. I mean, you're not supposed to. That's the point, you know? Listen, that's what I have this for, my friend. And I'm trying to go easy on it. Trying to go easy. He is funny. You got in through your nose, out through your mouth. We'll do this together, right? I know, me too. I'm trying not to chain bait, okay? Just bait. You know? That's why we don't do politics, my friend. You know? Yeah, believe me, I've done this twice. Believe me, I have done this twice, my friends. You know? You know, sometimes I feel like no good deed goes unpunished, though, Anne, you know? I sometimes will watch other creators and I'm like, this is what people like. This is what people want. I'm a teeny tiny, you know, fish in this very large YouTube pond. And I will tell you, it has been extremely hard to keep this channel running because I'm so small. So I don't get a ton of donations, and that, you know, you have to be able to do that to keep your stuff going. And especially for as long as I do each day, especially for trials and stuff. And, sometimes it feels like no matter what you do, it's just not enough, you know? I've done this trial twice, pre-trial and all. I've cried with people. I've pulled people off of the ledge. I've supported people from the harassment they receive. I've dealt with it myself. I continue to deal with it myself. And sometimes it just feels like, for what? If they can't get this right, what will they get right? What will they get right? You know, Jimbo, I do have a very large shoulder, but the problem with that is that sometimes you need a shoulder yourself. Sometimes you need one yourself. And I can only be, you know, such a large shoulder for so long before I need my own shoulder. You know, people point it out to me all the time, like, you help a lot of people, but what about you? And it's like, I'm real good at asking for help for other people. And advocating for other people. I'm damn good at it. But not myself. Not myself. If I was a rich person, you would all own houses and have cars. And, you know, I'd be like Oprah. Like, here's $10,000 for your bank account, a new car, and a home for you to live in. Start your life. You know, I'd be like Oprah if I was a rich person. I'd be like Mr. Beast, except better. Better. Much better. But hey, we can dream. I've thought so many times about if I've ever won the lottery, what I would do with that money. And me and my husband have talked about it. we already have like a plan. I've had this plan for years to buy schoolhouses that are empty. There are so many abandoned schoolhouses in my state that you could rehab and turn into apartments and just charge people like $100 for rent and let them pay their own electric and gas, and then just pay the taxes on the building with their rent. Stable place for people to live and have a home and not have to worry about the rent skyrocketing through the roof. So many people would be housed. So many. You know, and the people that I care about, I would just buy an entire area and bulldoze it and make like an entire street. House, 2-family house, 2-family house, 2-family house, and put the people that I care about that have struggled their entire lives, working, coming home, doing the same thing every day, having children in their own place to live. So that's the one thing they don't have to worry about, you know? You know, I've thought about a lot of things like that, because if I was ever a betting person, which I'm not, and I won the lottery, I have a lot of, you know, I've never really thought about what I would give myself more than a brand new vehicle that I need. I would paint it pink, of course, because that's my favorite color, and Karen will never ruin that for me. I really want a truck, a pickup truck, because that's my idea of the best car ever is a pickup truck. And this is actually the longest I've ever been without a car, and it's damn hard, I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Jack, for your super sticker. The Franken truck, right? 36 minutes now. I know I'm behind in the comments. Yeah, sometimes it's a lot, you know? Lapasat impersonating is comedy gold. Oh, kind of like my Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. That's my favorite impression. No, on Alcatraz, no internet and TV. That would be nice, you know? That would be nice. Well, she'll definitely get it civilly, and there's no doubt about that. And I am dying to see what those depositions look like for sure, you know? I wouldn't be surprised either. You know, there's nothing that we could be surprised about when it comes to this, because we've seen it all. We've seen the worst in people come out in this case, but we've also seen people like you guys and the best of people. Right? So there might be some shitty people in all of this, but there are some amazing people like you guys. Look at the way you guys take care of each other, just even in this chat every day. Make sure we're all okay. Make sure we see people. Like, I haven't seen Sunken today. He's been on my mind. I haven't seen him yet. But I'm always thinking, like, oh, I didn't see this person. Let's make sure they're okay. I didn't see that person. If I don't see you guys for more than one day, I start to worry like the mother hen. But you all come together for each other. And that's important. Defense is back. We're live, right? Yep. Just making sure. I'm going to unmute this just in case it comes back. No, she wanted them back there on time, 10 minutes early, because they were late, you know? Yep, sometimes people are shitty, you know? Well, there's a lot of evil in this world, that's for sure. I do. I don't buy tickets. I don't. I really never do. I also, you have to have the extra money to do that. So that's also why I don't ever do it, you know? They haven't, manslaughter is an option, but they haven't come back with any answers, so we don't know, you know? Right? I just want like I don't care if it want 500 million. I don't want this giant house, you know? Oh, that's nice, PNW wife. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, my next thing is again, you have to have money to save to be able to save for a vehicle, and they are very expensive, even used ones right now. I'm hoping that someone I know like has someone in their family passes away and has a vehicle that they could sell for cheap money that they don't need, or something like that, something along those lines, somebody in the community, something, because otherwise I don't have $5,000 to put down on a used car, and I need one, you know? But that's disgusting. It's disgusting. That's just utterly disgusting. Utterly disgusting. How could you sit there and talk shit about the O'Keefes? What did they do to you? What did they do other than lose someone they love? You know? What? What did they do? Gets me too. I give what I can, you know? We ain't giving up. I told you, it's not over until the fat lady sings, and I ain't singing. So, lots of differences. Like I said, 4 o'clock coming. They could go home, sleep on it, come back, and be like, yep, we decided to convict. There was one holdout. We convinced that holdout to turn. You know? It's a very real possibility. We are not giving up until the very end. We have to think John and Peggy. I don't either, but it happens, you know? Here's the thing. Even if I was a billionaire, what do I need 10 houses for? I don't, you know? I don't. I don't need them. I'm not going to drive them all. What would I need that money for? It could be a question, or it could just be them coming at the end of the day. It's 3:46, so really it seems to me as if they're just for the end of the day, you know? You know? That's what it seems like to me, is they're just housekeeping at the end of the day. Let's hope not, Marcia. You know? Let's hope not, because let's be clear. Is that what Vinny's saying? I'm not seeing anything that says there's a verdict. I'm not seeing anything that says it's a verdict. You know? Right? She's pocketing that shit. But this is going to be a playbook for a lot of other attorneys. Right? I have no need for that. I mean, I might want like an extra office or one extra guest bedroom, but other than that, no. I'm not seeing anything about a verdict at all. Me too, Adam. But welcome for being new. We're just like one giant, dysfunctional, smart, funny family. I mean, make no mistake, I've been focused on it. It's just hard. When you're small, the algorithm for YouTube doesn't push you out to other people the way it does for bigger channels. And so it's the people who are much smaller suffer. You know, you sink or you swim this little, you know. We grow a little, but we need more growth than what we're doing now to be sustainable. Oh my God, I can't even talk anymore. I'm tired. I'm hungry and I'm tired. God damn it. I'm hangry. Goddamn mozzarella sticks. That's what I'm talking about, man. A lot. Of course they're saying that. It's because the defense came back. That's what they're saying. I haven't seen anywhere that reported. I feel like that's something we would see here, you know? But hey, I don't know. It's a possibility. Money and access. Right. Media is always sure of themselves. Didn't they say a verdict yesterday and there was no verdict yesterday? You know what I mean? I can't with her. I literally can't even look at her face. I kid you not. Makes me want to punch things. Leasing is good if you don't drive a lot of miles. If you drive a lot of miles, not so good. Because then once you go over the miles, you're charged per mile and it's a whole thing. I would never lease because it would go over the miles, especially with my kids back and forth, hospital visits, all those things. I could never do a lease because it would go right over the mileage you're allowed. Well, that's right. I agree with you guys. Clown. I have faith until the very end. Until the very end. Oh, I bet it is. That's another thing. You know, all of that. Did he seriously? I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he did. That's for sure. That would not shock me. He's done worse. Way worse than that. He's a sick human. He needs some serious help. Yeah. We've been told that Vinny's saying there's a verdict, but I haven't seen anything other than him. No, yeah, it is. You're right. You're 100% right. This is close to home for me. It's also because I now know some of these people, and that's what makes it worse. Increasing security. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. It's coming back.
There is an answer.
We'll still be here. We'll have a show tomorrow too, so. Me too, Anna. You guys have always welcome here, and we will still have shows. Don't worry. We'll have one in the morning. No worries. You are the best. I appreciate all of your help.
We're back in session at 8, seated.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions.
Just
Please
going
do not
home,
discuss
folks.
this case.
Vinny's wrong again.
Do not do
Shock.
any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working.
I think he's right in a way, but I think I also know why Hank did
Clear
it.
your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can, and we'll see you
Yeah,
tomorrow
I have no
morning
reports.
when
My
everybody's
phone would have
fresh
been
to
going
start.
nuts
Thank you.
if there was a verdict.
All right, report, please.
And I haven't gotten any vibrations in the last couple minutes, so. Shorts. There's a problem with shorts. I've been looking into that, but it bulks your, it when you start putting out shorts, it lowers your, where it puts it out for your long form or live stream videos. That's the only reason why I'm hesitant with shorts. We love you, Jack. There should be. They always increase security at the end of the day anyway. Just because the jury's leaving. So they need that security for the jury.
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
Yeah. Swedish chicks are hot. I know. I know, but it so I was doing some research on shorts and clips, and sometimes it F's with, if you won't, I don't do long form videos, as you guys know. I do live.
The phone was nothing. He said, you gotta see the piece of paper and do the makeup.
I can't.
I wanted to do a series, but he gets.
I refuse to watch this. Like, I mean, look at this. This is a fucking mockery of the justice system. I refuse to watch these fucking people do this shit. Sorry, no. Sorry, not sorry. Also, I apologize for my my frizzy ass hair. It's getting kind of hot in here, so we're frizzing out right now. We are frizzing out right now. Well, let me stop my timer. Hold on. Oh, we already stopped it. Damn it. All right. So, well, it's the liking. That's okay, but that's not bringing, you got to make sure people are, it has to push it out. The algorithm has to push the shorts out. And that's half the problem. Most of them that get pushed out are from bigger channels because that's what the algorithm favors, We can all say thank you to Hank because no matter what, he did a phenomenal job. Vinny's a liar again. Oh, wait, he didn't realize there was no verdict. Stop reporting shit before you hear it. Here's an idea. Stop reporting stuff you hear from the FKR mob. That's half the problem, Yeah, I wrote it down. I'm going to look into some of that stuff today on other cases because if this one's winding down, we got other ones we're going to cover. But I do want you guys' input. I want you guys' input. What are some cases you want to cover? There was no question. It was just the jury being let go for the day. Yep, exactly. If they want to continue on, and again, they still have to be sent back like 2 or 3 times. So even if they come back and say, hey, we're stuck on a verdict that we can't agree on, she's got to send them back. And then again, and you have the 2E charge. So, I mean, we're still looking at a while before shocker, right, Michelle? Vinny was wrong. Shock. Exactly. Maybe if they sleep on it, they come back and there's a holdout, they can be like, he is a clown. You guys are right. He's a clown. An absolute clown show. Right? I feel like we always share a brain. Sorry, Vinny. Right? Yeah. Come back tomorrow and fix. Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes the jury goes home, right? Sleeps on it, comes back, and gives a verdict. Sometimes that happens. There is hope that that could happen.
I don't know how anybody can watch him. To be honest, I don't know how anybody watches him. It is frustrating, Dougie. I agree with you. But you can't let it get you down, right? I've been covering this case a long time. It's personal for me, all right? And I still have hope. I still have hope that they can figure this out, that the jury can figure this out. They still have to be sent back at least 2 or 3 times before she calls any sort of hung jury. So let's remember that she's going to bring them in and say, okay, well, if you can't come to a decision, you are the fact finders. There's nobody better than you, the whole spiel. Nobody better than you to determine the facts. You know, it's your job. And she sends them back to deliberate. So that still has to happen, you know? That still has to happen, folks. And that has not happened yet. You know? No. Thursday is a holiday. Thursday is Juneteenth. So there will be no court Thursday. We will still have a show, but the court will not, because it's a federal holiday. The court will be closed. Nobody will be there, you know? Well, that's the thing. If there was a consensus for just OUI, guess what? They would have already come to a decision. So obviously that's not it. That's not the hang up. That's not the hang up. Yes, Thursday. That's right. She can smile and smirk all she wants. You're welcome. They just look like clowns, like all of them. You know? I can't watch the nonsensical bullshit. I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's like a rent-a-mob. Last year they used crowds on demand. So they actually hired a company to send protesters to these hearings, to these pretrial hearings, to get these people excited about some conspiracy and say, look at all these people outside. There must be something going on. All these people. That's what they did. And she did. I always could use a video editor. Absolutely. If you send me an email, Adam, at twistedtragedies3@gmail.com, that way I'll have your contact information. At least via email, because I could always use, you know, this is my tech guy here, but I could always use help on some things. I'm actually looking into maybe having somebody help do my social media a little, because I do not like Twitter. I effing hate it, but I would like to get back to my Facebook and Twitter a little bit more. It will bring in more viewers. It'll build the community, but I don't know if I have all the time with, you know, my kids' medical, my other kids. I don't know if I have the time to do it all myself. So I'm looking into maybe having someone do my social media and help me out with that for a bit. You know, when I'm rich and famous one day, I'll pay my mods, because they deserve to be paid. They do an amazing job. My mods are amazing. You all do an amazing job. I love you guys for that. Nobody does a better job than my mods. No one on planet Earth. They are nauseating. Don't, because if they had just wanted to do the OUI, we would already be done. They wouldn't be going home for the day. They would have said, okay, guilty on OUI, done. Obviously, that's not the case. So everybody's saying like, well, it was just the OUI. They're only going to convict her on the OUI. If that was the case, we'd be done. We'd be done. We've watched it here at least, what, 2 or 3 times, guys? 2 or 3 at least. We've watched them. You know, they are done for today, Dougie. Yes. Yep. But I agree with you, Georgia Mom. They are freaking nauseating for sure. Steven Stearns. I wrote that one down. That was one that I wrote down earlier. Oh my God. You know what's on this? Dr. Rusquatch. Dr. Rusquatch is written down. It's hilarious. I mean, make no mistake, she's probably running for the Tito's right now. Right? Hand signs only, guys. Hank's probably stressed out. I'd be stressed out. If a question came before they knew the clips were in fact evidence. Well, that's, you know, no, they had no question. No question. It was just to let them go for the day. Just to let them go for the day. That's why Vinny's a liar. Maybe he shouldn't get all of his talking points from Free Karen Reed and all his information from them. You know what I mean? See you in the morning, Shanna. Someone could be holding out. Could be. That could be it. A lot of people say that. Also, the ID documentary opened a lot of people's eyes, funny enough. You know? In a way, it's personal to me because I'm friends with some of the Alberts, and you know, they're personal friends of mine at this point, some of them, and I adore them. And I've watched what this mob has done, not just to them and not just to people in this case, but other people, including to Lindsay, and she's a dear friend of mine, and I've dealt with it myself. So it has become personal in that way, where these people need to be held accountable for the shit that they have done to so many people, including, you know, Colin Albert. What they took from him, they could never give back. Never. Never, never, never. See you later, Ren. You know, I could. You're right, I could. Long form videos aren't my thing. I like live streams because I like to interact with you guys, and, you know, I like to watch it when it's happening, you know, and break it down that way. But, you know, I'd always go for some other things too. It was 100% stronger. Yeah, the jury instruction was long, you know. Let's hope so. Let's hope that's what's happening, right? It came in while they were doing the answers to the first three. Okay, all right. It is discouraging, but you know what? They didn't come back with another note that says, hey, we're still hung or guilty. So clearly they're still debating it out, guys. You know? Well, here's the thing. If they hang on the one charge, can we try it again? Not that that's what we want. It isn't. But I just don't think the Commonwealth's just going to let it go. You know? Some of them did take notes. Some of them did. Some of them didn't. You know? Oh, I can hear them in my sleep. You know exactly what they're going to say. Look at the Courtney Clenny case. Okay, I'll write that one down too. We have a couple that I'm looking at between now and Koberger. I know we all want to help, you know. Thank you, Adam. You know, any guilty is good. Put an OUI only. It is an insult. It is. But in a way, if that's all they can get, it's sad, because if that's, you know, you can't, you know, I'm not even gonna think like that. Why? Because they're still deliberating, right? And again, they have to be sent back 2 or 3 times before you call it. So let's hope that John can do his heavenly magic up there and send down all the karma in the world down here. You know, obviously they're not stuck on that OUI. If they were, I feel like we'd already be done. You know, group hug. Yes, group hug. I love you all. Group hug. Was in for first, third, fourth. Was it if? Okay, all right. Yeah, that's what they do. Corey Richards. Yeah, I have those ones written down. Corey Richards and Donna Adelson, but I don't think those start until after Koberger or beyond that, you know? Well, if there's one holdout that's FKR, then everybody else needs to hold out longer. You know? That's the way it needs to go, in my opinion. That's what needs to happen, in my opinion. If I was Hank, I'd be a little stressed out. It'd be annoying to have to deal with this, you know? Thank you, Jack, for your $12.45 donation. I appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to check real quick we're going to wrap this up, guys. So if you want to make your last minute donations before I read them, you can do so one of these ways, of course. Also, we have Super Chat, Super Stickers. Make sure you get your membership. If you don't have a membership, make sure you get one, because we are going to do a members only live on Thursday night. So, all right, let's see. We always hold hope. We always hold hope. It ain't over till it's over, my friends. She knows what she did. She absolutely knows what she did, Jennifer. 100%. She knows exactly what she did. You're welcome, Joy. You too, Michelle.
It is about justice for John, Nurse Texas. I agree with you. John deserves better. You know, we are a team. We are a team. We're 8:30 a.m. per always, Jane. 8:30 in the morning. I'm going to think about the shorts. You know? No, it definitely can't be a majority, I wouldn't think. I mean, think about the last trial, you know? We got to have lots. You're welcome, Anna. I know all the good ones are in August. I'm like, damn it, there's got to be something between then and now, you know? So I'm looking at them. That's for sure. Bye, Anna. 20 minutes. Yeah. I think, yeah, some stuff taken from the live stream could probably be clipped in, you know? Yeah, well, we'll make sure that, well, you know what? That's the thing. She still has civil. I don't think that evil wins in this, no matter what happens here. We don't know. Could be a lesser included. I believe it's a lesser included that they're stuck on, you know? I don't know. Let's hope not. Let's hope not, Abby. Let's hope that they don't. And that's not what happens, you know? I'm going to have to put a pimple patch on myself today. I got a little pimple right here that I woke up with this morning. I did see what you did there. Don't dox yourself. Don't do that. We don't want that. The press are saying there's someone who saw him. I don't know. I feel like they could have come forward in the Idaho court before now, if that was the case, right? Unless there was a gag order. So see you later, Lindsay. No worries. 6:04 a.m. for her. Time for sleep. See you later, Holly. I know it's super early there. I'm sorry. It could be jury nullification. It could also just be they come back with a fresh set of eyes tomorrow and a fresh brain. You know? There is no update other than they went home for the day. Believe you me, when I say it's been done, it has been done, Abby. We send it in. If I personally see something that I know has to do with the jury or something shady, I personally send it. I personally send it to Hank's email that he has for the Commonwealth. I personally send it. So I know it's been done times a few. So that is what I'll be fighting for after this. I've done a lot of advocacy work in my time, and that is something that I will refuse to not do. I don't care if it takes the next 10 years of my life. There has to be changes. There just has to be. Maybe it is July for that one. Yeah, people are crazy. You are right about that, my friend. You are right about that. Still stuck, maybe. You know? I don't know. No, nothing else other than what we already heard. So that's it. Yeah, I know. I don't have anything that levels. This won't level, you know. You can just block them. Yep. We did watch Matt's video. Yes, we did. We did. Let's hope. Might be for Wednesday. I mean, that's the best chance thus far, you know? Oh my God. Imagine that. All right. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything else to read. And then I'm out of here too, because I'm hangry. I am hungry. I'm hungry. I'm tired and I got to pee again. So there's that. In case you guys wanted to know. No, it's probably TMI, but I have to pee again. All right, let's see. Check my email real quick. I think I whacked all of them. All right, I don't see nothing else. All right. Do me a favor on your way out. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. There's 740 of you still hanging around. So if you're on X, definitely come on over to YouTube and at least hit that subscribe button and like button for me. I'd appreciate that very, very much. I love your stinking faces, of course. And if you are catching this on the restream and you make a donation, of course, we will read it tomorrow. I will see you guys at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Make sure you get your memberships before Thursday for the members only live. You guys can do that on the main part of the page. You should be able to do it in the chat on certain devices. iPhones are the only ones I'm not sure about, but Androids and computers, you can do it right there in the live chat. There's a little button and you can do super chat, super stickers, or memberships. You can buy your membership there. Also, make sure that you have all your notifications on, your notification bell on, so that when I do go live, you get notified that I'm live. Because sometimes when you hit subscribe, it doesn't hit the notification bell to all. It does some. So make sure you change it from some to all, so that you always get the notifications that we're live. I always put it in our Discord. So if you're in our Discord, Jesse usually puts it in there in the morning. I put it on the Facebook groups in the morning before we go live, but it's always 8:30 in the morning during trial. So I will see all of you tomorrow morning. I love your stinking faces, and I'll see you guys later.